Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
El viento sopla de manera favorable, las montañas en el agua te invitan a mostrarte un mundo visto desde otra perspectiva, enrollándote la vida con salidas elegidas. Pues no permitas que te roben tus deseos, tus visiones, tus anhelos, que los has cumplido y bueno. Indaga un poco de su modo respetuoso en lo hermoso que te brinda este mar tan afectuoso.
Amado point para empezar con energía, esas ondas matutinas te darán inicio a un buen día. Recibe con sabiduría lo que AM te ofrenda, mantén su transparencia, eso sí te hará leyenda. Rema con fuerza más allá de lo que piensas, identifica contra Opcho representa. Tú conectas con el mar y el mar conecta con la tierra, y la tierra es protegida por seres originarios.
Continentes reunidos, siente fuerte, crecen los latidos. El mar te está invitando a que sueltes tu estilo. 7 continentes reunidos, siente fuerte, crecen los latidos. El mar te está invitando a que sueltes tu estilo.
Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Club Budeo, yeah.
Elemento Drive,
Hare Krishna,
Norclass,
I'm blessed to be.
yeah.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Manny V here with Bego, bringing you the live feed from the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Bego, today we start off with the women's semifinal. Epic.
Amazing. The conditions are looking pretty much, fine. There's still some waves and the wind's picking up a little bit, but the girls did a great job out there. First semifinal was Ayaka Suzuki against the Chilean Anais Vélez, and the results was Ayaka Suzuki in first and Anais Vélez in second. So we do have the first persons for the grand final and the podium final. And now in the water, it's the second semifinal, and it's Neymara Carballo against Alexandra Rinder. So we'll see who's going to advance to the great final.
Yes, today's schedule of events, we're going to see the two semi-finals of the women's. We're going to jump into the pro junior semi-finals. The women's podium final, that is the heat where second place in the semifinals of the women will meet up to determine who will end up third and fourth respectively in this event. And we're going to finish off today's action with men's round number 2, elimination round.
Whoa, that's going to be epic. So I think we have action in the water.
Let's get out there. Semifinal number 2 out in the water in the women's division. This is a stacked heat. We have multiple world champion, 5-time world champion Neymara Carballo in the yellow jersey, and multiple world champion Alexandra Rinder. She is goes down in history as one of the youngest, if not, no, she is the youngest bodyboarder to win a world title. So this is going to be a tough heat. Both of them know what they have to do to get into the grand final, and second place will go into the podium final. But man, to make it to the grand final for Alexandra Rinder, that would be historical, being in every single final here at this event.
Yeah, boy, it's pretty likely, but watch out for Neymara, which is also a strong competitor with a lot of experience. More than 22 years she's been surfing, that's what she said. Look at that, open riding. That will be Alexandra Rinder in trying there to achieve a barrel. Not
you
much.
can see the conditions are kind of similar to yesterday, and we're going to see a little bit of what we saw yesterday in the morning. A little side shore from the south. The tide's going to change and get a little bit higher, and that's going to put a little slowdown in those middle of the morning heats. Wind will probably back off mid-morning, and then we'll see it pick back up onshore mid-afternoon, and hopefully it'll glass off by the later rounds or the later heats of round number 2 of the men's division. So it's going to be a very, very contestable day, and very difficult for some of the competitors who aren't used to riding these types of conditions.
Totally agree, but I think at this point, Manny, everyone that is surfing and will be surfing today have the level to manage these conditions, and I personally enjoy watching these riders tear up this kind of waves with this kind of conditions. It's just something that I really admire, because like you said, not everyone can actually surf and milk these conditions, you know?
No, we're very lucky to have had all the conditions and waves that we've had in the first part of the competition here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. The forecasts were calling for bigger swells to roll in throughout the week. Here we go, out the back, live action. Alexandra Rinder.
Alexandra just punching that roll real nice, and a little combination with a spin. Pretty classic, pretty conservative, but it's what you need to advance, and well done for that.
Well, I mean, that's going to pull her further and further away from Neymara. Alexandra Rinder's first wave at a 6.50. We're going to look in the hard drives to find that replay of that first wave, but she is looking very strong right now.
I believe that wave was while we were introducing. This is the second wave, the one we just saw. Nice extended roll with a forward spin. So yeah, that's gonna place her more comfortable in the first position. But here comes, no, decided not to go. Neymara Carballo.
Neymara definitely can clock in those higher scores as well. It's just a matter of she has that priority and if she's able to be in that right spot when the sets do roll in.
Beijo para la galera do Brasil que está assistindo aqui.
Whoa. Fala português?
No. I just try. I just like it. I know a couple words. I mean, I've been practicing. Look at that. Alexandra keeping busy, staying busy in there.
Wow, 6.5 and a 6.5 on her first two high-scoring waves, or her two top-scoring waves. Here we go. Neymar, drop it in the yellow jersey. Only rider wearing a 25-minute heats, and 7 minutes have already passed. Priority goes to Alexandra Rinder, who is sitting very comfortably right now. She's demanding. All right, look, we do have David Hubbard ready. Sorry. We do have David Hubbard ready with the winner of the last heat. David, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yes, I am down here with Ayaka Suzuki, who just won the first heat of the day. How was it competing right at the start of the day?
It was so hard because the wave is getting smaller and then a little bit windy and so hard to get a good one. So I couldn't get a good one actually.
But you did good enough to make it out of that heat. And like you told us yesterday in the interview, you're going to be into the grand final now.
Yes, I am. I told you yesterday.
Yeah, you sure did. But would you like to say anything to everyone watching in Japan?
いや、日本の皆さんありがとうございます。チリと日本は時差があって結構夜中のウォッチになると思うんですけど、私頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, terrific. Well, congratulations again, Ayaka, and let's see who will be joining her. Let's take it back into the booth.
All right, so she is the first rider into the grand final here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival Women's Division. We're going to find out who she will face off in the grand final and who will face off Anais Velis, the Chilean, in the podium final that we're going to see later on today.
Awesome performance, and I have to give my personal congratulations to Ayaka. She's been doing really well this year. She won pipe. I mean, that was a special event. And she also won in Itacochara, and now she's in the grand final. So, I mean, so far so good.
Yeah, and Anais Velis, the Chilean, she should hold her head up high, making it all the way into the podium final, where she will end up third or fourth overall in the event, depending on how well she does in that podium final. Here we go, taking a look.
That'll be Neymar Carvalho eyeing on this nice wave in there. Of course, she punches a roll. Really nice performing. Another one.
She's got to pull this off if she wants to come close with those bigger points, but one roll on the outside, if she would have pulled that off, it would have been the highest score of the heat so far. Alexandra Rinder answering back.
She's looking for the nice way, the nice ramp. Just a little roll, not much for her. I don't think that's going to be changing the 6.5, but definitely Neymar was going to get, it's going to get a nice score for that last wave. The second roll, she couldn't complete it, but still, it's worth the attempt. So let's see what the judges think about that. And yeah, like you were saying, Anais Velis, I think she's amazing. She's only 17 years old. She, like I said yesterday, she's been working a lot on her study, and right now she's one of the best of her class. And she's not surfing that much, so she came here just like to give it a try, and she ended up in the podium. So that's amazing.
All right, scores are dropping in, and it looks like 8.25 for that roll on the outside for Neymar. Almost pulled off that roll on the inside for Neymar Carvalho. So, wow, she is now within striking distance to get into that first place spot. The riders have, The riders have 25 minutes in this heat. And we're already past, we're coming close on the halfway mark. 14 minutes remaining. But, yeah, it's getting close now, coming down to the wire.
Whoa, an 8.25. That was, yeah. I bet it's because the wave was bigger and she hit it on the first section, right? So, nice. Pretty nice there for Neymar. Still half of a heat to go. So, I know any of these girls, any of them are going to remain calm. They're just going to keep it coming, many, I'm sure. They're just going to be surfing a lot and doing the great maneuvers. So I think there's a lot of action still yet to come. That's the replay. There you have it. Pocket roll. And another one through the leap. And here comes, oh, this is the second wave for Alexandra. I mean, the third wave. Yeah.
Okay, so I can see where those points came in. Alexandra getting a 6.5 on that one, and then Nemada answering back with that other wave, which is an 8.25. So a good comparison right there. Thank you, guys in the production room, making it easy for us to compare those scores between the two riders. So an 8.25 Nemada on a bigger roll on the outside, and so if she would have pulled that roll on the inside, that would definitely be that'd be higher than an 8.25.
But the wave on the replay wasn't the 6.5, was the third one.
Of Alexandra?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those 6.5 were the two first waves. One that we didn't see because we were just starting, and the other one of the roll and the combination with the spin. Yeah, it's looking great for these two riders. And no matter what, both of them are in the podium, so it's equally not, but it's great to be comfortable enough to know that you made it all the way to the podium. It's great. I really admire all of these girls, so congratulations to all of them.
Well, now's a good time to put something on our APB Facebook page, but first, Neymar Carvalho, drop it in, and comes around that section. Not sure if she got in the barrel or did a maneuver, but we'll see a replay of that, I'm sure. But Neymar in and out possibly. But yeah, now's a good time to put something on our Facebook page, APB Tour. Check it out on APB on Facebook, and make sure you like and comment right now. We're gonna post something. Where you at?
Yeah.
On our APB Facebook page. Would like to know where you're tuning in from, and we'll give you a shout out.
Yeah, do it. We'll be here waiting for your shout outs.
All right, out in the water, waiting patiently. 11 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Neymar with a solid score. She just needs a 4.76 as her second backup score. Alexandra Rinder looking very solid with a 6.5, a pair of 6.5s. So if she can get another solid set wave and do anything like she did yesterday, which was a big ARS, she will definitely hold on to that first place spot.
Oh my God, Manny! I can't believe we're here now. We are today. Program looks pretty nice. So after this, we're gonna be seeing junior semifinal, and after that, which is 2 heats of 4 boys, and after that, we're gonna see the women podium final, which means, like you said at the beginning of the day, it will define the third and the fourth position, and the men's round 2, and that will be it for the day. And I think we'll leave in the women grand final for tomorrow. Yeah, that's the main course.
Yeah, we've been looking at the the forecasts for the weekend, and all the locals have been saying it's going to be coming up throughout this afternoon and into the weekend, which we are crossing our fingers for. That's where we're going to see the final heats of all the divisions come down to the wire. We're saving the grand final of the women's division, as well as the juniors podium final and grand final for those days. And wow, we need to start chopping away at the men's division, as we are only in round 2 of the main event. We will have rounds 3, 4, and 5 to get through, as well as the semifinals and podium final and grand final. So a ton of more action from the wave here. Hola Cúpula.
La Cúpula.
La Cúpula.
Sí. Playa Yacolén.
¿Cómo?
That's the name of the beach itself. Playa Yacolén. And that single wave is called La Cúpula, and there's a bunch of others on this same beach, you know, like El Tubo, El Noide, and I think further down towards our hotel, I think they actually surf there as well.
So it's kind of like Hawaii, where you can be on the coastline and within, 50 yards from each other, you'll have totally new, different waves. And what's the wave like down the beach?
Down the beach all the way there?
Yeah, similar to this.
South? Heading south or heading north?
Yeah, south. Just the next
south,
wave.
There's an amazing, crazy wave that is called No Lo Haga. It comes from like don't do it.
Oh.
No lo haga.
Oh.
It's a crazy slab, and it only works when it's massive. When you cannot surf here or anywhere else.
So it's pretty fickle.
It's amazing.
Okay.
But it's high level, definitely. You know.
Here we go, Neymara, trying to look for a second high-scoring wave, and that's all she needs right now. Alexandra Rinder has priority. She knows she needs something higher. Look at this. Drop it in. She decides to go around this section and bails out before it shuts down.
That was a very nice looking wave, but I think she probably, if she was placed a little bit further down, that would have been better. But yeah, still a lot to go for Neymara, who is only needing 4.76 to advance to the first position, so it's completely doable for her. She's well experienced, and look at that many. It looks like she's gonna go for this one, and it's looking good.
All right, Neymara dropping in. A little late takeoff, gets pushed by the whitewash that broke behind her. Here she comes around the section, and that wave fizzles out on the inside. I don't know if we can get a wide shot just so you see what the wave looks like in these conditions. No sé si puedes dar una pantalla. How do you say wide shot?
Un plano completo.
Plano completo, nomás para mirar cómo está quebrando la ola aquí, porque está bajando y no hay nada después. Here's a wide shot of what the riders are dealing with right here. Yeah, you can see just to the right. There we go. That is the shot we're looking at right there. That is what the competitors are dealing with right now, is really short takeoffs. If they don't get, it's just tough because the bigger sets aren't coming in like they were yesterday. And they were able to take off a little deeper, but now, because the waves are a little smaller, they got to take off right on that boil. And the boil, if you don't know what that is, right next to Alexandra, right there, there's some, it's like a boiling water. And what happens right there is there's a submerged object that is really shallow, like a big boulder, and that's where the wave breaks initially, because it goes from deep water to shallow water really quick right in that area. So Alexandra Rinder and Neymara are hovering around that boil to be able to take off on the wave and not get too far behind. And if they go a little deeper, if they go deeper into the wave, they may be getting shut down if they try to take off deeper without any speed or without the size behind it.
Well explained there, Manny. Perfectly explained. Perfectly explained there.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's just tricky with these conditions. It's smaller, and the tide will be changing to coming up high. And all the dynamics around this wave will change. But the one cool thing that we liked right now in the change is that south wind seems to have mellowed out a lot. Now we got glassy conditions. Waves are going to be very smooth on the face. And here we go. We got whistling from the tower.
Oh, my God.
Down to the riders. Up and over. Alexandra Rinder with first priority. Neymara Carvalho in second priority. Neymara needs that second wave. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Well, and it's like we've been saying, it's completely possible that she finds a good wave. It's a matter of just rolling, basically, just doing a nice roll, and she will get that score for sure. So, para toda la galera do Brasil que está assistindo Neymara. Neymara só precisa de uma onda. É possível.
Looks like a wave is coming in right now. Turning around with priority, Alexandra Rinder. She is going to take off on this one. And it looks like they were a little bit too deep behind that boil.
You can tell Alexandra is like, it's I won't say nervous, but she's keeping busy, you know. She's like, I'm not giving away my spot on the grand final.
Look at this. Looks like we do have some sets rolling in right now. Neymara taking a look. Neymara paddling in. No, she did not make an effort to paddle, so she will hold on to that first priority.
I think it was wise of her not taking that one because it looked like it was going to close out. So it's better that she just like hold the priority for a little bit. And for sure something's going to come up. Oh.
Hermano Castro.
Hermano Castro there.
Good friend of Neymara Carvalho. Whistling out into the water, I think to signal that there is a set rolling in, and get ready because you will have the opportunity to get that 4.76 wave. This is it. Could be the one of the last opportunities. Neymara.
And there she
paddling
comes,
in. Neymara dropping in, coming around that section. It's lining up for her to do a maneuver right there, going for a roll.
Oh my God, Manny.
Again, looking for a 4.76.
That's completely doable. Let's see what the judges think about that. But, I mean, a 4.76, and there's only 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, Manny.
Oh, my. That will definitely make things very interesting here in the last few minutes. But with priority on the outside, 2 minutes remaining. Alexandra Rinder, she just has this last 2 minutes to be able to summon the wave gods to deliver something to be able to put her back into first place, because I think that last wave from Neymara will come in over maybe a 4 or 5, and there it is, a 5.75 for Neymara. So now Alexandra Rinder, holy mackerel, needs a 7.51 to get back into that first place position. Here's another look at that 5.75 roll from Neymara.
Yeah, that's the replay. And yeah, I mean, it was well granted. She actually landed perfectly that roll. So yeah, now Alexandra, it's looking to a 7.51 to advance back to the first position. And there's only a minute remaining. Oh my God, Manny.
This could be the very first competition that Alexandra Rinder does not make it to the final of her every appearance here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Oh my, time is winding down. You can see her right there looking up and over, trying to see if there's any waves coming in. Oh my goodness. Alexandra Rinder may not make it to the final. If she does not find a wave in the next 40 seconds, she will go into the grand final to fight it out with Anais Velis in the podium final.
Whoa, this is amazing, Manny. But this is how competition is.
Wait a second. Wait a second. This could be her last-ditch effort. 7.51. Dropping in, stalling, holding on the brakes. Waiting for that section to roll up for her. And there's something right there. And going for an AS, and she pulls it. Oh! No! She almost had it in the last seconds. Would have almost pulled off. And wow. That was crazy. Alexandra Rinder most likely probably would have got that 7.51 on that ARS right here. It looks like she is lining it up perfectly, waiting and waiting for that lip to show up, and there it is, going for an ARS, and right there, I thought she had it, and oh my, the inside rail dug, and she fell off her board. Oh my goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back with the official results and the juniors semifinals right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares del desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares del desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Någon intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, coming back into the commentating booth for the juniors semifinal. The conditions are going to be very tough today.
Yeah, but as the tide increases, and we're hoping for the swell to increase throughout the day as well. So juniors semifinal heat number 1 just started. Let's get right out into the action in the water. We're going to have
semifinal number 1. We have Moises Silva, Yurko Gonzalez. Let's get out there. We have Eduardo Guzman and Pedro Lopez. So Moises is going to be in red, and there you have it on your screen. All of these riders worked really hard and showed why they belong here in the semifinal. Top 2 riders will advance on into the next heat, which is the final, a 4-man final. Top 2 riders will advance on into the final. Following this heat, semifinal number 2 in the Pro Juniors will be coming up as well. So stacked heats for these 2 semifinals. Priority system is in place, luckily for us, because these Groms will get hungry.
Super hungry, and you can see them really bunched up on your screen. And with 4 of them out there, it is just a little slow. So we did see in those women's semifinals that it was, you know, at times quite a bit between waves. And now there's twice the population in the water now. So 4 riders now battling out for the few waves that there are out there. But we still have some nice conditions in the water. Decent, glassy, just a light breeze on it. We do expect throughout the day that wind is going to kick up and get pretty ferocious. But hopefully, along with that wind will come a new swell.
We did post something on our APB Facebook page. We just want to know who is tuning in. And should we do our standard shout-outs before we even look at that list? Or should we see if they're even up and awake?
Manu from Sintra, Jason Ricky from Costa Rica, and Yuri tuning in from Brazil.
Well, check it out. Only one of those 3 are commenting. So Jason Ricky probably taking a nap on Tico time. And Yuri is probably working his butt off in Brazil. But Manu, yes, he is awake and watching. 1:30 in the morning or 1:30 in the afternoon for Manu in Sintra, Portugal. Pablo is in Playa Zicatela, Porto Escondido. We got Jose in Puerto Rico. Andrew is in North Carolina. He's going to watch until he has to leave for the beach. And he gives us a shout out. And he does want to go surf with us again, as he did in 2007. Club Atacama, Bodyboards and Matthew Venn. Hola, amigos de Club Atacama Bodyboards tuning in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, out in the water, we do have semifinal number 1 of the Pro Juniors underway. Currently waiting patiently out in the water for a set to roll in. Waiting patiently for the waves to roll in. Perfect time right now for us to go to the interview downstairs with Bagel and the winner of the last heat. Bagel, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. We're here with super mega ultra stock at Neymar Carvalho. Sorry, Neymar Carvalho. Oh my God, Neymar, you waited, and in reward, you just got a couple waves and you got the scores you needed, and that was amazing. So tell the people about that hit.
Yeah, I'm so happy. You know, feels like the old days. You know, old years, and I came here like focus on being the final, but it's you know, it's so hard. The girls is hipping, so for me it's a pleasure to be in the final, and now I want to win. And this heat, I get a good wave, 8.25, and I was patient to wait that the other one. I knew I was needing like a small score, so yeah, I was just waiting to the wave to come. Thanks God.
Very emotional. Also, do you want to say hi or thanks to someone back home? This is the moment.
Yes, I wanna... pode falar em português. Quero agradecer a galera do Instituto que tá todo mundo vendo, que eu sei, todos vocês. Agradecer a minha mãe, minha filha, galera que manda mensagem. Eu tô fazendo uns lives aqui e a galera tá curtindo muito, então tô super contente com essa vibração, essa energia de vocês. Agradecer aos meus patrocinadores que me fizeram estar aqui. E é isso, valeu. Vamos esperar a final agora.
Well, congratulations, Ney. Parabéns para você. And we're going to see how that final goes. So back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to multiple world champion, the Brazilian Neymar Carvalho, making it into the grand final here at the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. First time for Alexandra not showing up to the final. So a very historical last semifinal that just went down. But we will see Alexandra in the podium final as she gears up, and she's going to battle it out with Ana Velis to find out who will go third and who will end up in fourth in this event overall. Thank you once again for tuning in from all over the world. We're coming down to the wire as far as the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Semifinal number 1 of the Pro Juniors out in the water. Up and riding, taking another look at this one. Moises Silva finds a section, nice roll. Will he be able to find another section? And he does. Another roll. So with these slower conditions, that wave right there of Moises Silva may be the game changer when it comes down to the wire. Taking a look, Yurko Gonzalez.
All right, Yurko having a paddle and losing that second priority. And now he's going to have to wait his turn, but he might strike immediately again on this one, and he is. He's going right, finds a little Rolo, comes up short.
That's the first right we've seen this morning being ridden. And obviously he's going to favor the rights. He's one of those riders that have a favorite way of either going right or left, and it's obvious that he's going to go right as often as he can. Look at that score, 5.75 for Moises Silva. Paddling out the back. It looks like there is a set rolling in.
Looks like these guys were sitting way far inside because this one is way out the back and they are way over. So I wonder if all these guys are battling for these right-handers. And interesting to see in this complete Chile matchup, 4 Chileans going for those 2 spots in the final.
Top 2 riders will go into the final of the Pro Juniors. And third and fourth in this heat will be the end of the event for those 2 riders. So it is a very, very crucial heat to get through if they want to end up in the final. I did take a dip in the water yesterday afternoon after the event did end, and yeah, you know what? It is on the cold side. Easily in the high 60s. No, sorry, high 50s, maybe even the 61, 62 degrees. It's a little chilly.
The ocean, you jumped in finally.
Yes, I finally jumped in the ocean here in Chile. I don't think I went in the water in Arica. Man, that's a shame.
Well, you rinsed it all off yesterday after a beautiful mountain hike that you did without me.
Yeah, I didn't want to bother you because I know you're still in contest mode.
Nah, I know. I was in the water. I actually saw Manny and crew hiking up the mountain. Saw them on the peak there while I was out at the Power Dome getting a little free surf after the event yesterday.
Oh, you saw us from the water?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Saw your white shirt.
Yeah. Okay, I thought you were back home at the hotel, but yeah, the mountain's right behind the contest site. They're pretty massive looking, but it wasn't too bad of a hike getting up there. But it does feel like you're on Mars once you come into Chile, in the northern part of Chile on the coastlines. It's just crazy scenery. Definitely put it on your places to go list. Here we go, up and riding.
Eduardo Guzman using his shared first priority to attack this wave. Nice roll, and he's out. So I think it's going to be a very challenging semifinal, maybe both semifinals for the judges to distinguish between the subtle nuances of all these juniors if we do see a continuation of these Rolo maneuvers. But let's take a look. Pedro Lopez, nice reverse 360 to start. Beautiful head whip. Now he's coming into the inside, but does not get a section. He took the high road. Maybe the low road could have offered him something. But either way, these riders have scores on the board, and it's Moises Silva leading this heat so far.
Wow, Moises, I'm telling you, that 5.75 is going to be very, very good to have on his scorecard when it comes down to the wire. 4 hungry bodyboarders for waves in a 25-minute heat. It's going to be pretty amazing to see how everybody's going to fare with the priority system. It's very different from years past when there was no priority system. And lucky for us, we do have that system in place so everybody can, have the opportunity to be able to catch the waves and show what they have as far as their abilities. Here we go, up and riding. Moises, wow, he's able to catch waves. Pretty much on fire so far, and a nice ARS.
Wow.
Pulls that around. Nice.
Moises Silva's got 1 foot into the final, Manny.
Yeah, he is performing perfectly in this 4-man semifinal. And when the waves were bigger, I think he was excelling. That might be his calling right now. If he makes it into the final, the wave swell does increase throughout that the weekend. Moises Silva may be walking away with a win here in the Pro Juniors, but still, I know I'm trying to call it, but we're still 2 heats away from even getting our finalists set and ready. Full day of action. Semifinals of the Pro Juniors coming up. We are going to go,
after that, into the women's podium final. So we are going to determine 3rd and 4th place for the women's division today, saving that juniors final and women's grand final for tomorrow. But after the women's podium final today, we are going to be moving into round 2. Let's take a look at Yerko Gonzalez, who actually did a 360, then a roll, and then started getting barreled somehow. And I loved in the interviews, whether it was of Yerko or one of the other riders, just honestly saying, I don't like lefts. I want to go right.
And you know what? That's what's happening right now. And it was very interesting how he pulled that roll, and instead of straightening out, he held a line to ride down the face of the wave. And it looks like Eduardo Guzman waving his hand. Scores are dropping in. But when the rider is waving their hand out in the water, he's requesting the heat situation at hand from the beach commentator. And right now, Mono, I believe, is on the mic here at Antofagasta.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is. He's been taking charge of the beach announcing, even in Arica, and definitely a very, very experienced athlete and beach announcer, and just pretty much has made a life out of water sports.
Well, he knows what he's doing, and everywhere I've gone with him in a group, everybody seems to know him. Everywhere we go in Chile, a little bit of fame as well, but a very good man. Mono on the mic here in Chile. Wow, time is winding down, and scores are still on the low side for second or third and fourth place. But wow, look at that score coming in for Eduardo Guzman.
So Eduardo did get a 6.0, and Moises Silva got a 6.75. Moises sitting in a strong spot right now in this stage of the heat. Eduardo Guzman's got to be stoked to have that 6. Needs to back it up, though, because Yurko and Pedro are going to be nipping at his heels.
I mean, the scores that they need, a 3.26 and a 2.76, definitely attainable for Yurko and Pedro. Very awesome note to mention in the semifinals Pro Juniors. We do have 2 4-man semifinals, and out of those 8 riders, 7 are Chilean. 1 Brazilian.
Luan Tavares is the lone Luan Brazilian. The Luan Brazilian. Lone Brazilian.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him if he is to take it into the finals, and he's going to be coming up next in semifinal number 2. But first, who will be the 2 of the 4 Chileans to make it into the 4-man final? We're going to find out in the next 9 minutes. Conditions have mellowed out as far as the winds are concerned, and as well as the waves.
And I was talking with Jared Houston, who was out there at the crack of dawn.
Yes.
And he said it was horrendile, and that as soon as they started heats, it started getting much, much better. And it's continuing to improve, as you said. Wind conditions, also the wave quality. It does seem to be offering some hollower sections from time to time if you're able to position yourself on the right wave.
Eduardo Guzman coming around that section, going for a roll, not using the wave, and just falls off the wave on the back of that one. Eduardo Guzman trying to make something happen for that second high-scoring wave that he needs. Wow, here we go, coming around that section. That was Moises Silva again. This guy is on fire right now, being able to catch all these medium-sized waves and a couple bigger-sized waves. And Eduardo Guzman up and riding, coming around that section with a ton of speed. Oh, an ARS, and he pulls it off flawlessly. That is what he needed, and that will definitely put him into the first-place position with that 6-point ride. That's what I'm calling. But, yeah, solid wave right there for Eduardo Guzman. Yurko Gonzalez and Pedro Lopez now maybe, they're going to have to fight a little harder now because it's coming down to the wire, 7 minutes remaining, and both of them, Yurko and Pedro, do not have anything close as far as a good score. Pedro, listening in.
He's got a lot of speed and just jumps off the back of that one. Oh, definitely tough times for the right-hand riders, Pedro and Yurko. Does look like this heat is being utterly dominated by Moises and Eduardo. Eduardo receiving a 7-point ride, shoots him into the lead, as you predicted, Manny. Excellent prediction there. Let's take a look at Yurko going left, getting barreled, and let's see if he's able to do anything else and botches the spin. So Yurko is actually going to get another chance. There it is, the 7-point flip that Manny so accurately predicted would skyrocket him into the lead.
Oh, he's stoked right there with a little wave to his friends on the beach. So with that wave, it goes, Eduardo Guzman goes into that first place spot, 7 and a 6. Moises, who's been on fire pretty much this entire heat, drops down to second place. But it is Pedro and Yurko who are struggling a little bit, getting those higher scores. I mean, we are on a pretty predominantly left braking reef brake. So for Pedro and Lopez, who favor the rights, it's going to be a little tough.
Nice little barrel ride before he flicks the bangs out of his eyes. And then that spin, just very telltale that he's a right-hand rider, unable to complete a simple spin on the left. But 5.25, that's a good score. Puts him now within reach, 7.26. Could get him into that second spot and over Moises Silva, who's been, for the first 16 minutes of this heat, just dominating. Now it is Eduardo Guzman sitting in that first place spot. Moises still in second place.
5 minutes remaining in this heat. But I'm telling you, Yurko and Pedro, they need to get those higher scores if they're going to have a chance to get into that final. Very tough four-person heats. Very difficult when there's not a lot of waves coming through.
Luckily for them, 2 of these guys like rights, 2 of these guys like lefts, so that's been kind of helping the situation. Let's take a look at our heat leader, Eduardo Guzman. He's biding some time, did a forward 360, and now does not find anything on the inside. So out the back, it's Yerko Gonzalez. Oh, goodness, that was critical. He threw the spin while the wave was doubling up and transitioned down onto the lower part during the completion of the spin. Actually, pretty technical to stay on his board. I thought for sure he was going to get destroyed during that transition, but no. Completes it clean. It's not going to be the 7.26, but it could get rid of his 2.75. We'll have to wait and see.
I thought that was pretty cool. He was able to do a spin on the takeoff before it doubled up. But if he was able to do one other maneuver before it doubled up, but I think he was just more going into survival mode once he hit that inside section. Pedro Lopez now not looking very good because he needs pretty much two solid scores to even get into the run. Here we go, out the back. Again, Moises Silva, who's probably gotten, he's gotten the most waves in this heat. But again, it's only the top 2 waves that are going to be scored. And the sum of those 2 scores is going to give them a total points. And of course, the first 2, the top 2 with the highest scores will go into the final of the Pro Junior. They're going to be following the ranks. Here we go, another right. Coming down the section. Nice clean bottom turn. Oh, kind of faked me out right there. I thought he was going to hit the lip with something, but nothing there.
Little juk wonk. And Pedro Lopez up and out. Under 3 minutes now. Let's take a look if Yurki is going to get into this one. Paddles hard. Finds a little bit of a run in. Goes for some desperate measures there. Chucking a ARS attempt. And let's see live. It is Eduardo Guzman. Nice roll. Clean reverse 360. And that's about it. So Eduardo Guzman getting some solid rides here in this first semifinal. And kind of setting the stage for what could be happening in semifinals number 2. We could have some pretty awesome action coming up, hopefully, right after the next 2.5 minutes.
Eduardo and Moses hanging on that left, and Pedro and Yurko are down the beach just a little bit to be able to take off of the rights that do roll through. So that is the reason why I think we're seeing a lot more action from Eduardo and Moises on the lefts, is because they're going round and round, catching any left that rolls through.
Yeah, exactly that. Hey, good on Pedro and Yurko for making it this far, surfing a blatant left-hand point break by going right. And it's pretty cool that they've been able to make scores happen, ride well. And now let's take a look. Currently in second spot, Moises Silva. trimming on this clean looking wave.
Uh-oh.
Big ARS there. Throws even an extra spin. And we're going to see possibly a situation change with Moises trading spots and taking back that first position that he had held for most of this heat until Eduardo Guzman dropped that 7-point ride. To me, that was terrific flip. Almost one of the best waves of the heat, maybe. We'll see. It'll be close. I think he's going to get just about enough.
I think you're right. I mean, that 7-point ride from Eduardo Guzman was an ARS, and this one right here from Moises, perfectly executed, lands, spins it around, and is able to re-engage his rail to actually throw his spin before getting out to the face of the wave. That was definitely higher than Eduardo Guzman.
Oh.
There it is, 7.50 for that last wave. Answering back right here, Eduardo Guzman. A roll, looking for a 7.26 for first, but again, first and second, advancing on into the finals, and it looks like it will be Moises and Eduardo who will go into that Pro Junior final, which was these two riders pretty much dominated semifinal number 1.
So, Moises Silva, Eduardo Guzman into the Pro Junior final. Stay tuned, we got Junior semifinal number 2 coming up right after this.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival here in the northern coastline of Chile in Antofagasta.
That was a radical semifinal number 1. I can't wait to see semifinal number 2, so without further ado, let's just get right into that action out there. We're going to see 2 of these 4 riders making it into the final to join the previous Chileans, Eduardo Guzman, as well as Moises Silva. So we've got 3 Chileans in this one, and the Brazilian, Luan Tavares. And I've got a good feeling about him. He's been surfing amazing, but Cristobal Fernandez representing Easter Island. Joaquim Soto, definitely one of the standouts in this division, but then the superpower of juniors pro bodyboarding at this day and age, Nacho Flores.
Yes, it's going to be a very fun semifinal to watch, as only 2 riders will advance on. Luan has been a standout for not only the Brazilians and the pro juniors, but in the event overall, showing no fear on going for the big lip maneuvers, big backflips, big ARSs, big rolls from the young Brazilian. But all of these riders are going to be fun to watch, especially, yes, the rider in blue, Nacho Flores. Waiting patiently, and that's the thing that all these competitors have to deal with right now, is to wait for those bigger waves to roll in.
Yeah, and find the one that's going to allow them, a good opportunity. Let's take a look. Nelson Flores, big roll to start. That was massive projection on that one.
There we go, out the back, the Brazilian. A ton of speed, keeping that high line. Hitting the brakes all of a sudden to find a section, and he does find it, and was able to pull a backflip on that tiny little piece of section at the end of that wave. I don't know how he got that projection. Split peak, we're going to stick to the left. Little roll over for Cristobal Fernandez, and cuts out. It could be a little paddle battle as the priority system is in place. White and red, it is a battle for that next priority. Again, with 4 riders out here, not a ton of waves, the priority system and having that priority could be crucial in the final moments. But look at this, white and red. Who will get out there first? Who will get that first priority? White has a little bit of an edge because he has that inside, and he cuts him off. Cuts off the Brazilian, and I believe, yes, the judges have deemed the rider in red with priority. Okay, now the system has not updated. There it is. Priority does go to white. Wow, the paddle battle.
Wow, your favorite part of professional bodyboarding. I get so excited for you when you get to see it, because you get so excited, Manny. So that was one of the first paddle battles of the morning.
No, I mean, we're gonna see more of that. We're gonna see more of that most likely in the finals as well. But that's not going to happen until we get past this semifinal number 2. As you can see, the priority has been situated.
So, Cristobal Fernandez, Easter Island, Loc Dog, using his priority on this one, and he's going to make a roll happen. Interestingly enough, Cristobal and Nelson Flores, both in this heat, are also both in the men's divisions.
There's that big backflip and another look right here of the last waves that have been ridden. That was more of a rollover, and we saw a split peak, and that was what happened on the right there.
Wow, beautiful hair from Joaquim Soto.
Okay, now we are ready with Begonia and the winner of that first heat, the man who was catching pretty much all the waves in the heat, it seemed like, Moises Silva. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. Moises Silva from Arica. Oh my God, you are in the grand final now. So what happened out there? ¿Qué pasó allá afuera?
Bueno, al principio entré súper nervioso, empezaron la manga, ya habían 5 minutos y todavía no tiraba ninguna ola. Después pude bajar 2 olas y quedar primero. Ya cuando vamos un poco más de la mitad de la manga, Eduardo Guzmán me adelantó con una ola de un 7 y tanto, y estaba nervioso ya, solo pensaba que no podía quedar menos de segundos y quería llegar a la final, y a la última ola logré ponerme un backflip y pude pasar a la gran final en primer lugar.
Well, he said he was very nervous, but he managed to be in the first position for most of the heat. But Eduardo Guzman, who also advanced to the grand final, passed him, and he was very, very nervous, and he was like, I want it so bad, I want it so bad, I want to be in the final. So he just focused and made it. So esta es tu segunda vez compitiendo en un mundial y wow, cuéntanos un poco, no sé, ¿qué se siente venir de Arica hasta acá y todo esto? It's only his second time competing in a world tour event. His first time was in Arica last year, and he didn't do that well. So I'm asking him how does that feel?
Sí, no, ya estar acá sin haber llegado a algún lado era para mí un gran premio, porque viajar a un mundial y competir contra gente que, bueno, es máquina y hace que tu nivel aumente. Entonces ya, además de haber llegado a la final, me siento demasiado feliz y, bueno, ahora darlo todo.
Well, he said the single fact of being here, it's a prize for him. So he's very happy to actually make it to the grand final. ¿Alguien que quiera saludar o agradecer en este momento? Someone you want to say hi or thanks?
Sí, quiero agradecerle al Pedro, al tío Guillén, al Tomate, a mi familia, a la gente del Cerro también que me apoyó, y ¿cómo se llama? A Radical Bones, a mi tía por acompañarme, a mis primos igual, y feliz. Gracias.
Well, congratulations, Moises, and we hope to see you winning that final. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to the winner of that first semifinal in the Pro Juniors, Moises Silva. He was absolutely dominating that first semifinal, catching waves when nobody else seemed to have waves in sight. So Moises Silva straight into the Pro Junior finals. He will be there with Eduardo Guzman as well. Now we're going to find out who the next two riders will be joining those two in the final in the Pro Juniors. And the Pro Juniors, I talked to Tristan Roberts about what it's like winning a Pro Junior world title, which he claimed back a few years ago. Socrates Santana has held on to that Pro Junior title for the last 2 years. So Socrates, now not competing in the Pro Juniors this year, pretty much leaves the door wide open for a new face to claim a world title. And to win an event in the Pro Juniors, definitely a stepping stone to getting higher into the ranks.
Yeah, and we have seen that progression hold true. Tristan Roberts, Socrates Santana, and Tanner McDaniel, kind of the unsung hero of the Pro Junior division, never actually getting his grip on a coveted Pro Junior world title by the APB's consideration, but so very, very talented, and did use the Pro Junior division as a stepping stone, and he's one of the top men's riders, even though he's just 18.
And I mean, that's the thing, the world title, Pro Junior title will definitely help, but it's not one of those things that is a necessity. And Tanner McDaniel is a perfect example of that. Here we go, out the back, the Brazilian on a pretty good sized wave right here, comes around the section, hits the brakes as he comes around the section, and not much left there for Luan, who is currently in that fourth place position, but still 13 minutes remaining, a ton of time to come back firing for the young Brazilian. Not a super high scoring heat just yet. Glassy conditions though, I'll take that.
Yeah, this is awesome to have the conditions this glassy at this stage in the morning. When we showed up, there's a bit of texture on it. But let's take a look. Joaquim Soto up and riding. Makes a roll happen there. This wave is teeny, but he's got those hair flicks down pat. And he's out and going to paddle back to the lineup, try to reestablish himself in the priority sequence. Currently he's sitting in that second spot. Nacho Flores getting a 6.75. I believe that could have been for his opening roll. That thing was massive.
Yeah, those bigger scores are going to be very, very tough to grab, especially in these conditions with four riders out there on a pretty predominantly left-hand wave. He's essentially sitting on one peak And yeah, it's going to be very tough. If you don't have priority and the set rolls in, you may be left to wait for the next set before you get a chance to get those high scoring waves.
And the thing about the sets right now is until we start seeing that next wheel filling in, they are really becoming smaller and fewer and farther in between. So some of the medium-sized waves, even some of the littler waves that come in, are probably worth a look and worth the attention of our competitors in an attempt to get some scores.
We do have a full schedule of events today. Out in the water semifinal number 2. And then we will see the next heat. We're going to go into, I believe, the women's podium final. And then a ton of heats in the men's round 2 that will finish off today's action. So a ton of action. About to go down here in Chile, Antofagasta. It's cool. We got the staff and some of the judges and everybody went to dinner together. And I was lucky enough to sit across the table from one of the event organizers, Glenn. Oh, man, you know, I don't even know Glenn's last name. But Glenn is one of the organizers here, and he was filling me in on a bunch of cool things that have been going on. But wait a second. Nice tweaked invert right there from Cristobal Fernandez. That will definitely help him get closer to the advancement first and second place position. Definitely will be his best wave of the heat. But it was great being able to talk to Glenn, as he mentioned the opportunity that this event has given him to expand outside of just organizing a bodyboarding event. He was able to be in a position and let the higher ups in the municipality and in the country, for that matter, let them know that they are sitting on a gold mine as far as a natural park and the beautiful coastline that they have here. There's many beaches, as he mentioned, that are still not under a national protection or a state park system. And the crew behind Budeo Club and everything that they got going on here, they're pushing for that. So it's pretty awesome what they got going on here. And we'll talk more about that in just a second. Nelson Flores with a big ARS coming out of that little pocket. Spins around in reverse. Wow, that is Nelson Flores, definitely a contender here in the Pro Juniors to take the win, but also in the men's division. So Nelson Flores, an amazing, I mean, his skills as a Pro Junior definitely ranks up there, as well as some of the top men bodyboarders on the APB World Tour. Nelson Flores, 6.75. Most likely will get rid of that 5.5 with that ARS and spin combo. Out the back, Joaquim Soto up and riding.
He's screaming down the line on this, but just has to dart out of that wave.
He had first priority, and obviously after catching that wave, he will lose it. Now priority goes into the hands of the young Brazilian, who is anxiously waiting to get a bigger, better wave to improve on his 2 low scores. He's currently in that 4th place spot, so we may, as of right now, are looking at a all Chilean Pro Junior final.
Yeah, very fascinating that Luan Tavares has not been able to maintain that momentum that he's carried throughout round 1 through to the quarters. And, you know, we see a little bit of a slow and stutter start for him here in the semis. There's still some time, though. He may be able to get back into the picture. We know he's capable of big scores. He's posted some terrific numbers throughout his campaign, not only in Itacoatiara, but also at this event, this edition of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. So with the 701 required, it's possible that with first priority, if he gets the best wave of this heat and pulls off something amazing, he could be launched into an advancement position Right now it is the two men's competitors still in the main event of the men's that are in the advancement spots in this Pro Junior final, as they are both under the age of 18. Of course, all the Pro Juniors are under the age of 18.
Nelson Flores' last ARS into a spin combo, 7.50. Now pretty far ahead of the riders from the bottom up, but still with 6 minutes 35 seconds remaining. Oh, wow, interesting. With third priority on the inside, it is Joaquim Soto catching a smaller wave. Hopefully this thing will shape up for him, and no, it shuts down in that weird Werble wobble on the inside that a lot of the riders have to contend with if they were to catch those waves all the way to the inside.
Yeah, we are seeing that phenomenon on the inside, as some of the smaller ones really do have a visual lump coming through that inside section. We are on a very, very low tide right now, so I think that is contributing quite a bit to the conditions we're seeing.
5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in this Pro Junior semifinal number 2. Taking a look, the Brazilian Luan, oh my, had priority, decided to go on that wave, and lost priority. Back to the bottom he goes as far as the priority is concerned. Nelson Flores deciding to get this wave right here. Clean bottom turn and a backflip on that section right there. He's making it look way too easy right now in these conditions, but that's what Nelson Flores is capable of doing.
I would be worried if I was coming up against him in a men's heat, because he is attacking the lip with ferocity right now. Let's take a look. Easter Island, Cristobal Fernandez finds a section, pulls a flip, and that could improve his situation as well. So we could be having both our heat leaders increase the distance between them and the rest of the field. We'll wait for the scores to come down the pikes, but very impressive performances from Nelson and Cristobal, both of whom will be surfing, well, at least, Cristobal will be surfing later today. Let's take a look at Joaquim. Tons of speed. Nice flip.
Nice.
Clean. Throws an extra spin. Now he's going to get off that one. So that was Joaquim's best wave. And we'll see if Cristobal has increased his situation. If not, I think Joaquim could be looking at possibly changing the situation.
Up and running. Luan, the Brazilian, finds a section and goes for an invert, tweaks it, lands it, almost loses his control right there, but is able to retain that, and he is stoked. That is what he needed. A 7.01 is definitely going to help him. If he can get a 7.1 off of that invert, that is definitely going to get him back into that advancing position, but I don't know if it's going to be that much, that high of a score, but as you can see, he was stoked to finally get a solid scoring ride in the last few minutes here for the Brazilian.
That was epic. I think those last exchanges could be seeing situations changing, but loved the versatility and going for an invert instead of just another backflip, and definitely got a lot of height, tweaked it, and the roll afterwards was a solid backup maneuver. So,
oh wow, the judges love that one, Dub. Yeah. Luan Taveras, the Brazilian, 8.50 for that invert. Wow, they really love that one, and it was well executed.
But Joaquim Soto gets a 7.6 for his flip. That's enough for him to move into second spot. So Luan Tavares momentarily got into the lead, into second. Luan Tavares now returning to the lineup with fourth priority, needs only a 4.11 with 2.5 minutes remaining. Cristobal Fernandez went from second down to fourth, even while improving on his situation. He did improve his situation on his last ride, but he's now in fourth. So a very tight heat between the second, third, and fourth, but here's our heat leader who's sitting above the crew.
Oh,
nice
my.
backflip. And let's see if he gets another move here. Tries to flop off the back there. So 2 minutes now, and it is a battle between the yellow, red, and white for that second place spot. Let's see what happens. Wow, this is super exciting.
It's getting exciting with this 4-man heats and the priority system in place. It gets it's like a chessboard game or a chess game where now priority is a major part of the strategy, knowing that points that are very achievable from each one of these riders. If you have priority right now, Joaquim Soto in second place with priority, he could fend off the person in third place in the red jersey like this right here. With priority, he does go, and the riders behind him cannot go because it was Joaquim with priority. Now the pawn has shifted into the hands of Luan Traveras, who has that first priority. Wait, here we go.
So taking off, he has second priority, needs a 4.11 Manny. Gets a decent roll there, but I'm not sure if it's quite enough.
Oh, my goodness.
And he's committing to it all the way, but here, out the back, Cristobal Fernandez, 6.36 required. And if he pulls this off, does look like he is going to be probably moving into second spot. Hits the backwash for another roll, and even rolls off that closeout. Terrific finish. Let's see if we have any more live action, because I think that could have been the difference. Nelson Flores, heat leader, taking a little bit of a victory lap.
Oh, my goodness.
Massive backflip. Does not complete it, though, but that was sick. Sick heat, epic finish, and it does look like Cristobal Fernandez, Nelson Flores, moving on through to the Pro Junior final, but we'll give you official results after we come back from this commercial break.
What? That was insane.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Bagel, and we are at the podium final for the women's division out in the water. Who do we got?
We have Alexandra Rinder and Anaís Vélez from Chile. And this is going to define the third place, of course, the fourth. So, action in the water right now. That will be Anaís Vélez punching a roll. Very good start for Anaís. Only a minute. It's been on for a minute. So, that's what the judges want to see. Proactivity.
25-minute podium final. This will determine who will end up in third place and who will end up in fourth place in this event, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. And wow, first time since Alexandra Rinder has been coming to this event, where she did not make it to the final.
Well, that's always the first time. But yeah, keeping it busy there. It looks like while we were in commercial break, Alexandra took a wave of 4.25, which has her on the first position. And last wave of Anaís, which was the one that we saw, 4 points. So far, we have Alexandra in the first position and Anaís needing a 0.26. But this is just a starting, so a lot to see yet.
So we do have our Pro Junior finalists all ready to rock, and we're going to have the winner of that last heat with Dub in just a few seconds. But out in the water, we have a pretty tough fight right now for third and fourth place. Alexandra Rinder, even though she did not make it to the final, she will want to at least end up in third place. So Anaís Vélez has her work cut out for her.
Yeah, and two girls that are been surfing amazingly, outstanding performance. But of course, we expect that from our Alexandra, because we all know pretty well her skills. But Anaís Vélez, it's great as well. That will be the first wave for Alexandra. And yes, of course, a nice extended roll, which grant her a 425. And here comes the second wave, looking pretty nice. And let's see what she offers. Another roll. You can see she was trying to spin there, because she knows two maneuvers will grant her better points. So good choice there. But that's going to be enough to increase the distance for Anaís Vélez. But the heat is just starting. Still 21 minutes to go. And the conditions, Manny, I'm a little bit surprised. Oh, that's a replay. Nice. Nice roll. I'm a little bit surprised that when we arrived, it was kind of choppy and the wind was there. It was chilly. And right now, all of a sudden, it's like perfect glass, right?
No, I mean, Jared Houston mentioned to Dub earlier that Jared went out early, had dawn patrol before light came up, and he said it was howling on shore, not even good. But once the contest started, glassed off, and some fun sets started rolling in. So very lucky to have the winds in our favor for the morning.
That's pretty unlikely to happen. It's usually glassy in the mornings, and then when the wind shows, it just never leaves. But great.
All right, it does look like we do have the winner of the last heat with David. David, take it away.
Thanks so much, Manny. Yes, a very excited Cristobal Fernandez representing Easter Island. Changed that heat in the final moments. ¿Cómo te fue en el último momento?
Oh, la verdad es que fue una manga súper peleada. Estuve cuarta posición en el último minuto y ya no quedaba nada y tenía prioridad, así que justo salió la ola y decidí tomarla y logré hacer un 9.5, lo que me hizo pasar a primera posición y nada, estoy muy contento.
So he's saying how stoked he is because before the final minute, he found himself in fourth place in the heat. He had been sitting in second for most of the heat, and then all of a sudden he's in fourth place. Just 1 minute remaining. He had priority, used it, got a 9.5. He's super stoked. Dale mucha suerte en su manga de hombres poco luego.
Ahora vamos por el round 2 de Open contra Roberto Bruno, así que nada, vamos con todo. También quiero agradecerle también a toda la gente que está apoyando, a mi familia y a mis patrocinadores.
Cool. So he's very excited to compete in round 2 against Roberto Bruno coming up, but also does want to say thank you to everybody who helps him, his sponsors, his family, and everybody else. So felicidades, and we'll be seeing Cristobal Fernandez in not only the junior final, but in rounds 2 of the men's. So back to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations to the Pro Junior finalists, and he is excited to compete as well in round number 2 of the men's division. So again, the Pro Junior win definitely is something you want to have, but competing on the world stage against the best riders in the world is what a lot of the Pro Juniors and a lot of bodyboarders dream about. So even though he is making it to the Pro Junior finals, he's already thinking about what's going to happen in round number 2. And yeah, so yeah, we will see him soon enough out in the water.
That was a aerial attempt there for Anais. I don't know what the judges thought about that. Let's see what the scores are. Oh yeah, well that was an incomplete maneuver for Anais, and yeah, she actually didn't get out of that foamy section. But yeah, that was a nice attempt. I think the girls are gonna be just throwing ARSs because these two right here are more or less the same age. Well, Alexandra is 19 and Anais is 17, but I think they're influenced by the same on the same moment of bodyboarding, you know. That's what I like to see from young people. I was watching the juniors semis, and it's amazing the way they just throw backflips like if it was nothing. But it's not so surprising because it's what they grew up watching, you know. They actually they grew up seeing big names and guys as Pierre and many others flipping like crazy. So for them it's normal to try to just, instead of doing rolls, they just think they should just flip, you know. And this is the same thing that these girls are doing. So wait a minute. Here comes Anais.
Anais, nice clean bottom turn, comes around that section, and the wave just dies out on her. But you're right. The judges love to see variety, and if you can throw variety in all of it in one heat, they're gonna notice that you have the capabilities and you have the ability to do all these maneuvers, and how well you perform them is essentially what they're gonna score you on. But Anais Velis, even though Alexandra Rinder is former world champion, she is still Anais is still able to take a win here, or not a win, but end up taking this heat, the podium final, and end up in that third place spot. But I really think Alexandra is not going to hold anything back. She does want to at least get into that third place spot,
especially coming after that semis. I guess her body's still warm, you know, so she's craving victory, and yeah, I think she's just gonna give everything that she can to earn that third position. And yes, Nani, she can also do it. I mean, Anais, remember on the quarterfinals, I think it was in the round 4, Nani was on the heat with Isabela, and Isabela was leading the whole time, and she passed it and ended up first. Yeah, that was not too much there for Alexandra. She actually told me some minutes ago that it was a little bit shallow out there. It looks, you know, since it's small conditions, the waves are breaking over the reef, over the rocks. And yeah, it's a little bit shallow. So she said you have to be careful. There's a big possibility of hitting the reef. And yeah, she said that after the barrel attempt she had, she touched the rock, didn't hurt herself, but she was a little bit scared. But look at this one, Manny. It's looking pretty nice for Anais Velis.
Anais, the takeoff looks really good. A ton of speed off the bottom turn and a big section and a big roll, and lands it perfectly. There could be more on the end of this wave right here, and it comes up into the very shallows. And she's going to go for a roll, but cannot pull it off. So Anais definitely will be her best wave of the heat, which will get her closer to that first place spot.
Yeah. Oh my God. That was a pretty nice looking wave for her. Wave. Let's see the replay, Manny. She's signed to a very nice section, and if you see, she actually beat that foam section and got the another one, but didn't really work the ramp. But yeah, I mean, surfing great. Lots of motivation for the Chilean girls that are watching right now. If this girl can surf like this, we all can, you know. So keep on coming. More Chilean girls.
The Chileans. I was thinking about this last night after looking at the world champions list throughout the bodyboarding history, and yeah, I mean it's amazing how dominant the Brazilians were in the very beginning of the women's world titles, and how dominant the Australians and Hawaiians were in the men's divisions. And now the Chileans, they have a pretty strong force to make a presence, and to be able to pull off a world title for Chile will be amazing, and it's totally possible with the amount of talent coming out of this country. So it's going to be very interesting what we're going to see unfold in the next few years here. The South Africans, of course, giving us Ian Campbell. Oh, I mean, sorry, not Ian Campbell, not yet at least. Jared Houston, Andre Botha. And a big move on that outside section, but cannot pull it off, as she was going for a maneuver at the very end bowl where it gets into this deep part of the reef and essentially dies out. But as you can see, she's going for broke on some of the bigger waves.
Yeah. And yeah, like I said at the beginning, I think they're just going to be trying. I think they're just enjoying themselves there. Of course, it's important to get the best position as possible, but they're just enjoying themselves. It's got to be quite comfortable. The conditions are good. There's only 2 people in the water. And yeah, I mean, this is the very last heat of the competition for them. So yeah, I'm sure they're happy. They're calm. I took them a picture before they were going to the water, and they were just nice to each other. And yeah, it's I love to see that partnership in our division. It's nice. And tomorrow it looks like we're gonna go for a tour to see the stars.
Oh, what time is that?
You wanna come?
Yeah, I think I already told Arturo not to let me out of that tour.
Okay.
Is he going the 3 or 4 hour one, or is he going to the 45-minute one?
No, the long one, where the hand of the desert is, and then you will get to see the stars, because it's a place with no lights, so you get to see everything. And we all gonna go, all the girls, and that's gonna be epic. I'm so much willing to do that tour, and yeah, that's gonna be a nice closure. But here comes Alexandra Binder. She doesn't want to give up her third position. Let's see what she offers. Not much for her.
If she went for a maneuver right there, it probably would have happened. Same thing would have happened what she did on her previous wave. Gone up for the lip, and not much power there for her to do a maneuver.
Yep. There's still 10 minutes. Yeah, nice.
Taking a look. This is the podium final. Who will be third? Who will be fourth? And she pulls in behind the section.
What?
But I think that was more of a, you know what, I've caught this wave. There's nothing I can do, so I'm just going to pull in.
That was a little bit of a backdooring attempt of barrel or tube.
Is Arturo's mom's here?
Yeah.
Is the cafe open?
Yeah.
Where did you get that tea yesterday? Because I think I need a tea right now. This cold weather in Chile the past couple weeks in the morning has been doing a number on not only myself, but a number of staff members as well. But yeah, a nice cup of hot tea would be amazing.
I have some honey here. If you can get some lime, that will be awesome for you.
Oh, what about ginger?
Ginger's mine. I'm chewing it. No, I can give you some if you want. But let's back to the action, Manny, because this is the podium final. It's the
one step before. I mean, we just have this one and the grand final, which is not going to be performed today. That's going to be left for tomorrow with bigger conditions. And we're going to get to see Ayaka Suzuki against Neymara Carvalho on the grand final. Oh my God, that's going to be epic to watch. Ayaka with, I would dare to say, her best year in her career. She's been surfing amazing, and she's been doing great in all the events, also in the free surfing. And I think she's got very good sponsors. Yeah, it's she's actually killing it. And Neymara, she doesn't need further introduction. She's been there forever. She's been someone that all the bodyboarders that are present in this event has looked up. So that's going to be great. Amazing.
Yeah, we got a pretty strong women's final lined up, as well as a pro juniors final finally lined up. And now we will be starting, after this heat, we'll be attacking the men's division with round number 2, the elimination round, which will be coming up with Dino Carmo and Hermano Castro drawing first blood
wait a
in
second.
the men's division. Here we go, out the back.
That will be Alexandra Rinder. She doesn't want to leave without their third position, and of course that's going to be a nice score for her. Nice looking size nice size that wave, and well executed maneuver there. Let's see what she gets. But yeah, like you were saying, we will see men on the round 2. That will be man-on-man heats, and those are 12 heats. Oh my God, lots of action for today. And regarding the juniors final, I'll tell you in a minute who's there.
There's another look at Alexandra's through the lip roll. Very well executed, lands and is able to come around that section. And that score drops as a solid score, as I can hear the beach commentator saying. That will change on your screen right now. But Alexandra will most likely jump into that first place spot, if I am correct. But Anna East putting a good fight up right here for that third place spot.
Yeah. How good is that? I'm so sure that everyone's cheering for her back home with their eyes stick to the screen. And like I was saying, the grand final for the junior division will be Cristobal Fernandez, Nelson Flores, of course, and Moises Silva and Eduardo Guzman. Eduardo Guzman is the single guy from Antofagasta that made it to the final. Moises Silva from Arica. Cristobal Fernandez from Isla de Pascua. And Nelson Flores is from El Tabo, where Adam Munoz is from. Is his protege.
Oh.
Yeah. How cool is that?
So I think you, let me see if we can get you in here for the juniors finals, because you know all of them. I think that'd be better.
To.
Yeah, I think that'd be better.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I love the juniors. They are amazing. They're just like the way they surf. For me, their progressive surfing, progressive bodyboarding. It's amazing. Manny is like so happy because he's getting a T.
Yeah, it was weird because there's no way I can just jump out of the commentator booth.
And I'm getting Jack.
And lo and behold, the lady who runs Arturo's mom, who runs the coffee shop next door, just happened to walk right in front of the commentators with my, are you kidding me? Perfect. Can I have a tea, please?
I was meant to be.
Yeah, it was perfect.
So, yeah.
Look at this. Could be action out the back. And yes, Anais Velis, drop it in. Needing a 4.31. Nice roll. She gets it right there. But she may even get something else lining up right there on the inside. No, she shouldn't go for anything. It gets really shallow right there and good. Nothing going on. You can see Hermano Castro in the yellow jersey paddling out.
Hermano Castro helped me to come out of the water the other day because it was kind of tricky, and he was so nice. He paddled with me all the way down to show me the channel, so thanks a lot, Hermano. And And yeah, oh, look at that, Manny. Alexandra is back in the first position, holding a total of 11 points. And now Anais Bell is needing a 4.51. But let's see what she gets for her last wave.
The last wave has yet to come
Here it
down.
comes.
Here's another look. A nice clean roll. And I think she landed it perfectly and able to land and get back on the face of the wave and ride this to the inside. So solid wave right there. But look at this. Live action. Alexandra with a ton of speed and forces her way through the lip.
Oh my God.
And just gets ragdolled. Cannot hold on.
I hope she's okay. Yeah, she's fine. Oh my God, so Anais Bell is obtaining a 7 points score after that last wave.
Nice.
What? So she's now in the first position again, Manny. Oh.
Ooh.
Lot going on here.
Well, there's 3 minutes remaining. Anais Velis may take out the multiple world champion for the fight for third place.
What a contest for Anais Velis, seriously. I think she has to consider going to medicine school or keeping the career on professional bodyboarding.
I'm sure Dad.
What would you do?
Well, I'm sure Dad would say, you know, keep track on your schooling, please. But no, she's doing a pretty incredible performance here in the podium final against Alexandra Rinder. Now, Alexandra needs a 7.01 to get back into that first place spot. Oh, my.
It's feasible. Can be done. But 2 minutes remaining, Manny. Oh, my God. What is it going to be? Wow.
Wow. Alexandra Rinder was on fire up until today's action where she unfortunately did not make it out of that last semifinal against the Brazilian Neymar Carvalho. And here she is battling for that third place spot and is on an uphill battle right now.
Oh, no, Alexandra.
Nice. Good job from Anais using that priority.
Oh,
and that pretty much shows you where she is on the competition level. She could have let Alexandra Rinder go on that, but she fended her off and kept her off that wave by paddling into that wave and holding that with that priority. And now
that was really smart from Anais. And I said, oh no, Alexandra, because I thought she was going to do it. And I was like, oh my God, no interference, no. But no, she did. I mean, Anais, it's yeah. I think she's such a smart lady. I mean, little girl, that she totally understands the rules of and procedures of competition.
Hopefully that doesn't backfire on her, because she did leave Alexandra Rinder on the outside with priority, with time on the clock still. Another minute. But now Anais, hopefully Mother Nature doesn't deliver a set to Alexandra, because she could get a 7.01 ride.
Yep, you never know. It's 30 seconds still. But if she gets that wave that it's coming, you see that little thing in the horizon? It looks like it might be a wave for her. Oh my God, Manny. 18. I mean, oh my God, no. 15 seconds.
Well, it looked like the last scores did drop.
Oh, look at her. That's so nice. So she's so humble. I love Alexandra for that. She's so humble.
Wow. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back with the final results of that podium final in the women's division, and we're going to start into the men's round number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here in a little crispy morning. David Hubbard and I are going to give you the live feed. Round number 2 of the men's division. Very exciting.
Super exciting. So let's get right out into that action. Heat number 1, round number 2. This is elimination, and we are going to see Hermano Castro facing off against Dino Carmo.
So the head-to-head battle is about to happen. Let's get out into the action. And we will see Hermano Castro in yellow, Dino Carmo in red. And Dino Carmo is coming up off a hot streak right now. Doing pretty well in Itacochara as well as in Arica. So Dino Carmo is looking very strong. Hermano Castro now calling Antofagasta home. So no stranger to the reef breaks here, especially here at Cupola, the spot where we are holding the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Another incredible day of action is about to unfold, or has been unfolding. We've already seen who will be into the finals of the Pro Juniors, and we are already set with the women's final, Neymara versus Ayaka. That is scheduled to go on this weekend as well. Now, it brings us up to this. Round number 2, heat number 1 of the men's division. We have 12 heats, head-to-head battles about to ensue, about to start with Dino Carmo and Hermano Castro. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and only one rider advances on. The other rider, unfortunately, that is the end of the event. So these heats, in round number 2, it's all about first place.
Indeed, it's all about first place, making it on, and hoping for a spot into round number 3. Another one-on-one matchup in round number 3. So, pretty intense stuff. 25 minutes. Top 2 waves will do it. Let's see. Hermano Castro gets this first wave and fires off a nice roll. And that's all he's going to be able to do off that. Leaves Dino Carmo out the back.
Solid wave for Hermano to start off his campaign here. Did the cameraman just follow the seagull? Love it.
Maybe. Could have got a shot. I thought it was a seal at first, but you're right. It was a cameraman. I missed the seal from El Flopos.
Oh, yes. In Arica, we had a seal hanging out on the outside. I wonder if the seal has a name that the locals have given him. Dino Carmo in red. Waiting for his first wave to come through, and taking a look, turning around. Clean bottom turn. Kind of forced that roll around. Goes into a spin. He's going to make the most out of it. And comes to the inside. Another spin.
So Dino Carmo going for it and making the most out of his first attempt. Hermano Castro started off with a 4, so Dino's going to work to try to get maybe a little something better than that, but out the back, now sitting with first priority is Hermano Castro.
You know what I'm going to do? I think I actually just did it. On the APB Tour Facebook page, round number 2 of the men's division has just started. So let me know where you're tuning in from to see the live action of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Manny V here with David Hubbard giving you the live feed. Begonia as well stepping in for the women's. And she will be joining me in the commentator booth for the Pro Junior final as well. She knows all of these riders very well. 18 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. Again, APB Tour Facebook page. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to hear from you. And Dub would also love to know where you are tuning in from as well.
Super stoked on that. And not only live on the broadcast, but probably live on the event's Facebook Live. Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival 2017. Very exciting moment as Anis Velez has notched up a 3rd place here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival in the women's division. So she's setting the bar for where the rest of the Chileans want to strike. And, you know, with the all-Chilean junior final, I dare say that we're going to see at least the 3rd place there, maybe even first and second as well.
We're definitely going to see a winner, Chilean winner in the Pro Juniors, but not a bad showing for Anais at all. We're going to get that coming pretty soon, standing by. But out in the water, fierce battle going on between the Portuguese and the Brazilian. It looks like we are ready downstairs with Bego and Anais Velez. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. And yes, we're here with Anais Velez, who just ended up 3rd in the whole competition. And she says she's very happy. You were saying that the heat was amazing, surfing with Alexandra. You felt like partnership out there. You guys were laughing. We're having a good time. Please tell the people out there how was that inside, because I think that's something that they should know.
This is the best heat of my life, ever my life. The Alexandra is an amazing competitor. I'm so happy to stay here, and I enjoy too much the heat.
Oh, that was pretty good English. Congratulations. Yeah, well, I mean, this is your 2nd best result, as you said.
Yeah.
First was in La Nilda 2 years ago.
Yes.
And how do you feel now?
I'm excited, so excited. It's too much for me.
Is it true that you're going to go to medicine school, doctor school?
What? Yes, I think that this is my dreams, but the bodyboard, I love it también. No sé cómo decir.
I love it too. Okay, so well, I mean, Anais, congratulations, and this is a good moment to say thanks or hello to your friends and family there. Si quieres hablar en español.
Quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi familia, a mis auspiciadores, a mi amigo, a toda la gente que me está viendo, a mi pololo. Nada, estoy muy feliz y otra vez de nuevo.
Well, congratulations, Anais, and back to you guys with the action.
Awesome. Congratulations one more time for the woman who ends up in 3rd place overall here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, Anais Velez from Chile. And she is just getting hounded right now by cameras and phones on video, and everybody's just stoked for the fellow Chilean who ends up in 3rd place overall here in the women's division. Alexander Rinder will end up in 4th place overall for the women's division here at this event. Who will be in 2nd? Who will be in 1st in the women's division? That is all up to Neymara Carvalho and Ayaka Suzuki, who will go to battle either tomorrow or on Sunday. So we still have 2 full day of actions on top of today. So we do have that lined up in round number 2 of the men's division.
Yeah, we do expect round number 2 to be bringing us some solid action, and if the women and juniors set the pace, boy, we are going to see more and more rampant, adrenaline pumping excitement coming from the water here at the Power Dome. Big paddle from Dino Carmo, and he does not get that wave. He's sitting in 2nd priority, so that did not cause him to lose priority, but our riders sitting way too deep on that one, letting a nice set wave go by. They're engaged in each other. I'll tell you something. These 2 riders, they are aggressive strategists.
Hermano Castro, no stranger to the competition arena, has been competing since as long as I can remember. Super nice guy, and now living in Antofagasta, so it's going to be fun to watch him, how he takes hold of the waves here at Cúpula in the northern coast of Chile.
The Power Dome. Oh, and we've seen some power getting unleashed on guys' domes throughout this event. And this is, day number 4.
Oh, my goodness.
Of the event. Day number 1 saw trials, as well as a round of women's and part of the opening round of juniors. Day 2, again, we saw everybody hit the water. Yesterday was a day just for juniors and women's, and now all 3 divisions hitting the water again today. Let's take a look. Dino Carmo rolling to start this one off. Throws it into a reverse and then misses that section. Attempts to cut out. Failed cutout attempt. Boy, those are some of my favorite maneuvers, and usually they don't score high.
No, that is not going to be a maneuver that the judges are even going to look for. But, yeah, that's how powerful this wave is, especially on the shallow reef where even the riders will try to cut out, and the wave will deny them that luxury.
It's one of the most dangerous things that can happen to you. Luckily, in this case, he was fine. But if you try to cut out and fail to, and you really need to get out of the wave's power but don't, you could get slammed up against rocks, and that is possible out here at La Cúpula de Poder.
Hermano Castro waiting patiently on the outside with priority. Only has 1 wave under his belt, and we've already close to 15 minutes have passed with only 1 wave ridden. Very interesting on how these riders are waiting patiently for those waves, and when they do come in, you know, it's just a matter of performing what the wave has to offer as well. I mean, you can catch a set wave, but if there's no section to do maneuver on, then yes, you are at the mercy of what the wave has to offer. Here's another look at Dino.
So there's the simple roll to start, the aggressive reverse spin there. I can't wait to see that attempted cutout just right there. Oh, gosh. I hope it makes the highlights, but I doubt it will. Noria Films, of course, producing some amazing, amazing highlights, and just super stoked to see the collaboration between Noria Films and one of the local filmmakers coming in and getting a lot of those incredible beach activity and the personal lifestyle, bringing a little bit more of the human component of this event, as this event really is a collaboration between the entire community of Antofagasta, bringing together so many different incredible people into the staff and bringing you this amazing product of a beautiful world tour event coupled with an entire festival of music, and we've got food vendors, we've got exhibits down here at the Praia Yacuren. But let's take a look at Dino Carmo up and riding and out. He did succeed in cutting out of that one that time. So a very, very cool thing we got going on here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
I was lucky enough to sit across the table last night with one of the organizers, and how he was explaining how the event is much more than just a bodyboard contest. There are a lot of other elements involved, as well as bringing awareness to the beachgoers on how important it is to, think about what you're doing to the environment and what the environment impact is when we actually just start thinking about a simple thing as throwing a piece of plastic trash into the rubbish bin.
Yeah, so even using plastic in the first place and then, just tossing it into the bin can still be very detrimental to the environment. Certainly it's better off in the bin than just out in the open spaces and in the ocean itself. But another tool the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival uses, besides that awareness component, is education and telling the story of the native peoples from this area. A lot of the people who live in the city have no real idea of the cultural origins of Costa Shanga, and so the Shangos people have a story to be told, and they take the opportunity of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival to tell a piece of that story and educate the people of the city.
Yes.
And it is a massive deal that's happening here. Everybody knows that this event's happening, so for the whole city, it's a buzz, a lot of excitement around it. Let's take a look. Hermano Castro up and riding.
The Brazilian off the bottom goes for a roll on the outside, and then see if anything will happen on the inside. Throws a reverse. Still lining up this tricky section on the inside, and not anything. There's nothing there for Hermano to take advantage of. But he did pretty well on the outside. That will range in the 4 to 5 point range. And that will be his second wave. It took him almost 20 minutes to catch a second wave. So the waiting game, it may backfire for Hermano Castro. But you know what? I'm looking at Dino's scores as well. It's just not a high-scoring, big wave-producing heat right now.
So this is fascinating, the way it's panning out, and I don't really see Hermano at a big disadvantage. I think Dino's going to keep Hermano off the next good wave that comes in, but there could be enough time for one more to be behind it. So there is Hermano Castro. He was hoping for a second lip move, didn't get it. Did a decent spin there, and again, he was hoping for another lip move and didn't get it. So he's getting scores for his last wave. He's going to get back to the lineup and see what Dino Carmo does with his priority. And it'll be interesting. Dino Carmo, certainly no stranger to using his priority to keep second place and second priority off of the next wave that comes in. Of course, he can only use his priority to take advantage of one wave at a time. If he paddles for a wave or takes off on a wave, Hermano Castro is going to then move up into first priority. So 5.5 minutes left. Hermano Castro probably will stay a little wide. Once Dino closes in, Hermano might try to work on some salesmanship techniques and try to get Dino to paddle for a wave. If he does that, maybe he'll get the priority to switch, and then he can take the next decent wave that comes in. So with 5 minutes remaining, I'm kind of excited to see how this heat pans out, because I expect priority to be used very, very strategically here in the final moments. Here we see Hermano positioning, looking like he wants the wave. And no dice, no bite. So
looks like they're both sitting a little bit too deep. And here we go. Dino Carmo and Hermano spotting a set right after this one. Will Dino turn around? Hermano's going to turn around trying to bait him into that one, but not working.
He's baiting the hook, but no bites.
This is going to be very cool to watch towards the end of this heat as they are both sitting on very low scores, only being separated by 1 point. And here we go. Dino Carmo, he needs to come up big with a big score right here through the lip roll on one of the bigger waves of the heat, streaking across that section right there and makes it, but that is a one-wave maneuver. And here's Hermano Castro answering back. Can he put together something in these last few minutes?
Foamy takeoff and cuts out. He's probably going to...
Paddle battle?
Let's
there
hope.
It is.
Let's hope you're going to get what you love to see, Manny. We have a paddle battle.
Hermano Castro and Dino Carmo paddle battling out to get to that priority, which is going to be crucial, especially in these last 3 minutes of this heat. Whoever has that first priority will go to yellow. Hermano Castro makes it out to the outside before Dino Carmo. So Hermano has the first choice to catch any wave that comes through the lineup.
Looks like Dino did get a 6 for his last ride. Puts him up into a little bit further ahead of Hermano Castro. Hermano now needing 6.36 to move ahead of Dino Carmo with 3 minutes remaining. Hermano does have priority. So I'd go so far as to say if the only wave that comes in that gets a decent score is for yellow, and if yellow does a decent flip, that he will change the situation. But unless he does a massive clean roll in the air.
You see what Dino is doing? He's trying to draw Hermano deep where he doesn't have to follow. Dino is trying to get Hermano to sit deeper, get behind the section where if he does catch a wave, the wave will close out on Hermano. So if Hermano knows exactly where to sit, he's found something on the beach to keep lined up with, he will be able to line up where he wants to or where he needs to be to catch these waves. And here, look at this. We do have some sets rolling in. Hermano Castro has another chance to get back into that first place spot. 6.36 is what he's after.
2 minutes remaining. Oh, goodness. Is something going to come in? Now we see him readjusting. Hermano feels that he's way too deep, and he's making a move. He's making a move over. Back to the...
Sorry, that's how far Dino took Hermano Castro off the peak where he needed to be sitting. And luckily for Hermano, he's back where he should be sitting for this set. Again, 6.36 is what Hermano Castro needs for this next wave if he wants to make it out of this elimination heat round number 2.
Super critical now as we're getting down to 70 seconds remaining. Hermano Castro just pretty much needs to hope at this point that something will come in for him, because if he doesn't, he's just going to be left sitting out there with no score. If he can get an opportunity, he can at least make a shot at getting a 6.26. A little bit more of positioning games with our riders in the water. And now 40 seconds. Not a lot on the horizon, but Hermano's going to...
Oh, no.
He's not going to give up yet, Manny.
This is where it gets really crazy, where time just starts ticking away for Hermano Castro. It couldn't slow down. Here we go, Hermano's last chance for Hermano Castro. Last chance, here he goes. A 6.36. Can he pull it off? No. He just may have ridden out of the competition on that wave. Wow, Hermano Castro. This is a victory lap now for Dino Carmo. Oh, that right there is just going to pull Dino Carmo further away with that first place spot.
So let's take a quick commercial break and be back with round number 1, heat number 2, right after this.
Lo que representan
on behalf of...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 Bodyboard Festival here in Antofagasta. And let's keep going into men's round 2 action. Heat 2's out into the water. So let's see what goes down. We do know that Dino Carmo made it out of the first heat, overtaking Hermano Castro. And in this one, the lone Australian in the men's main event, Joshua Burgette Kirkman, on a bit of a comeback parade, and he's taken on the Chilean Matias Diaz.
Josh has been putting together a pretty sick performance, and obviously, even though he's now living in Europe, hasn't slowed down, or it's like riding a bike. You got the skills, and if you come back in quality waves, you're going to be able to pick up where you left off pretty quickly, and he showed that in Itacochara and as well and as in Arica. And here he is going head-to-head with the Chilean wonder kid, Matias Diaz.
So this will be great to see. And, yeah, Joshua Burgette Kirkman has been staying, active, donning several centimeters of neoprene to surf in those northern reaches of Europe, somewhere close to the Arctic Circle and the Baltic Sea. Some wedges in between those two bodies of water, perhaps. But all geographical jokes aside, Joshua Burgette Kirkman putting on quite a performance, as you mentioned, pulling off some solid maneuvers in Arica. Nice air forward, getting tubed off his head, and even that big pedal vert that he was not quite able to complete. Said he felt the mainframe, the computer, just kind of short circuit during that landing, but luckily he was able to restart the hard drive, and he is back rolling around with tons of RAM, still ready to ram some sections here in round 2.
The only thing that is standing in his way is the motherboard of Matias Diaz. Here he is in his home country, his motherland of Chile. The coastlines are full of incredible reef breaks, and Matias Diaz is ready to short circuit Josh Kirkman once again. This is round number 2, elimination round here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Manny V here and Dub throwing it down. Dub will be going out in a heat shortly, so he will step out in the next heat or 2, I believe.
2 heats from now, I'll make my recesses, but you're getting a break in the next heat, Manny.
Yes.
And Wilder Schultz is coming on in for heat 3.
Perfect.
So let's take a look and see if we're going to get any takers. I think we still have shared priority situation with Matias Diaz and Joshua Burgete Kirkman sharing that first priority. No rides yet ridden. And just really cool day of competition as we have placed the juniors into their final. We have seen 3rd and 4th be decided in the women's, and now we keep trucking on in to the men's division. First eliminations of the men's main event are taking place in this round.
We've already seen one rider get knocked out of the event in the men's division. It was Hermano Castro who has succumbed to the force of the Pride de North Nazaré local Dino Carmo, and it looks like Bego is preparing to have Dino Carmo for the interview. We're just waiting to stand by, waiting for the cue from our production guys to see that go down. But first, Josh, turn around, taking a look at this one. Josh Kirkman.
Getting a roll through the lip on that one. And nice little spray do. And now he's coming around, throws a nice little reverse there. Complete ride from Joshua.
Wow, so Kirkman off to a good start. What if Josh just came out firing and took the entire event here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival?
He would have quite a following. He already does, and we know that they are tuning in. So that could be a very, very exciting, and it'd be a historic comeback tale.
All right, it looks like we do have the winner of the last heat from Portugal, Dino Carmo with Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. Yes, we're here with Dino. Super happy, super stoked. We saw quite of a difference between you and Hermano. I mean, your total was a 13. So what happened in that heat?
Correu bem. O Hermano vive aqui há ano, sabia que ele se apanhasse a boa ia fazer bem, então tive que arriscar por começar a fazer logo desde cedo, começar a fazer o meu score, porque sabia que ele a qualquer momento, se viesse a boa, ele ia surfar bem e facilmente me passava. Com sorte, quem fez a melhor onda fui eu agora, consegui fazer um RS de 7 pontos e passar assim relaxado para a terceira ronda.
Well, he's saying that he knows Hermano Castro is living right here at the moment, so he knew he had to do something really radical in order to be in the first position, so he just gave everything he could out there, and he found, he said that pretty lucky to find a wave of an IRS of 7 points. So yeah, he's stoked to advance. So this is your first time here in Antofagasta, right?
É a minha primeira vez em Antofagasta. Estou a gostar da onda, sei que é uma onda difícil, não é uma fácil, não se lê tão fácil como a Arica à esquerda, mas quando apanhas a boa consegues fazer muito boas ondas e espero que este campeonato continue a haver, porque está aqui uma estrutura muito boa, o que é muito bom para o bodyboard.
Well, he said yes, it's his first time here in Antofagasta, but that he feels the wave is not that easy. Actually, he feels Arica is easier for him, but he really likes and he has been enjoying the whole championship, so he hopes this can keep going. So congratulations, and you want to send regards, I mean, hello or thanks to someone back home?
Sim, quero agradecer a todo o pessoal que está lá em casa a puxar por mim, que sabia que eu não estava bem a 100% para competir nesta bateria. Estou-me a sentir melhor e é graças ao vosso apoio todo. Quero agradecer à Praia do Norte, ao município da Nazaré, à Science, ao Alojamento de Batata, Nazaré Locals, Nazaré Surf School, toda a malta que apoia aí em Nazaré, em Portugal. E vamos continuar a dar com tudo.
Well, parabéns para você and congratulations again. So back to you guys.
Congratulations once again to Praia del Norte local Dino Carmo advancing on into round number 3. Making it out of this elimination round number 2. So we're going to see him again battling it out in round number 3. Unfortunately for Hermano Castro, he will stay on site and support his good friend Neymar Carvalho in the women's final. But Dino Carmo moving on. Back to the action at hand out in the water. Round number 2, Heat 2, Josh Kirkman.
He's got a lot of speed. Punches an ARS off the back of that one, and he's going to pull that off clean right out into the channel. I like the amount of speed. You know, the lip section he hit wasn't super clean and didn't offer him a ton of flight, but he still pulled that maneuver off nicely, and super stoked now because he's going to be moving up into the lead of this heat, and we're going to see the situation really start to take form on what Matias Diaz will need. So it does look like he matched Matias Diaz's last wave, 6-point ride. So both these riders with a 6. And Josh Kirkman backing it up with a 4.5. Matias Diaz now needing a 4.51. And we're just about to transition into the second half of this heat. And so far so good for Joshua Burgette Kirkman.
If he keeps this pace, he's going to definitely make a move to that next round. But Matias Diaz put together a nice piece of combination maneuvers on his last wave, so he knows what he has to do. I don't think he's afraid of Josh Kirkman, but he's also not afraid of hitting the big moves when given the opportunity. So Matias definitely is somebody to not let your guard down to. So Josh Kirkman going all in against Matias Diaz.
Yeah, he's going to have to. I think every competitor is going to have to put it all on the line, because at this stage, each heat is going to be a solid battle, solid matchups. And from here on out, guys are going to have to really charge it. So Matias Diaz making a move here, has some speed, gets up, soft roll to start. Simple 360 there. And with just a 4.51 needed, he's going to be knocking on the door. But good thing for Josh is that wave wasn't better than those 6-point rides that both of them have in their scoreline. And now with Josh sitting with priority, he's going to be in a good spot to control at least the next phase of this heat by waiting for, hopefully, if he's able to select it, the next best or maybe the best wave to come in during the heat. Of course, only time will tell, and wave selection has been super tricky, and it has cost people the heats in the previous days of competition. Selecting the wrong wave could leave you totally aghast and out of options.
We noticed in Arica that a lot of the riders who were pushing through a ton of heats throughout the day, their nutrition level and their fuel level was a little low. Do these types of waves as well draw the energy out of you, even though the waves are 6 to 8 foot bombing?
I mean, there's still a significant amount of energy that any heat will take out of you. Sometimes you use more energy when it's small, with more hustle, more paddle, and catching more rides. So let's take a look. Josh stalling, eyeing up that section. Nice big roll, played it real conservative there, but he is going to improve his 4.5. Incomplete reverse spin at the end. I feel that had he pulled off a flip on that one, we would have seen the best score of the heat being dropped, but And watching some of these heats over the last several events in the South American leg, Josh is, no stranger to strategy and would often remark about a conservative approach at times. And, especially depending on the position in the heat, maybe he was playing it safe, just notching up that 4.5. And if he gets put in a position where he needs to risk more, he'll take that risk. But, maybe from his experience in the...
Well, the conservative run can also be a consistent run. If you're doing these maneuvers and doing them consistently, those scores will, you're still going to be able to rely on those scores to come through for you. But again, if you want to get into those higher level points, you are going to have to put it on the line and do either a backflip or an ARS with projection, landing perfectly for the excellent scores as well.
But hey, it worked out in his favor because he has improved on his 4.5, even on his 6. Matias Diaz now up and riding, forcing a through the lip ARS there, and this puts Josh in a really good position. Matias is going to get rid of that 3.5, but just barely. He's not going to approach the first position that's held by Josh, and now with just a little over 8 minutes remaining, Josh will have priority once again. So Josh is getting priority and the lead of the heat at the right times, and pressure continues to mount on Matias Diaz. And if Josh can do good with his wave selection and maneuver choice on his next ride, he's going to be looking really good for that advancement position. Of course, just first place from all the round 2 and round 3 heats will move on. And so, you don't want to be caught in second place in these heats, which is where Matias Diaz is at right now.
Josh Kirkman waving hi to you. Actually, getting the commentator to give him the wave situation, which is on hand. So the beach commentator will let Josh know the scores that he has, the total points, and the priority, and plus the time.
And he's also going to want to know what the scores are of his opponent, too. He's going to continue that numbers game and want to know what his rider not only needs to overtake him, but what his rider has in his scoreline compared to what he has in his scoreline. So really, really interesting stuff. Does look like Matias was able to get a 5-point ride on that last one. And now needing 6.76 to get ahead of the Australian, now living in Sweden, Joshua Birgitta Kirkman.
So what would happen if Matias gets it? Let's just say he does get that 6.76. Josh would need something in that same ballpark, a 6, maybe even a 7 to get back into that first place spot if Matias does come up with that solid score. 6 minutes remaining in this heat. Lucky for us, the wind did calm down. It was actually howling straight side shore from the south when we first rolled up early this morning. The winds did die down, and the waves are actually really fun right now. Look at this, Matias Diaz, big backflip right there on that wave. Pulls it off perfectly, and that right there is going to come really close to that 6.76, but we're going to, hopefully Josh Kirkman will realize that Matias Diaz is capable of doing these big moves, and will have to throw down big moves of his own on the next wave that he chooses to catch. The big rolls on the big waves, there's only so much you can get for those. But this right here, on a medium-sized wave, Matias Diaz, nice backflip. It's not going to be in the 7-point range. I could be wrong, though, as we've seen some of the scores dropping earlier today. 5 minutes remaining.
So, Josh is playing to his strengths, Bigger moves on bigger waves, at least for the conditions in the water. So, Matias Diaz very capable of making maneuvers happen on the smaller waves, and he gets another 6 on his last ride. Doesn't improve his situation, still needing a 6.76, and still holding on to that first priority and first position. Josh is in a good spot. If a nice size wave comes in, or even a good medium one, he'll do his best to strike on it and keep Matias from attempting some more points.
So today's action, we'll see the remainder of round number 2.
Look, they're talking. Looks like Joshua trying to get into the headspace of Matias Diaz. Sorry to cut you off there, Manny, but it is interesting when competitors engage with each other. Looks like Joshua's becoming friendly and really trying to distract to lighten the air and make himself less of a threat, maybe trying to get Matias's guard down a little bit. And, if Matias plays into this game, Josh might very well be able to win this heat strictly in the mental realms.
And that is Josh. He's no stranger to the competition, bodyboarding competition. I mean, he's put in his time before moving out to Europe, and he has been known to be that
the guy that people don't like. That's what he says. That's the story he's told us. So, I mean, I'm not trying to portray that he's unlikable. That's what he recounts from his previous days on tour, because he was a smart competitor and also a mentalist, a mental strategist, and did his best to get into his opponent's head and to defeat them first mentally and then in the heat as well. So, I happen to enjoy Josh's company, so that's not something that I'm portraying. That's from what he's resounded to us through stories.
As you know, he has been away from the competition arena for a while, as he doesn't have a watch to tell time on his own, as he's requesting how much time is left in this heat. Matias Diaz in and out of there with second priority, so nothing lost there. He did cut out pretty far out into the lineup, so he's able to get back into the peak, into the takeoff area pretty quick. But one of the little simple things in competition, just having a watch and timing your heat on your own. Instead of having to request it, you can actually, you'll know without having to ask how much time is left. But wow, did he just take out the Chilean, Matias Diaz, in a very strategic fashion here?
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. 90 seconds remaining. Still a lot is possible. I wouldn't say anything, but a lot is still possible. If there is, a set that comes in, there could be more than 2 waves on it. Josh may attack one. Matias might get another opportunity at a score. But, at the very least, these guys are going to have a nice minute to hang out and enjoy each other's company. It seems like they're getting very friendly, getting real close, and just getting into a pretty deep conversation out there. Be interesting to mic up some of the competitors one of these days. And, of course, we'd have to have somebody ready to censor some of the expletives that will occasionally creep out of the mouths of these, for the most part, very professional athletes, Manny.
Yes. Wow, 30 seconds for Matias Diaz to come up with something big right now, 6.76, or that is the end of the event for Matias Diaz. Josh Kirkman looking very solid here in the South American leg of the APB World Tour.
Is able to receive a wild card into this event, Manny, due to the performance that he put on in Arica and his commitment to the South American leg of the event. So it does look like Josh and Matias, new best friends, shaking hands as that heat comes to a close. Joshua Brigette Kirkman moving on We'll be back with heat number 3 right after this. Stay tuned.
Somos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Somos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Dave Hubbard here, joined by South African Wilder Schultz. Thanks for jumping in the booth, Wilder.
Good to be here again.
Terrific to have you. So we got a great heat on our hands. It's two Chileans battling it out. Let's get right out into the water to see this Heat 3 Round 2 matchup. Who do we got?
So we got Kenny Johnson coming all the way through from the trials, and Chilean Sasha Damjani.
Yeah, so Sasha, a local Antofagastian, and Kenny Randy Johnson from Reñaca, actually from Concon, down near Reñaca, just outside of Santiago, down in kind of closer to central, getting a little bit more south in this super long continent of Chile. And let's see, we do have a short score for Kenny, but not a whole lot on the board. And now Sasha having a look at this one.
There we go. Nice.
Well, he's trimming for ages, and now he finds a nice little roll there. Spins to complete it, and that'll put him, at least temporarily, into the lead of this heat. Sasha put on a pretty decent performance, but got his world rocked in the quarterfinals, I believe it was, in Arica.
Yeah, suffering two pretty mental beatdowns. At Arica, the waves were massive that day. Oh, yeah, it was a nice replay for us.
So he just burns off a little bit of speed and approaches that lip very cleanly. Cylindrical roll, easy spin, but out the back.
Oh, Kenny.
Kenny, will we have what Manny's favorite part of competitive bodyboarding is, the paddle battle? But no, it does look like these guys are a bit further apart. Looks like Sasha's going to muscle out for that priority. Did you get into any paddle battles during your South American competitive
I did.
stint?
I actually did get into one pretty heated paddle battle with local boy Nelson Flores in the trials of this event. It's quite a long paddle back from the end of the wave to the takeoff point, so the arms were a bit burnt after that, but managed to get out there and get priority still.
Were you paddling with all four limbs, kind of dazzling dasher? Or?
Kind of the way an alligator would swim. Front and leg arms going.
Exactly, yeah.
So
So
yeah.
using a lot
all
of
four
blood.
limbs.
All
Trying to get
four
out there
limbs.
as quick as I can.
So we had a super fun session the other morning, Wilder, Schultz, and myself, and we were exploring some of the various ways to ride a bodyboard. A lot of bodyboarders just pretty much toggle between one or two, maybe at the most, three stances. And the most popular ones, of course, are prone, riding on your belly with your arms in front of you. And then there's drop knee. There's also stand up. Let's get back to that
Kenny.
discussion after Kenny's wave
The
here.
inside one, will he get a bowl? Not really.
Not a lot of opportunity there for Kenny. So Sasha Damianic has that 3.75 from his first wave. Kenny Johnson's going to be playing catch up now. And so, you know, back to that prone drop knee stand up as some of the most well known and well practiced stances on bodyboards. Those three, you add them up, easily make up 99% of the bodyboarding that is done in the water. But there's a few other stances. What's your favorite?
My personal favorite of the other 1% would
Yeah,
be
the alternative stances,
the
we'll call them.
alternative stances would be the bullet stance, where you sort of go into all fours, put your hands on your nose of your board and your two knees on the corner of the corners of your tail, essentially. So you'd form one bullet looking position on your board and just fang down the face of the wave and go really fast.
And in the bullet stance, are your elbows on the deck of your board?
It can be. I think it
But
makes
not-
it more functional.
Okay, but not. It doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be. There's no strict rules when it
Okay.
comes to the bullet stance.
But the nose of your board is definitely being gripped by your paws.
You'd have your paws on gripping tightly onto the nose of your board.
All right, we do have a little bit of a paddle. Let's see Sasha on this one. This wave is stretching out ahead of him. We'll see if he gets a section. He ends up just diving out, but we do have an interview down with Joshua and Bego, so take it away, Bego.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Yes, Joshua Burguete Kurtman just coming out of that nice heat out there. That was a little bit tricky, the wave we saw, but you remained first almost the whole heat. So how was it?
It was really difficult, but I had a plan to try and get ahead from the start, which I did. I mean, Manny calls it the Galemi Tamaga approach, and I mean, it's a good approach, you know, to put the other rider on the back foot and try and take control of the heat. There was a point there where Matthias scored a 6, I think, and I answered back pretty much straight away with another 6, which kept him in front. So I think it's things like that which can make the difference in a heat. So I was really happy with how I surfed. It was really difficult. I'd rather not surf in waves like this, but given the conditions, I'm really happy with the result.
So you haven't been competing for 11 years, I think. You stopped for 11 years, and now you're back, and you're doing the whole tour. So what can you say about that?
Look, it's a bit of an indulgence for me. I felt like it. I went in my first competition in 10 years last year at the Jeff Wilcox Memorial, which is a local competition from the town I'm from. It's a very, very famous one in Australia at least. And yeah, I had a lot of fun, and I was riding a really old board of mine, and I got some good waves. I think I got my first ever 10 in a competition. And yeah, I came second to a really good rider named Sean Peterson, and I was really happy. And then I just kind of felt like bodyboarding again. and it's that simple. So just having fun, and then I like to compete. I'm a competitive guy, so it's nice to tap into that every now and then. So it's a good experience, and I'll be going to Portugal because I live up in Sweden mostly now. So I'll be going to Portugal and most likely the Canaries for the full tour this year. I don't expect to do well. I'm just having fun. So the results so far have been amazing, and yeah, I hope they continue.
Well, great then. We hope more Aussies think the same way as you and come back, because we miss you. We miss them. So you want to say hello to someone? I think you want to speak Swedish now.
No, well, I was going to say that we've got some new fans from Sweden. I'll say hi to the family in Australia because they've stayed up really late. So thanks again for that, and all the friends back there. But till alla mina familjen i Sverige, jag är jätteglad att ha med mig här i Chile. Men det är roligt att du tycker att det är bra att titta på surf-tävlingen på TV:n. Men ja, tack så jättemycket, och vi ses jättesnart i Sverige igen. Tack!
Oh my God, that was like Lord of the Rings talking there. Very nice, so congratulations.
The orcs or the elves?
The elves.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Joshua, and we hope to see you back here real soon.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of the interviewer and the interviewee on that one. Of course, Joshua Brigitte Kirkman, very, very multilingual. He dabbles in a little bit of Spanish. He speaks French pretty well.
Yeah.
And throwing out some sort of Nordic language there.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, but let's take a look at Kenny Johnson.
Oh.
Ooh, gets 2 rolls on this one and even throws a reverse there. Kenny Johnson has moved up into the lead.
Okay. But not far in the lead. Sasha's still also looking for a backup. So you can obtain quite easily.
Yeah, both these riders still need...
If the ocean allows it.
Yeah, which is kind of an issue. When did you get down here and start observing the water conditions this morning?
I got down there just recently, but I have been back at the hotel watching it on the live stream.
Okay.
So it looked like the ladies and the juniors actually got the waves turned on for a while, and I think the last juniors heat and the ladies podium final looked like the waves did a little pulse.
Yeah.
There.
But it's been kind of slow these first 2 heats for the men's.
Very much so. Very much so.
We're hoping that can change throughout the day. We're hoping and anticipating a new swell coming up. It'll probably be accompanied by some wind, but if we can just get a little bit more oomph behind these waves for our riders to project themselves into these aerial maneuvers, that would be cool. And we'll see if we get a little paddle here. No. Kenny just having a look. But we were talking about alternative stances just a moment ago. We kind of alluded to the Dazzling Dasher and the Alligator. 2 different names for catching a wave by paddling with all 4 limbs, but not stopping the paddling and continuing to kick and paddle ferociously down the wave face, and even occasionally you can execute some maneuvers while spindulating all of your limbs to gain speed. That, along with the bullet stance, you can go super fast as a Dazzling Dasher or as an alligator on the waves.
Yeah. You impressed me with your alligator. I even seeing you do an alligator air, almost completing it. So yeah, it's definitely a functional way of riding the bodyboard. Maybe even the most. I think that's a bit of a bold call, but it's definitely a functional way of riding the wave. Still being able to do some maneuvers.
And
you have
in the alternative stance realm, there are definitely some unfunctional ways to ride the bodyboard. I spoke to you about a super difficult stance that it has rarely been achieved by anybody on the planet, the 4-corner crab, invented by Philip Pembroke. And it involves putting both feet on the nose corners and then your hands on the tail corners, stomach facing the sky. Let's see Kenny Johnson on this one. He just has a quick look and
in and out,
and gets out. But have you ridden many waves on your back or on your side?
Not on my back. I did try to do the four-corner crab the other morning. It just seemed impossible to get up into that stance. But unfortunately, I have found myself riding on my side a couple times, not by choice.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I love side riding and occasionally getting onto your back. You know, Daniel Kaimi, first pipeline champion, and I think at that time the pipe event was a world championship, so maybe even the first ever world champion, Daniel Kaimi, would make a habit of getting onto his back while riding pipeline and stare up at the ceiling while in the barrel, and really innovative.
Yeah,
and brave, and especially in that time frame. You know, sometimes you'll see riders getting up into sitting on their hind quarters and with their feet in front of them, butt boarding, I think a lot of guys call that, or even drop leg, where one leg, you're sitting on one leg, but one leg is straight out in front of you. So you're not dropping the knee, you're dropping the whole leg. Let's see, we might have a ride here from Sasha Damjanic.
Looking to improve on his 1 point. Nice roll. Nothing much after that, but I think that will replace his 1 point ride and perhaps moving off into first position.
Most likely, and now we're down within 10 minutes remaining of this heat, and it looks brutally challenging out there. I'm starting to get kind of concerned for my approach, but I did bring 2 boards down, and it does look like I'm probably going to know which one I'm taking out now as a emergency measure.
Is that something you're willing to talk a little bit more elaborately on with us, or is that going to be a secret?
Sure. Well, you know, occasionally when waves are below head high, you know, shoulder, waist high, I use a different board, and almost all other conditions I use the same board once it gets above head high. So it's probably one of the first times in South America that it's dropped
below head high.
Below head high, and I will still be paddling out. And so looks like it's a good thing that I strong-armed a board that I let my friend Adam Bice borrow indefinitely. Said, hey, I'm going to need this for South America. Could I please use my board for the next 2 months? And he was very polite and did relinquish grip on the board. I assured him I would bring it back and let him continue to use it once I did bring the board back. And, you know, he was stoked. You know, overall, he was stoked. He you know, he was a little thrown off at first, but, you know, Bice is a good guy. So let's take a look at a little paddle here.
Oh.
We've seen that happen more often than not in this heat, you know.
More waves have been paddled for than red in this heat, yes.
So, pretty interesting. We're seeing the situation start to take hold.
Yeah.
375 times 2 for Sasha. Kenny Johnson now needing a 276 to get ahead of him. And, you know, at this stage in the heat, that seems like it's actually not as easy as it sounds.
No, it's been almost 15 minutes in this heat, and Kenny Johnson still sitting on a 4.75 and a 1.50. So it might seem like an easy task to get a 2.76 out there, but in actual fact, not really, as though we do see some bumps coming.
Ooh, looks like Sasha moved way over, hoping for a right. Kenny Randy Johnson scooted over to that left. And, you know, hypothetically, if one of these riders is to not advance while just needing a tiny score, how does that compare to needing a massive score? Because, you know, on one hand, it's like, whoa, I got soundly beaten significantly, and that's kind of painful. But then when you just need a tiny score and don't come up with it, that's also kind of sore.
I think it stings just as much. That's what happened to me in the trials. I needed a small score of a 3.9. I couldn't find that. So I know the pain of missing out and just needing a small score. I think it's more frustrating. It's more. It seems more within reach. So to miss out on by such a small score, stings a bit more than knowing you got just completely outsurfed.
Yeah, fair call. So with just under 6 minutes remaining, I did want to take some time to ask you about South Africa. It's been producing incredible riders, you know, from way early on, you know, multiple world champions having hailed from South Africa.
Yep.
Of course, Andre Botha and Jared Houston in the men's division, but also Sasha Specker in the drop knee division.
Yeah,
so
Specs.
what can you tell us about the current state of affairs down in South Africa?
There's heaps of talent in South Africa. Lots of people, I think, definitely that have the potential to be on the world tour as well. Lots of young up-and-coming riders. There's seem to be a bit of a gap in the market right now, where it's lacking that maybe the 19, 20-year-olds willing to get out on tour, but there's a bunch of young kids with a lot of talent out there that I think in the near future we will be seeing.
Epic. Well, we hope to, and we're anxious to see them. Sasha, our heat leader, forces a roll here, muscles a spin. Boy, if he can connect and get something else. Oh, he's going to fade and come right on the inside. Something we have yet to see out here, maybe in any edition of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Incomplete roll, of course, but wow, just the intent was just I'm going to say that was the most entertaining portion of this heat, and, you know, good on him.
Yeah, I was impressed, especially to go for it on such a shallow section. It's cool to see. Super cool to see. Pity he couldn't ride out of that one.
Yeah, super cool to see. Super cool to also see, and we've touched on it before, but I would be remiss if I didn't take another opportunity to touch on how cool it is to see probably every fifth vehicle on the road being a bus, public transportation.
Yeah, the public transport has been amazing so far. It's been one of the highlights of my trip for sure.
I can see one going by right now.
Yep, me too. I can see another one. Yeah, we've caught the bus multiple times. There's another one. Yeah, we've caught the bus multiple times to get from our hotel to the shops, even to get from the hotel down to our beach. I think we'll take any opportunity to hop on the bus.
It's so cheap. There's so many. And
so easy, entertaining.
It's just like, why wouldn't you catch the bus?
There's no reason for me not to.
Let's take a look at this.
There we go.
Ooh, using priority to just double hands on the nose, just sail off the side of that one. So, Dotson stance. Have you heard of that one? Just to get back to alternative stances.
No.
Well, wait. Take us through Kenny. Rolo, reverse 360.
Could we see another fade to right? Oh,
Ooh, no, but I dare say that that's going to be enough to move into first position. Super exciting to see these guys toggle between very low scores and what's needed to advance on into main event round 3. But the Dotson stance.
So stance, yet. Oh, we do see a situation change.
4.35 for Kenny. So that does put him into first position, but hey, out the back, Sasha, this is like one of the biggest waves we've seen this heat. Is he going to be able to transcribe it into a maneuver? No, missed opportunity there for Sasha. So back to the Dotson stance. Very flat palms, very straight wrists, and you put your flat palms right underneath the nose. Well, let's take a look at this 4.35, and that's what it was. Roll to reverse.
Roll, nice take reverse.
But a few inches inside from the nose and a few inches inside of the rails. Straight hands, flat palms, and elbows. And that's your method of controlling the board. So you can't use your opposing thumbs to hold onto the rails. Flat palms and elbows. And then, of course, your your midriff is also going to
So
be
lying
on the
down
board.
on
You're
your
still
belly.
you're still lying down with hands in front of you, but it's not exactly prone.
Sasha. Oh.
Another missed opportunity. I guess it's an alternative prone stance, but I'd still put it into the alternative stances.
Yeah.
So we're tacking this one down. We're getting real close to the end, and you know, if we don't have any waves ridden, did you want to say hi to anyone watching back home, or people in South Africa, or message to anyone globally?
Just maybe my friends, my family back home. I'm sure they'll be watching, especially with fellow South African Tristan Roberts coming up next. They'll be tuning in right about now. So yeah, hi to my friends and family back home. Hope you guys are enjoying the show.
Good stuff. Awesome. So, a pretty intense heat from Sasha and Kenny, and they're stoked.
Yeah, good
Handshake,
to see that.
fist bump.
Even a hug.
And even a hug.
Good to see that. Good sportsmanship.
Good sportsmanship from these two Chileans. We're going to take a break and be back with Tristan Roberts in heat number 4 after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
There we go. Now we're lit up. What's up, Manny V here and Josh Kirkman giving you the live feed from round number 2, elimination round, out in the water. Heat number 4, Tristan Roberts, Gaston Rojas. Let's get out there.
Yeah, yep. Let's get out there. Not much happening. Tough conditions. Wave selection is critical. We've got Gaston Rojas has got a small 1-point ride to take the lead. He's in the lead.
Take a photo.
Here we go. Tristan stroking into a nice little looking section here. What's he going to be able to do? Big corkscrew roll.
Yeah, kind of a little off timing right there, but still wanted to complete that maneuver. That's one of the key things to do. If you're going to catch a wave, do something.
Yep.
I mean, you're gonna, if you don't do anything, you're not only losing your priority, you're going to lose a little bit of time too. So a great move right there, even though it wasn't, the perfect cylindrical roll that Tristan Roberts would have preferred, still a completed roll nonetheless.
I think the judges are going to like it though for one reason. His legs were out of the water. You could see his fins in the air, so I think they'll recognise that he did actually get quite a lot of airtime on that roll, despite the kind of awkwardness of the direction.
You're right.
And there you go. That's probably what I would have thought. A 6. I think it's a safe number for him. He got some projection, and it's a really good start to a heat like this. Those 6s definitely matter.
And out the back, we do have Gaston Rojas, the Chilean. Whoa. I took my eyes off the screen for just a second, and I wasn't able to see what he did pull off. But
he's done 2. No, so he couldn't complete that last roll. The first roll was through the lip. He didn't really get much projection. It's not going to catch. Yeah, I don't think it's going to catch up to Tristan. But I mean, this is that old building the house analogy that's coming into play here. You want to get some rides. You don't want to be sitting out there twiddling your thumbs for 10 minutes. You need to keep busy. And you need to make every wave count, as you were saying. That's probably the most important part. So this heat, we've got Tristan Roberts from South Africa, an exceptional rider who's been getting some good moments in the last couple of events. He did get that 10-point ride in Brazil, which was probably one of the better reverse airs that's been done in competition. But he hasn't been able to quite translate it into results in the latter stage of each event. So Tristan has all the potential and he's got the drive and passion, but he just hasn't been able to keep it going, through into the quarterfinals. But I mean, this guy is so dangerous, and Gaston Rojas is going to have a challenge to get in front of him.
All right, here's another look at Gaston. So he did do a roll and was able to actually pull it off clean with some speed on the landing, and was able to line something up here on the inside as well.
I would have liked a little spin or a little check carve there in between to keep the judges interested. I think that might have helped with his overall score. Tristan stroking in now.
Nice clean bottom turn and a big backflip right there. Lands perfectly, spins it around. Wow, this is definitely the best wave of the heat, and that will clock up into the high range. Excellent range. So Tristan Roberts making that look almost way too easy.
Definitely, and getting that secondary maneuver on that M bowl is going to make a huge difference with this score. I imagine that the judges are going to reward this quite well. Very clean backflip. He maintained a lot of speed as he came around, and then, finishes off with a decent enough roll through the lip.
So solid combination of moves right there for Tristan. Definitely going to be in the excellent range. So if we see more from Tristan and more consistency of those types of combinations, he's definitely going to move on out of this heat for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, effectively, he's as good as comboed the other rider at the moment. Gaston's going to have to find some 2 big scores to get back into this heat. I believe we just heard, it hasn't appeared on your screen yet, dear viewer, but we've just heard a pretty large score drop down there. There it is. So he got an 8.5 for that.
Wow.
For that flip and roll combination. This has put Gaston Rojas on the ropes, as they say, and Gaston needs a 9.51 to take the lead, and I don't really know what one needs to do to get a 9.51 out there today, but it's going to be pretty mad if you do, It's going to be something crazy.
A freak set for sure has to be included in that mix.
Tsunami-esque. Probably shouldn't joke about tsunamis in Chile. They actually happen a bit.
Yeah, I think it was in maybe the 20s where a massive one rolled through in Arica. I wonder what the devastation one like down in this part, but I know Arica pretty much got annihilated back in the 20s.
I got freaked out when we were actually there because I heard the siren in the middle of the day to mark that it was lunchtime.
Oh, dang.
And it's a serious piece of bell. It rings loud and clear, and I started running for the door at my hotel. And I think there was a cleaning lady outside, and she just kind of giggled at me, and I realised that it was quite normal. So Tristan having a look there at a right-hander. I was wondering when someone was going to look at the rights, because there are a few little sections going right. Maybe enough to get a nice little ramp under priority, which is maybe a little trick for other riders to consider.
16 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Okay, it does look like we do have Begonia with the winner of the last heat. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. Yes, we're here with Kenny Johnson from Concon, Viña del Mar. Kenny, how do you feel by taking one of the favorites, the local Sacha Damianic, in that heat? So, I mean, what do you feel and what happened out there?
Fue un hit muy complicado, ya que las olas estuvieron muy chicas y pude lograr agarrar en el último minuto una ola que me dio el puntaje para poder pasar. Y nada, estoy muy feliz de haber competido con un amigo, Sacha, local de acá de la cúpula. Él es un buen competidor mundial. Y nada, feliz de seguir avanzando en este campeonato mundial. Y feliz.
Well, he said he's just too happy to made it. Sacha is a friend of his as well, and yeah, he knows he's also not only a local but a competitor of the World Tour. And yeah, it was a little bit difficult out there because he feels the waves are a little bit small and he's used to more size. But yeah, he's very happy. And you want to say hello or thanks to someone back home? ¿Quieres agradecer algo?
Quiero agradecer a mi familia, a los que me apoyan en Concon, en la Caleta de Quirilla, a mis auspiciadores que están todos ahí mirándome en las cámaras en vivo. Y nada, dar las gracias a Surostal, Patudic, ahí donde siede, amigos míos de acá, de la cúpula, localazo. Nada, feliz y a darle con todo el siguiente round.
Well, there you have it then. Super happy. Kenny Johnson advancing to the next round. And congratulations. And back to you guys in the booth.
One by one, they're moving closer and closer to the finals. Moving on into round number 3. Round number 2, elimination round, currently out in the water. This is where you don't want to end up in second. These head-to-head battles is all about getting that first place spot. Moving forward, here we go. Out in the water, Tristan Roberts going head-to-head with Gaston Rojas. And it's coming down to the wire. We're coming down to the last I think we're almost at the halfway mark here.
Yeah, we are. Tristan did attempt a rather... he tried a pretty foamy backflip out of the bowl before, which I don't know if the viewer did see that. It was during the interview with Kenny Johnson. It was a good attempt, but he kind of got caught on the rail as he...
Here's another look.
Here we are. This is what I'm talking about. So, see, he got some decent projection, but it was almost like two waves collided there or turned into one. Kind of caught an edge on the way down, which is unfortunate. Well, fortunate for Gaston, but
yes.
Unfortunate for Tristan because he would have definitely been in a serious pickle, as they say. Yeah. So good for Gaston. Tristan is keeping so busy. He's up again now, looking for another ramp.
Wow.
Dangerous.
Making it look way too easy, especially on that little piece of section at the end of that wave. There's only a few people that are able to pull that off. PLC is known as the backflip master. He obviously would go toe-to-toe with backflips with Tristan Roberts, but Tristan hitting the gas full speed ahead in this heat.
Yeah, look, he wants to make a statement, and I think it's great that he's. I was having a chat to him yesterday when we, or the day before, sorry, when we went out for a free surf, and he was talking about how he was in a bit of a funk with his performance so far this year. He had a lot of good results last year, and he hasn't been able to get into those finals positions again this year yet, and he's kind of worried about his riding. And I just said, dude, don't worry about your riding. Yellow's up, finding an inside wave here, keeping busy. That's probably not going to be enough to get him into the game for Gaston, but a good attempt. It'll definitely improve on his 1.1. But yeah, Tristan, I just said, dude, you've just got to win heats. Like, your style's perfect. Your bodyboarding's amazing. You just got to do it in the 25 minutes where it matters in a competition, and that's the difference. So
it looks like he's doing it.
Yeah, he's doing a great job right now,
Mm.
like leaving Gaston Rojas. And you saw Gaston after that wave slap his board
Yeah.
out of frustration because he knows he can get those big scores. But, man, in these conditions, it's really tough.
Yeah.
Unless you're able to do these backflips at the snap of a finger like Tristan Roberts.
Yeah. No, it's great. Well, he's launched a significant flip now, and then that other one's probably maybe not even going to affect his score. I'm not sure if it's going to even be part of the score, but I hope this is my main criticism of these when you're competing in waves like this. You know, everybody goes for the flip, and I admittedly went for the flip, and that's what got me through my heat too. But I kind of hope guys can let it go once they get a couple up their belt, you know, and then go for something different. You know, like maybe a nice big, you know, a reverse kind of tail blast would be really cool. Even a forward out of the bowl if they can find the right speed and projection. And I'm sure the judges will reward that. The judges are thinking about this. They want us to do as many different maneuvers in a heat as possible. So let's hope we can see something different from Tristan now that he's in a commanding position. He can try some new moves that he wants to invent right now, and I think he'll be safe.
Exactly. Those bigger, high-scoring moves like the air forwards coming out of the bowls, those require, obviously, you know, the wave. And these waves right now for those bigger, super high-scoring, great-looking maneuvers require bigger waves, especially here at this reef break.
Sure.
And according to the forecast, we're hoping to see that by the end of the competition window, which is Sunday.
Yeah.
We're crossing our fingers. I know you've been on the computer taking out some of the forecasts.
Yeah,
What have you been seeing?
Yeah, it looks like there might be a little pulse tomorrow, but I mean, I actually thought it was going to be bigger today too. So I mean, that was what the forecast was saying, but. It's funny, we were all worried about it maxing out for the whole week. In Arica, we were quite worried that there was going to be another huge, you know, code red storm, and it hasn't really arrived. And that's forecasting for you. And there wasn't one website that got it right, to be honest. You know, like they all overestimated what was coming. And yeah, I mean, we definitely got enough in Arica. We couldn't have had any bigger swell there, otherwise it probably wouldn't have been our run. So
no, we were very fortunate to get some swell.
Very lucky, yeah, very lucky. So yeah, look, it's going to be a hard slog in these heats today, and I definitely pity the poor riders who are going to compete when the onshore wind maybe comes up later. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
That's going to be very. It's not going to be fun for the competitors in the later rounds if that wind stays on cue as it has been for the last few days of picking up in that early afternoon. But we've noticed too towards the end of the day it started cooling down and mellowing out and glassing off, in fact, for the late afternoon sessions. So hopefully the pattern does change. I mean, the cloud cover is more prominent today than it has been.
That's exactly right. I was just thinking that. It's a different day today. It's quite overcast, so maybe we can even extend competition a bit longer than usual. I'm unsure how many hours it takes to do a round in the men's man-on-man.
Well,
25 each times 12. What's that?
That's a long time.
Does anyone do you want to do a shout-out through Facebook to get someone to do the maths?
You know what? We did do a shout-out in the early part of this round, so maybe it's a good time to...
So can someone please calculate 25 times 12 and get back to us ASAP? ASAP.
All right, we
what
do
is
have...
25 times 12?
Let's see if...
Someone help, 250.
What's that?
It's 300 minutes, isn't it? It's 300 minutes, I think. Is anyone correcting me on Facebook? That'd be fun.
I don't know, but
300 minutes divided by 60. That's what, 5 hours. Here we go, Gaston Rojas looking for what he needs, and it ain't on that wave. But you know, I'd give him a few points for staying busy. It's good. He hasn't given up, and he's definitely got the drive to get back into this heat and the ability. So let's hope he can find a wave to at least get him out of this, what I would call a quasi-combination kind of situation here. A 9.51, it's going to be very hard to get that. So let's hope he can get at least a 6, and then he has to play on Tristan's level to get that second score.
All right, we did post something about an hour ago on our APB Tour Facebook page.
Sure.
So a quick shout out to those that did post on there. Not too many earlier today, but let's see if we can knock off a couple shout outs. Michael Chadwick saying a good day from Queensland, Australia. Jason Ricky from Costa Rica is always tuning in every single minute.
Hola, Jason.
Daniel is tuning in from Portugal. Stephen Kirkman.
Oh, who's that guy?
I don't know, but he says Steve and Vicky are tuning in from...
They've been stalking me on Facebook. They've been weird. Hey, you Kirkmans, leave me alone. I'm going to get that Kirkman, all right?
Richard Madison in Saigon in Vietnam, going for the South Africans.
Oh, well, he's happy right now.
Wayne in Durban, South Africa. We got Durban, South Africa. We have... Rabat, Morocco tuning in. Franz Lombard. Shay Linden. Hildar Houston is tuned in as well. James Jones in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Actually, Hildar Houston has been tuning in every single day as well. Right. It's great to have the South Africans in full force. Joao is tuned in from Portugal. Craig Haddon is tuned in. Yes.
Hello.
Long Beach, California. Carlos Carranza, as well as Enrique Vel is also tuning in from Lima, Peru. Ben Fleming watching every single day from North Australia, NSW.
New South Wales. He's a New South Welshman. I think my wife was on there too, right? She's always sending little messages. Hi, darling. Back to work.
Yeah, no, we've have our usuals.
Usual suspects.
Yes. Back
Tristan's
to the action.
still trying to stay busy here. It's really cool. He's not taking this heat for granted at all, which is a really a very mature approach to a heat, I must say. You don't want to rest on your laurels in a heat, particularly in waves like these where a guy can get out of the back, nail the wave, get back out there for a second one. And I was just looking at a guy who's pretty famous for that, Ian Campbell. He is going to be dangerous out here. Another South African who, if I was I'm not a betting man, but I really like the cut of his jib. I think he's my pick for a world champion this year. I'm going to say it early.
Well, he had a really, really good, solid run last year. Unfortunately, couldn't tie the bow into the perfect knot coming towards the end of that tour yesterday. Or, sorry, not yesterday. Last year. But yes, Ian Campbell, definitely a force to be reckoned with. The South Africans have been producing some pretty talented riders from the get-go, as long as I can remember.
Yep, it's been an amazing group of riders. I mean, going back all the way to the original gangsters of Al Taylor and Neil Stevenson and who else was there back then? There was a big crew back then.
Douglas Cockwell, Gordon Cockwell, Billy and Hayden Thiel. I mean, there was a handful. Dion Myers.
And then, of course, Dion Myers. Did you make him South African?
Oops, sorry about that.
He's from Coffs Harbour.
Oh, my gosh. Which Dion? I'm thinking of a different Dion.
Okay.
There's
another Dion.
Oh, my gosh.
Sorry to pick you up on that.
No. You got to call me out on that stuff sometimes.
But, I mean, look, the big one's Dre, Andre Botha, one of the greatest riders to ever jump on a bodyboard. And to do what he did at that age at Pipeline and other places, I mean, that was fearless and so amazing at the time. I can't remember how old I was when I first saw some footage of him doing that spin under the lip, he did like a spin on the takeoff at Pipe and then launched a huge roll, and he must have been all of 17.
Yeah, no.
And it was nuts.
Up until the world title win of Alexander Rinda, he was the youngest world title holder
there you go.
Up until that point. But yeah, to do what he did at that age is amazing. And Tristan Roberts is right up there with him. I mean, he's hit the world stage at a young age as well. But what Tristan did differently was he said, you know what, let me finish up school.
I think that's always advised. I'm a big fan of that. Admittedly, I didn't finish school, though. So I was one of those guys that dropped out.
Yella just had a little look, but I was lucky that I could get into university as a mature age student at about the age of 20, so that was kind of my way back in. So I was lucky to have that situation in Australia. But yeah, look, there's no rush. There is no rush. I definitely advise young people to finish school, go to uni, do a trade, whatever you want, whatever you feel like. There we go. Red tries to find another Rolo, but that's not really going to be a part of his heat score total. He's sitting pretty, though. Tristan surfed a great heat. Got busy early and put a big stamp on it. Gaston trying to get back in. Yeah.
The frustration setting in right now.
Bit of a John McEnroe approach to his ride there.
Well, I mean, shoot, you know this guy can perform in the bigger stuff as well as Tristan Roberts, but at this level, you're going to have to be able to pull off those bigger maneuvers in the not-so-good situations, not so good conditions, as well as, you know, the big heavy stuff like Arica.
Yeah, exactly. And look, the thing, I went to a competition in WA this year to the Mandurah wedge. Here's a replay. So he's trying to get back in there, but it's not going to be enough, and there it is. Lucky it's made of foam.
Yeah.
Mandurah wedge. Well known for a huge wedge, huge maneuvers, guys like wingers and all that doing the best moves, and and
time is winding down for our rider in yellow.
We're being distracted. We're being distracted.
I'm taking full advantage of
it. You're laying down. Manny's kicking back, people. You can't see this right now, but he's relaxed. Tristan having another look. But anyway.
So victory lap right here for Tristan Roberts.
Exactly. Well played, sir. Well played. He's going to be a pretty happy guy. He's surfed a great heat. Condolences to, I believe, was Gaston the local wild card from Antofagasta?
Gaston Rojas. We'll find out once we come back right after this.
Check yous.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with J-Rom, Jacob Romero from Maui, Hawaii.
Yeah.
And he's excited to get back into the commentator's booth to give you the live feed from round number 2. Jacob, you've been watching the waves. Give us a lowdown on what you've been seeing.
I've been seeing some nice waves. It's kind of small and a little bumpy, but yeah, we got 2 good riders in this heat, PJ Tartak from Puerto Rico and Socrates Santana. So let's go inside.
This is round number 2, elimination round. Let's get out there. This is going to be a tough heat for both of the riders. Socrates Santana is a wizard in these types of conditions. And we also have PJ, who's from Puerto Rico.
Here we got yellow, Socrates Santana from Brazil doing a nice flip. And looks like his first wave was a 4.5, and that's his second score. So good way to start the heat with 21 minutes left. And looks like PJ had a 5.50 on his first ride. Manny.
Yeah, we saw, we were watching the commercials during that 5.5 ride of PJ Tartak, but which is solid wave score right now with these conditions. Of course, the 7s and 8s are most sought after and possible, as we saw Tristan and a couple of other riders earlier today in this round.
You know, and it's good that they put on scores on the scoreboard right away, because you see some heats, it gets really slow. So for them to find a scoring wave with 5 minutes into the heat is pretty solid.
Yeah, that's the thing. To be able to catch a good wave in the very beginning is going to be key if the waves decide to slow down and essentially stop.
Yeah, for sure.
So what have you been doing so far in your stay here? This is your 5th time coming to Antofagasta?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot. I've been quite busy here in Antofagasta. I've just been laying down in my bed and just relaxing. This is actually my first time outside of the house since my first heat. But
Why is that? I mean, are you just conserving the energy, not wanting to just make sure you're focused?
Nah, I just kind of wanted to relax and, you know, enjoy the family there at the house. And we just been watching movies, you know, Netflix and chill.
Okay.
And, yeah, we're staying with a pretty amazing family, and we're just enjoying their time. So, but today we might go and see that hand thing, the hand thing.
You know what? I just realized that hand sculpture in the middle of the desert, which takes about 45 minutes to get to from here, is definitely on the to-do list for a lot of people. So try not to sneak away without saying, hey, we're going. Would you like to come?
Yeah, I've been here 5 times and I haven't been there, so I'm pretty amped to do something different.
What have you done on your trips here so far, aside from competing?
We've seen that arch thing. The arch thing. We saw that, and we ate some nice seafood at a nice restaurant. We went around the zone over there and cruised there, and yeah, that's what I've been doing all this time here, and just kind of just cruising.
Have you hiked up these mountains just on the other side?
Hiked those mountains one year with Lily Pollard.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and I think Emma was there too.
Oh, that was one of the first years that I believe Emma Cobb won the first inaugural event here, 2013, I believe, or 14.
12 maybe?
Well, we'll pull it up.
One of those ones, yeah.
Emma Cobb
pull it
winning
up,
that
man.
first
Look, we got
women's
PJ
division.
Tartak.
Here we go, out the back.
Up and running with a nice roll over. Yeah, he's looking for a second score. He needs a 5.26. It's going to be around in that range, but, you know, we'll see what he gets. Here we go. We got yellow up and running. Socrates is in and out. That wave wasn't too good. So, yeah.
We do have PJ Tartak now with only one minute. One wave on his scorecard. Socrates Santana, 6.25 and a 4.50. Looking pretty good right now. That 6.25 going to be pretty solid once it comes down to the last few minutes. And priority system is, we'll talk about the priority system and how valuable it is coming down to the last few minutes. But first, we do have Bagel and the winner of the last heat from South Africa, Tristan Roberts. Bagel, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yes, we're here with Tristan, after that tricky hit you had out there, but you managed to pull out that aerial roll and got a really nice score for that, and then a couple backflips, I think. So how was it?
Yeah, it's really difficult out there and super choppy. I was lucky to start off with that 6-point roll and then sort of just built momentum through the heat and got an 8.5 soon after that, and kind of just sat patiently and held my priority and just try to keep the competitor off the better ones, and paid off.
So you're waiting for the biggest conditions of from tomorrow, what they say the forecast?
Yeah, I've heard some big things about the forecast tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure everyone's excited as today is really small and really difficult out there, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, excellent. You want to say hi or thanks to someone back home?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone back home for all the love and support, my family, my girlfriend and all my friends from Onrus. Really appreciate all the support and good vibes.
Okay, well, there you have it. Congratulations, and we hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Tristan Roberts, advancing on out of that elimination round, round number 2, and go into round number 3.
Yeah, good on to Tristan. He was ripping. He got 2 nice scores. And, yeah, so as you can see, with 16 minutes left, we got Socrates Santana in the lead from Brazil. He has a 6.25 and a 4.50. And PG Tartak from Puerto Rico, he has a couple 5s. He's looking for a 5.2 cute 6.
2013 is when Emma Cobb went head-to-head with Alexandra Rinder, and Emma Cobb came out on top of that one. But then after that, Alexandra Rinder won back-to-back events, 2014 and 15. Last year, 2016, the event was on hold. And for the first time since Alexander's run here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, does not make it into the final. Very, very sad days for Alexandra, but she still made it to the podium final and ended up in
4th place.
Overall.
And, you know, it's cool on the young Chilean, Anais. She got a 3rd place, too. So, yeah, the women's, we saw them earlier today, and they put on a show. And the finals, we're gonna run it sometime tomorrow or Sunday. And it's Ayaka and Neymar Carvalho. Gee.
And we do have the Pro Juniors finals lined up as well. They are going to be facing off at the end of this, either tomorrow or Sunday. So 2 more full days of action still on tap, including this day, round number 2, men's elimination round.
Yeah, and I heard, we got yellow up and running. Socrates Santana with a Rollo. He's looking to better a 4.50. And look, judging by that wave, his set wave, he might better his situation. And we got it red up and running. PJ Tartak with a cool waterfall barrel thing. It never really opened up for him, and he's gonna go back out, and he might be looking for a bigger score because I think Socrates got a better 4.50.
You saw, look how hard, how fast Socrates Santana was paddling right before there. You're trying to get back out into the lineup. Pretty key to be able to get back out there and prepare for that next wave. You don't want to be paddling out with priority and see a perfect wave roll through when you could be out there.
Yeah, for sure not. You know, you want priority if the waves are going to be this small, and you need to be on the better waves. So Socrates wanted priority, and he paddled back out there, super strong. And now he has first priority with 13 minutes left.
Looks like the sun is starting to peep out here. That's when it started to get a little warm. But with the sun, we do get a little bit more wind, a little bit more texture, and that'll happen and come, you know, for the next 2, 3, 4 hours. And then hopefully, crossing our fingers, we'll see a little glass off as well in the late afternoon.
Yeah.
All the times you've been here, is this a pretty standard thing? Glassy in the morning, windy, and maybe glass off again?
Yeah, all the years I've been here, the sun has come out like around 9 or 10 and be sunny with little slight onshore, and then glasses off. So this is kind of like a normal thing, I think. But it's nice that the sun comes out and cruises. But
as you can see on the scores, Socrates did better his 4-point whatever. I got a 5.90, so PJ is now looking for a 6.66 as you see him up in writing, drawing his line. Nothing there. So yeah, he's looking for a 6.66, and with 12 minutes remaining, let's see if he can get that score.
The food here has been amazing, and every time I see you, I think of Hawaiian banana nut bread. Is there any way you can have some shipped over before we leave Chile?
Probably not.
What has been your favorite food to eat here in Antofagasta?
In Antofa, well, we do have a lovely maid at our place we're staying. She makes some good food, and I'm a pescatarian, and she's been making like vegetarian porotos for me, which is like this bean soup thing with corn.
Ooh.
And I think porotos is a pretty good stuff she's been making, and yeah. And today I think she's making some ceviche and other kind of goody stuff for the boys at the house.
Wait a second. How many people are staying there? Is there room for one more?
No, just me, Ian, and Pacheco.
Darn it. Tried to sneak in there and just got denied.
Yeah, but the food here is good, bro. I really enjoy the food. And I had some good sushi, too, the first day.
And the vibes have been unreal as well, I'm sure.
Always good vibes. Good times.
Your first time coming here, explain what it was like flying in and seeing just the ginormous desert and big hills that go boom clashing with the water of the Pacific.
To Antofa or Arica?
To
Antofa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like when I first got there, I caught the bus, so we came in and it's kind of like a Arica, but it's more stretched out, I think, and it was a nice like change from coming from Arica. All the towns is like alongside of the coastline with some dirt mountains. So I like how it's stretched out and not compact.
Yeah.
Like Arica, but yeah, I love it here. I love coming back each year, and it's cool that we have 2 events in Chile.
Yeah, and there's talk that maybe Iquique might be put on the map as well. But maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Can we rewind and erase that little piece right there, please?
Bro, if that happens, choke people will come and shred them.
Well, what Chile has is the consistency. I mean, we're pretty close to the storms that push these big swells up from the southern hemisphere, and this whole coastline is just a ginormous wave magnet. And put together all these reefs along the coast, and you get pretty epic waves.
Yeah, why not? Throw in another event. Let's go. Let's do it. I'd love to go back to Iquique. But yeah, we got 9 minutes left in this heat. Socrates is still in first place. He has a 6.25 and a 5.90. And sitting in second, we got PJ Tartak from Puerto Rico with a couple of 5-point rides. And he's looking for 6.66 with 9 minutes left.
I don't know if you took a walk around the area here, but it's getting that festival vibe as we're coming into the weekend. And one of the coolest things I've seen so far is a barber set up as a mobile barber. And
I know I should have shaved my head this morning. I would have shaved my head there at the barber shop and my bolo head.
I'm thinking about what about shaving your beard and your mustache? You ever think about shaving your facial hair off?
I've done it before, right after my wedding.
Oh, and
I grew it back, but my wife loves my beardless face, so maybe I'll shave it, but probably not, but maybe, but I don't know. Good thing she's sleeping, so she's not going to hear what I say.
All right, well, yeah, I'm sure they'll give you a discount if you want to shave that scruffy face of yours off. All right, here we go, out the back. TJ, PJ. Ooh, we're seeing a lot of that right now.
Yeah, PJ's really capable of getting that 6.66, and he really loves left-handers, so he's kind of frustrated. But we got Socrates, a heat leader, with a flip, unfortunately, not landing. And it's a good thing. PJ is going to get back out. He's going to be first priority with 7 minutes left, so he needs to pick a good wave, and he needs a flip. I feel like he needs like a flip with a roll or something to get that 6.66.
A 6.66 ride, totally obtainable for PJ Tartak. It's just a matter if that wave comes in. And if he has priority, which he does right now, 7 minutes is enough time for at least 1 or 2 sets to roll through for him to have that opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see him looking at a wave here with priorities up and riding. Drawing his speed line. Nice section. Rolo. I think he needs more than that, Manny.
Yeah, that was a nice conservative maneuver, but the wave did not offer up that section. By the time he got to that part where he could do a lip maneuver, it pretty much died out on him, but he was still able to pull off a very nice, clean roll. It won't probably affect that 5.5. Maybe get rid of that 5. You know what? That's going to be close.
Yeah, he could get rid of that 5.5 and make his he'll need like a little more like a 6-point ride, but we can see Socrates here up in riding, looking to better than 5.90, but he just ducks out of that. Yeah, so if he does get a 6 on that, he'll only need like a 6 point something, smaller score, but it looks like he got a 5.05 for that roll.
5.05 coming in for that roll. PJ not really making a difference in the big picture, but you can see the sun is starting to come out. Now it's time to put some sunscreen on that big globe of yours.
Yeah, my bolo head needs some sunscreen before the thing get all sunburnt. I always put sunscreen on my bolo head. So yeah, sun's coming out and time for get suntan.
You know what I've been thinking about? You haven't seen your wife in how long now?
For a month, yeah,
Wow.
a month, and it's the first time I haven't seen her as we are a husband and wife, and I haven't seen her for a month, so.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm missing home big time. I miss my dog, I miss my family, and my wife especially, so. I leave Monday, and I can't wait, but hey, I still have some heats to serve, so. We're here, and we're enjoying.
Jacob still in the run. He is waiting patiently in round number 3. Round number 1 of the men's saw a non-elimination round where the winners advanced on to round number 3, and the other contestants are here in round number 2 battling it out to fill in some slots in round number 3. So this is do or die for all the men's competitors in round number 2. It's going to be very tricky to work with these conditions, but so far so good for some of the riders that are placed in that first place spot.
I heard there's rumors that maybe round 3 we might get a couple heats run, but we'll see, and we'll just wait for the APB Tour CEO Alex Leon to make that call. So yeah, we still got a long ways to go here in round 2. We're only on heat 5, so I think we got 7 more heats here to go, and we'll see how the conditions are at the end of this round.
Socrates Santana looking strong right now. 4 minutes remaining. PJ Tartak in the red jersey from Puerto Rico is hoping and wishing a big set can roll in so he has an opportunity for that 6.66 ride.
But yeah, he dropped down into priority 2 because I think he paddled for a wave. So now he's in priority 2. He needs to get a 6.66. So yeah, with 3 minutes left, we'll see what happens as the set approaches. Was Socrates going, or nah, he let him cruise. PJ Tartak up in riding is looking for 6.66, and this wave looks like it won't do it for him. He tried arsing it, but comes unstuck.
Now he's trying to force those maneuvers as Socrates Santana straight up and down. Whoa, I thought he was done, but he looked like he had a little bit of effort. Almost pulled that off. As you can see, the next heat making their way out into the channel,
Yeah, we got
standing
Dave
by.
Hubbard and David Barbosa.
Oh, my.
That'll be a sick heat. Another sick heat. We got some pretty stacked heats here in round 2. So it's going to be exciting to watch.
Again, a little bit more texture on the water as the sun starts creeping out. So I see you stretching your back right now on the other couch right. What kind of regimen do you have? Do you stretch every morning? Do you What is it with your?
Well, when I travel, I don't even stretch. I haven't stretched once, honestly. But when I'm home, I do some stretches and exercises. And when on the road, I just show up and give them.
Well, keep giving them because you got a heat coming up in round number 3. And yeah, I think it's just preparing for hitting the road. All that stretching you do before you come on the road and do nothing.
Yeah, I just like to sit up straight though. I had a lower back injury before.
Oh.
So I can feel it a little bit from time to time.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 minutes left. PJ Tartak still looking for 6.66 with priority number 2. Socrates Santana's looking good in this heat, and he has first priority. So, man, he could just use his priority to his advantage, and if a set waves comes in, he can keep PJ off of that wave. But we'll see what happens with 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Coming up into the commentating area, we got Jared Houston. He'll be coming in and stepping in for for Manny Vargas. It'll be Jared
And
Houston.
I think Jared Houston did get a haircut from the barbershop next door.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get J-Rom to shave off his beard from the same barber. And he's thinking about it, trying to look good when he goes back to his lovely lady back home.
Nah, yeah, we'll see.
So Jacob Romero and Jared Houston will be holding down the commentating area? No? No. Okay, no. Jacob's going to step out, and Jared Houston's going to come in. But here we go. Last minute, last 50 seconds.
50 seconds, yeah,
PJ,
with 6.66.
He's been waiting for that wave for pretty much almost half of the heat, trying to get that 6.66 ride, and it's just not coming to him. Here he is taking a look, and you can see just throwing his hands up. He's like, nothing's coming through.
Yeah, he had some opportunities, but the wave never really gave him that section, lip section for him to do a big move or combination. But yeah, 20 seconds left. Socrates Santana with priority 1 is looking solid to advance into round 3. Yeah, so there we go, countdown.
That looks like it's the end of it. Oh, a little frustration right there from PJ. Socrates comes in, and ladies and gentlemen, another one bites the dust as PJ Tartak does not make it to the next round. We'll be back right after this.
Bye-bye.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with former world champion Jared Houston, holding it down on the live feed from the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. And out in the water, round number 2 of the men's division. Very, I mean, this is it for some of the riders.
Yeah, we've got a massive heat on our hands, pretty much the most stacked one of the day, so let's get right out there.
All right, in the water, David Hubbard going against David Barbosa.
Yeah.
So the two Davids going head-to-head. Who will be the Goliath as they come out of this? Dave Hubbard in red, Barbosa in yellow. And what do we know about Barbosa?
Yeah, well, I mean, Barbosa is a real big threat from Brazil. I was actually just discussing this heat up there in the competitors area that this is one of those unique situations in which the highest seeded rider in this round is now facing the lowest seeded rider, as is always the case. And in this case, though, this ends up being the hardest heat of the draw because David Barbosa is one of the best young guys in the world right now. And he's facing with Dave Hubbard. So both these guys have got busy already. Dave opening up with a 4.50 and David Barbosa with a 3.25. We've got Dave having another look at his second ride, it would seem. Race down the line, pretty nice, clean face. Goes into the backflip and pulls that one around clean. Great second ride there for Dave. He is looking to see if he can finish this ride off.
Wow.
Another nice clean projected roll. It is so shallow there, Manny. It is like he'd literally be skimming across the reef right now.
If he would have let go of his board right there, his body would have been cheese grated for sure. But that's what David knows he has to do right now because David Barbosa is probably going to do the same if given the opportunity.
100%. David is like, he's lethal in these kind of conditions. David Barbosa, I'm talking about in this time around. I was watching him free surf this morning. He was surfing really clean, really fast. Gets a lot of projection. He's obviously quite used to surfing waves of this caliber. You know, coming from Brazil, a lot of kind of sloppy beach breaks most days of the year. We've got David up and riding. See, he's really projected that roll, you know. And he's going to come around. He's going to try and set up for another section further on the line. Does manage another roll. Not really much contact with the lip there. And he's out of there. So these riders are finding it out right now.
Yeah, I mean, they both know that any one of them can make it out of here, but they've got to do everything they can and milk every single wave to the very end. And both that wave exchange right there is a perfect example on what is going to happen pretty much throughout the entire heat.
Yeah.
These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on into round number 3. The rider in second place, end of the road.
End of the road, and with the 25th place, which is really not what you want to carry throughout the year, you know. Especially for the guys that are looking for world titles and whatnot, like Dave Hubbard's in a pretty good position to have an attack at the title this year. He really wants to make it out of this heat, man. He is looking good at the moment. He got a 7.50 for his last wave. David now looking for 8.76, but we're still waiting for his last ride as well.
Yeah, they're gonna milk everything that comes their way. They're gonna take full advantage of every section that presents itself.
Yeah, here we got the score coming through now for David Barbosa.
And how do you train for these types of conditions?
I guess, you know, most of us, wherever we live in the world, you know, we're not really surfing perfect waves every day.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
A lot of the content that we put out is obviously in high caliber wave because that's what everyone wants to see. But I mean, personally, I'm surfing 2-foot slop almost on a daily basis back in Puerto Rico. You know, especially now in the summer, it's pretty protected. You know, just a lot of wind swell. But you know, we all love going body weight and getting in the ocean at the end of the day. So most of us are surfing pretty low caliber waves most days of our lives. So I would say that we're almost more prepared in terms of practice surfing bad waves, the majority of guys on tour, than surfing good waves. You know, what happens is that, you know, professionals come alive in good conditions. You know, so when we do get the opportunity to surf really good waves in contests, well, that's when you see the really amazing stuff go down because all of us are prepared to do that as well. It's just we don't have, you know, not everyone's getting to surf that every day.
No. So to actually almost take the time to get out there and practice on the not so good waves, the junky waves, just in case you do. I'm not saying it's junky out there right now, but if you do come up to a contest where the waves aren't good and they still run it, you still got to throw down.
For sure. It definitely helps. It definitely helps maintaining your small wave game polish. You know, a lot of A lot of it comes down to speed throughout the sections, you know, getting to the lift cleanly on time. You've got David Barbosa. He's got a really great small wave game on him. You see, he's cuts out of that one. Obviously, didn't like the look of that wave, but you know, David is easily one of the most advanced riders of his age worldwide today, I feel. He's got a really explosive style, really explosive way of doing maneuvers. He gets a lot of air, a lot of pop, very clean execution.
Live action out the back, David Hubbard. Big backflip, another one fully extended and well executed, landed perfectly, and slides into another spin and goes for a roll. Oh man, Dave's putting together a solid run right now. He does not want to get knocked out of this event this early. Woo, that was pretty solid. Check this out. We do have the winner of the last event with Bego, Socrates Santana from Brazil. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. Yes, we're here with Socrates. Socrates, that was pretty impressive. You remained first on almost a whole heat. So what happened out there?
Depois de muito tempo sem avançar até o Honda 3 do meu evento, eu consegui avançar dessa vez aqui na Praia de Cúpula. Estou muito feliz por ter avançado e o campeonato está apenas começando. Quero dar o meu melhor e representar bastante o meu Brasil.
Well, he said after a long time he actually achieved to advance to the fourth round, and he says the championship is just starting right now, and he wants to give the best. So this is your first year competing only in the men division. You are coming from a world title in the juniors division. So what do you feel right now? How does that feel?
Depois de sair da categoria júnior com o bicampeonato, eu agora estou na categoria profissional, que eu vou fazer o mesmo que eu fiz na categoria Pro Júnior. E assim, eu sei que é muito difícil, né, na categoria profissional, porque onde tem os melhores do mundo, são mais experientes, mas a gente vai com muita garra, muita força e vai dar tudo certo.
Well, he said that after 2 titles, he's holding 2 titles of a junior world champ. He's now in the professional or men division, and he just wants to do whatever he did for the juniors and just focus. He knows it's way more difficult because these are the most professional guys, but yeah, he just wants to keep coming the good job. So congratulations, parabéns para você. Você quer mandar alô para alguém agora?
Sim, queria agradecer a todos que fizeram essa viagem ser possível, a todas as pessoas que estão me apoiando, o Pois 5, a White Dreams, a Zangues, uma parceria que estou apenas começando também com a Núcleo, e a todos os brasileiros, a todos que estão na torcida por mim. Valeu, grande abraço.
Parabéns para você, congratulations, and we're back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to multiple Pro Junior World Champion Socrates Santana. He advances on into round number 3.
Yeah, what a mad dog. Socrates got a full bag of tricks. And we've got to look at Dave's 9-point ride. The judges awarded him for this one that we saw just before we went to the interview. You know, real slow spin to complete that nice backflip and finish off with a roll. You know, so what the judge really liked about the wave is he did the biggest maneuver on the outside, the most critical section. You know, he had the most to lose. Had he fallen off, he would have lost the whole scoring potential of the ride. Really clean, controlled landing. Showed that control with the spin, and then backed it up with the roll in the last section of the wave. So really utilized the entire wave face and combined it with some great fluid maneuvers. So that's the kind of thing the judge wanted to see. David Barbosa now in combo. 13 minutes to go. We've got quite a solid heat on our hands here, Manny.
He is a man possessed right now. He does not want to get knocked out early, as he did in Arica, I believe, in round 3. But here he is in round number 2, making a presence and showing what is possible out there in these conditions. That last wave, that 9-point ride, is pretty much the extent. I don't think a 10-point ride is possible out here.
It'd be difficult. It's a tall ass, Manny. Like I was going to say now that that was a really cool invert there. That's exactly the kind of riding that, you know, I'm expecting to see from David in this heat. You know, unfortunately coming out and stuck there. You know, he just came down right as the lip landed, so just got spat out the back. But what I was going to say is that Dave Hubbard is actually now in the, you know, uncomfortable position of having to improve on a 7.5 ride, which is a really good score for today. Whereas Dave Barbosa, you know, he's in combo. He's got 12 minutes left. He's really got nothing to lose right now, you know?
Yeah.
If everything stays the same, yeah, he goes over the 25th. But he has the unique opportunity now to really throw himself at sections like this and try and attain really big scores. I think had he ridden out of this, he could have been in the region of a 7.
Yep.
And would have got himself right back into the heat. So it's definitely not over.
But that 9-point ride from David Hubbard is going to be hard to match. But if anybody can do it, is David Barbosa. It's just a matter of him getting that wave. And wow, this is probably one of the biggest waves that rolled through. But the big waves aren't necessarily the better waves, as some of them are closing out on that inside section.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's pretty hard to tell on the screen, but most of the riders today are sitting pretty far down. Here we got Dave Hubbard up on his next ride. Just kind of fighting through that one there. That's happening a lot today, man. A lot of guys are getting kind of washed down. Section are crumbling. The wind's pretty bad. The swell is on the increase. So, you know, by the end of this round, I think we should see some pretty cool waves coming through. But what I was saying before is that the last few days we've seen guys taking off way up the point in the first peak and getting a nice run into like a really clean face.
Yeah.
Coming into the section with a lot of speed or maybe getting a barrel. Whereas now the guys are taking off on the critical section and having to make a quick bottom turn to make the most of the wave before it ends. So today's a pretty complicated situation.
We're hoping that swell that has been forecasted to come through allows the riders to get back out to that outer peak with the size and perform, you know, the big moves on this inside section. Here we go.
I think Sunday's going to be pretty massive. You know, I think we're going to be looking at waves in the 8-foot plus range.
Yep.
So it's going to be pretty cool. Great show. And
Yeses, bro.
It's gonna be fun times. Here we got Dave up and riding on another wave. He's looking to ditch that 7.50, racing on the line, but yeah, really not much happening there whatsoever. He's gonna be kicking out. Still 10 minutes remaining. Dave Barbosa still the same situation, needing a combination of a 16.51, which is a pretty deep combo situation that our friend from Brazil finds himself in. But like I said before, Dave Barbosa, one of the most promising riders of his generation, really taking himself to a new level this year on all fronts. And really looking forward to seeing what he can put together in the last 9 minutes and 40 seconds of this heat.
25-minute heats in round number 2. Head-to-head battles. Only one rider will advance on into round number 3. Round number 2 out in the water. And right now, David Hubbard looking... I mean, this is probably one of the highest scores of this round so far. That 9-point ride. Essentially, everything you can squeeze out of a wave is what Dave did on that wave. And David
100%.
Barbosa, again, he's totally capable of doing that. But because he's in a combination situation, he needs to do that twice to be in contention of getting back into that first place spot.
Yeah, I think, you know, David Hubbard has a very relaxed demeanor about him in relation to his competitive surfing. You know, he's very, very confident rider, very savvy competitor, and he's got a really complete bag of tricks. He's definitely one of the, he is in my eyes the most complete bodyboarder in the world.
Yeah.
Rips and prone, rips and drop knee, stands up on his boogie board as well, and you know, it really gives a whole new dynamic to the sport, which I really respect about him. And but then David, on the other hand, is like this young upstart. You know, a lot of talent, a lot of energy, a lot of hunger. But chatting to him out on the water this morning on our free surf, he told me that he hadn't even slept last night. He said that he was so nervous that every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was Dave Hubbard staring back at him.
Wow.
And you know, I thought to myself, wow, you know, that's pretty heavy. He's not going into this in a very positive headspace. And you know, in the first minutes of this heat, you know, it's showing.
You know what? I don't know if he wants me to mention this or not, but you know how in football the coaches will show plays of previous games or show you videotapes of the opponents that you're going to face off in the future?
Yeah.
I came back from dinner and he's sitting on the couch or on his bed watching the previous heats he was in and watching a couple of heats of David Barbosa and see how they function and how they are going to be a threat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, it's definitely a way that some guys go about it. You know, like Dave is, you know, he almost sort of like plays off that he's, not, you know, like doesn't really care, but you know, he's a really competitive guy. You know,
Yeah.
he's here because he wants to win. He's here because he wants to win, because he wants to win the title. And that's what I really respect about, you know, the top guys on tours, that they're not here just to make up numbers. You know, everyone's here to win. So everyone's got their own approach. You know, some people like to figure out their adversary and see what makes them tick, what makes them crumble. And maybe that's Dave's secret to success. Here we got David. Wow. Did really well to project off that. You know, kind of off nothing.
I can't believe he was able to pull that off with the amount of speed and what little lip section there was. But that is kind of threat he is out in these conditions.
He's pumped, man. You see how fast he was paddling out of the screen there? He's like, right, I'm back in this. I'm back in this. You know, just a 6.51 will get him out of combat situation, which you know, you kind of compare that wave to Dave Hubbard's first ride, which was here we got another look at David Barbosa's last ride. You know, he did well for the section. I think he's definitely going to improve on his 5-point ride, but I'm not sure that is the kind of caliber that will get him out of combination situation, considering Dave Hubbard's last 2 rides.
5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, and David Barbosa in the yellow jersey knows what he has to do. And each one of these riders can wave their hands, and the beach commentator will give them the situation out in the water in English, Portuguese, and Spanish, whatever the language they're speaking. That's Mono is our beach commentator.
Yeah, what a madman!
He's solid up there. But yeah, I mean, it's not over until that horn has been rung.
Yeah.
So David Hubbard, even though he has those solid 2 scores, David Barbosa, if given the opportunity, can strike back.
Yeah, for sure. You know, just 5 minutes remaining now. Dave Barbosa did get a 5-point ride on his last effort there, so not enough to get him out of combination. So now, really, with just 5 minutes to go, he's really got to get a banger and just almost back it up on the pedal back out before he gets to the peak where Dave can use his priority over where David Hubbard can use his priority over David Barbosa. And so now things are getting really difficult for him.
Yeah, this is we're going into the crunch time right now, and Dave, so he's smart. He knows we talk about it on the webcast on how to use those priority coming down to the last wire, and it looks like it's going to come to one of those situations where Dave and Barbosa and Hubbard both will know that priority will come into factor as soon as waves are ridden, but it's getting close.
Yeah, it's getting really close now. I mean, Dave would be feeling pretty comfortable right now. Be feeling pretty comfortable. 16.51 is not an easy combo to break out of. You know, you look at the caliber of waves that Dave has ridden. That, in my opinion, the 2 best ridden waves of the day so far. Here he is up and riding again. Just going to break through the lip there for a pretty well executed roll. Cuts out. He's doing what he can. He kept David off that ride. There was definitely a bit of scoring potential there. But now 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. David is out there with priority. And he's looking for the best wave of the day to get himself back into this heat.
David Barbosa now on the outside. Here he is trying to make something happen. Nice section coming towards him. Big extended roll right there, but yeah, again, it's going to be in those 5-6 point range possibly.
Very cool. You know, this is one of those heats where you see the guy gets knocked out. It's not, he hasn't necessarily surfed a bad heat. It's just the guy was on a tear. You know, and because that roll that David did now, that was a really, really nice roll. It's clean, slow, really stylish. And but yeah, I agree, Manny. I don't think that's going to be the caliber of wave that he needs to break out of that.
There it
Just
is.
not enough. 6.35 last wave, David Barbosa. So judges didn't like that. They awarded the control, the variety. You know, it wasn't just your straight average quick roller. It was really extended, held. Good arc. Here we're going to have another look at Dave's last ride. Quick roll through the lip. That's not going to factor into scoreline, but he's keeping busy. And we're going to look at David Barbosa's ride. So look here, he just makes a real late connection, but yeah, just really good technique. I liked it.
All right, another attempt right here to get those high scores. Again, a little late, punches through the lip for an ARS, but cannot pull it off. Now you can see a little bit of an anxiety settling in right now for David Barbosa.
Yeah, you know, at this stage, it's needing a combination 16.51. You know, he's really feeling it. You know, he's gonna be feeling pretty deflated right now. You've got to look at heat leader Dave Hubbard's GoPro.
Yeah, Dave strapped on the GoPro a day or so ago when the waves were a little bigger and was able to return with some of the goods. Nice barrel ride with a roll and another spin right there. So not a bad piece of media asset in our hands, thanks to David Hubbard.
Not bad. A couple of chicken wings sticking out on the side there. This GoPro angle is really pretty fun to watch. Really nice to get a perspective of what it's like inside the tube. You know, that first day, Manny, there's some really sick waves coming through out here.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for Saturday and Sunday. Hopefully those forecasts do roll through. Oh no, I feel a little wind on my back. I don't know if that's a sign of the wind that's pretty much on schedule.
Yeah.
12:23 here in Antofagasta, and the wind is starting to kick up just a little bit more. And it'll be windy for the next hour or two, and hopefully, crossing our fingers, it mellows out.
Yeah. Yeah, the only plus side with the wind today is that the swell is coming behind it. Let's hope that the wind does aid us in steering that swell here towards the northern Chilean coastline. And I think that tomorrow is going to be a pretty cool day of competitive action, and Sunday even better. So if you're watching this today and you're kind of like not really feeling the vibe, then definitely tune in tomorrow. Sunday is going to be some amazing stuff going down. All the top guys are going to be ripping. Going to be some big waves. And yeah, see you there.
The man possessed, David Hubbard, absolutely destroying that wave. More action. Don't go anywhere. Thank you very much, Jared Houston. We'll be back right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Hacemos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here. Now in the hot seat is the South African Ian Campbell. Welcome to the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Ian, it's getting crazy now. We're coming down to the wire.
Yeah, for sure. That last heat with Dave was unbelievable, and yeah, hopefully some more action coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, we are in the mix of things right now in the elimination round, round number 2 of the men's division. Let's get out there right now and get to the live action. In the water, we have Joao Paulo in yellow, Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands in the red jersey, and both of these riders are not going to hold back at all.
Yeah, for sure, Manny. I mean, I had Joao Paulo in my heat the other day, and he's a really good rider from Brazil. Probably I think he's a younger up-and-coming Grand, but I mean, we all know Diego Cabrera had an absolute tear in Brazil, so yeah, he's definitely going to look hot here. Conditions not so favorable at the moment, but I see there's the swell kind of stays the same, but maybe a little bit more windy, so maybe run some more heats this afternoon.
Yeah, I know we all want to get through this round number 2. We are deep in the thick of things right now in this non-elimination round. Heat number 7 is currently out in the water. We have 12 heats in round number 2. So the goal, let's get past round number 2 and make a decision on whether to run or hold off depending on the conditions.
Yeah, for sure. I know Alex Leon's got that on lock, and he knows exactly what's going down. He's been watching the reports and asking some of the riders exactly what they're thinking. So yeah, just pretty cool that he can kind of be there and ask us the questions and get the information across to us and let us know exactly what's going on. So really cool event this year, Manny. The structure and everything around has been absolutely unbelievable. The organization's been incredible, so really stoked to be back here.
Yeah, this is my first time, and my eyes have been wide open ever since I came to the contest site on the first day. And it's and it shows the crew behind it that make it or that are making it happen know what they're doing.
Oh, here we go. Joao Paulo with that invert again. Looking really good out there, Manny. I mean, if you watch the conditions from the beach, they don't really look too great, but now on this live feed, it looks a lot better, and these guys just going to work. We saw Dave getting some 6 scores in that last heat, so yeah.
Let's talk to Dave. Bego is ready with Dave Hubbard down in the interview area. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. And yes, I'm pretty happy to have you here, my partner in the webcast and the interviewer as well, and also pro rider. So how do you feel doing all these jobs and just going out there? I keep hearing it's difficult conditions out there, but you managed to get a 9 and a 7.5. So, I mean, obviously it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky, and it all comes down to wave selection, I think. So you could definitely get caught in a tough situation like Barbosa was in combo. You know, it's just about wave selection. I just happened to be on the best waves of the heat and performed on them, and for that I'm super stoked.
It is hard to be doing the job of commentating and surfing as well?
Yeah, it's a little tricky, but luckily I've got some great colleagues that give me some time off, and even some cool other riders who step into the booth and help out too. So they give me enough time to prepare, and you know, it's a little bit of double duty, but sometimes it's a benefit too, so I'm happy to help out.
What actually makes you decide to follow the Prone World Tour, since we know you're 7 times Drobny World Champion, I think?
Like that, yeah.
So what makes you just give it a shot for the Prone?
Well, for a long time I've been competing prone, and you know, like most guys, start out prone, and so it's still a big part of me as a bodyboarder. And I've always kind of had, you know, that idea that, hey, maybe I could you know, fight it out with the best in the world, and I've done that a few times, and I've taken out one World Tour event once, and you know, came runner-up several times. So you know, it just still motivates me to push myself and to come out here and be among the best in the world. It's really an honor and a privilege.
Well, so congratulations, Dave. Anyone to want to say hi or hello or thanks at this point?
Yeah, sure. Thanks to everybody who's watching. Hi, and of course, baby Jackie, my brother's new baby. Can't wait to meet you in about a week. I'll be over visiting my brother, and like always, I do want to give all the glory and credit to God.
Well, congratulations once again, and we're back to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations one more time to David Hubbard, who knocked out the 2015 APB Rookie of the Year, David Barbosa. And David Hubbard advances on to round number 3. Out in the water, we have Joao Paulo looking pretty good right now with 2 medium-sized scores. Diego Cabrera, wow, he's only gotten 1 wave of 1.5 in the last almost 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think as Dave said in his interview, you know, he's it's all about wave selection out there, Manny, and maybe Diego just waiting and biding his time and until he can find that score that's going to really take him into the lead and maybe get better than just average scores, you know, not looking for those 5s or maybe even the 6s and maybe push those to 7s and 8s, you know. So yeah, we can definitely see him. He's going to sit around and maybe wait for the bigger ones to come through while Joao Paulo is actually kind of taking an advantage on the smaller ones and just getting those medium scores.
Well, that's going to be the tricky part right now. I mean, the wind is starting to come up a little bit. The waves are still on the they're still on the medium size, on the small range of things. So a lot more skills and instincts are going to be needed to be able to hit those sections perfectly if you're going to pull those backflips or ARSs. And these riders are capable of doing it. I mean, we saw the last heat. They both can do it. It's just a matter of a little bit of luck on your side for Mother Nature to roll your way.
Yeah, that's it for sure. I mean, it's just, yeah, having the nerve to wait for waves. I always hate it, but in some instances, you know, just having that nerve to wait a little bit longer for that wave to come through and get it. As you see both riders looking there, but just kind of crumbling a little bit and not really sitting up as much as you'd hope, but here's Diego really paddling hard for this one.
He's going to go for it, even though it looks like he's way behind the section. Oh, and he does make it around. Let's see if it's going to form up and reform on the inside for him. And no, he cuts out of that one. Diego Cabrera, another stick on his scorecard with priority in Joao Paulo's hands now.
That's always a tough one, eh, Manny? I think with these conditions today, you can sometimes take that chance and just get one that maybe doubles up and reels off the reef, but these riders both really know what's going on. I mean, Joao Paulo still sitting there with some decent scores, and Diego's still trying to chase down an 8.76. So I mean, he's got a big score. He's going to be looking for those bigger rides, and we can just hope that he sits back and waits a little bit longer and maybe can do it.
And here we go. Looks like some paddling going on the outside. Joao Paulo and Diego Cabrera. Joao turning around. Joao taking off. Fast, clean line. Finds a section. Nice roll right there. And another spin. I don't know what's going on in the background here, but it looks like somebody's building some type of artwork while Joao Paulo puts together an incredible ride right there. That's definitely going into excellent range in these conditions.
Oh, for sure, Manny. Yeah, he really just put that whole wave together, and an incredible ride from him. I mean, he just really linking that entire wave together, getting some, here we go again. You just see him punch that first real nice roll, come around the section with that reverse and kind of just sit in the white water and do those 2 spins and wait for, or 3 spins, sorry, and wait for the section, and then just hits that end bowl. Really, really well done for him, and he's definitely going to increase his scores on that one.
That was a pretty solid wave for sure, and the scores have yet to drop for Joao Paulo. Diego Cabrera winning in Brazil and was hoping to follow that up with a really solid placing in Arica. Unfortunately, did not come through, and now coming up into this very, very tough situation. 13 minutes remaining. Still enough time for Diego, but as time ticks away, Joao Paulo is going to, I mean, I don't want to be in Diego's shoes right now.
No, neither would I. But Diego's needing 11.51, Manny, so effectively he's kind of in a combination situation at this stage, so he's going to have to get 2 new rides to actually get his score over Joao Paulo's, and I mean, that's not going to be easy, especially in these conditions.
Oh my! So time is ticking away right now for Diego Cabrera, trying to follow up that win in Brazil. But Joao Paulo holding the Brazilian flag very high. Could be looking very comfortable right now, especially in these conditions. It pretty much leaves the doors wide open for competitors who actually have practiced and who feel comfortable in these conditions, where they're not stressing about whether or not getting those bigger waves. It's a matter of, when I get those big waves, am I going to be able to pull off those maneuvers?
That's it for sure. And I think if you're riding in these conditions often, that definitely benefits your riding and exactly what you're going to do on these type of waves, especially when it gets to this small kind of not so powerful wave, and you have to make those choices on which ones you think are going to be better than the others, and that's effectively what it comes down to, those wave choices on the smaller waves and the power that wave is going to hold and where it's going to project you.
And feeling comfortable out there as well. I mean, paddling out in the water, knowing you already have those assets, those skills to be able to perform in these conditions, it has to also help in the mind game.
Oh, the mind game is what it's all about, Manny. Yeah, that's you just gotta stay confident and always positive, and almost visualize those waves coming through and hope that you're gonna get onto the better ones and keep that mindset the entire time. And yeah, that at the end of the day is going to win you heats and going to keep you progressing through the competition.
I asked Jacob Romero earlier, I'm like, so what is your training regimen when you're on tour? Well, when I'm at home, I stretch a lot and I do some exercises, but when I'm on tour, I don't think he said he hasn't stretched once or anything. Do you have a routine and do you stick to it when you're on tour?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm stretching I try to at least stretch once a day, but it gets pretty difficult when you're on tour. I mean, you're always wanting to do stuff, other people are wanting to do things, and you kind of just got to get into your own space. And as we just see Diego just paddling around for this one, he's going to go on this.
All right, the sun is out. Diego Cabrera on this left-hander, waiting for that section, comes around and finds it, going for an ARS right there. Oh, and comes unglued. Yeah, not happening right now for Diego Cabrera, but on the other hand, Joao Paulo, punches through the lip and pulls that flip around. That right there is pretty much the story, what has been going on in this heat.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, Manny, but maybe just choosing those waves that got that bigger face on it to start off with and getting one of those big punchy moves off the start rather than racing it down, as we see Joao Paulo just punching through that lip and flipping that over and spinning it around. Really nice, clean move from the Brazilian.
Wow, Joao just pulling further and further away from Diego Cabrera. Again, an elimination round out in the water. Diego turning around. Bottom turning. Oh, and another. He's getting anxious now. He's starting to get a little bit, starting to just do things that he normally wouldn't do in these final seconds or final minutes. We're down to the 9-minute mark, and you can see both of the riders heading back out there. I think priority has not set, but you can see a paddle battle has ensued. And red and yellow, priority is wide open. And did I just see Diego Cabrera get back out there before? Okay, the judges are going to give Joao Paulo the priority. He was on the outside just before Diego Cabrera. Wow, very exciting.
Yeah, this is very exciting, Manny. Joao Paulo doing really well to get that 7 on that flip on that last wave. But just getting back to what you were saying about the stretching, I'm usually training in the gym and doing other things too. And once you get on the road, that really becomes difficult to stay in your routines and do that kind of stuff. But in Arica, I was lucky enough to have a room with Jared Houston where we had enough space to kind of stretch and do that kind of thing. And last night I actually got into a bit of stretching, and it's quite funny because Jared was kind of writing me off. So to hear that he hasn't done any this whole trip is pretty good too.
Yeah, I mean it's tough on the road. You want to stick to your routine, but it's just a lot of factors come into play.
Yeah, that's it exactly. I mean, especially when you're surfing so much, and you know you don't want to be sore for heats from after doing a workout or going for a run or stuff like that, and even stretching. I mean, it wasn't so long ago that Alex Uranga really did damage to his knee by stretching while he was on tour. So, I mean, all those factors you got to think about. But I think the key is to just not push yourself when you're on tour and when you're home. Just give it horns and kind of get to the point where you really want to be competitively.
So there is an off season between the end of the tour and the beginning of the tour, but it's really short. It's like maybe 2 or 3 months max. So what do you do during that break?
Okay, well, last year it seemed that it was quite a heavy year for me.
Yeah.
And I got to the end of the year and I was just really tired and not really too motivated. So I took about 3 weeks off. Didn't even touch my bodyboard for that long, and just really spent time with family and friends and my girlfriend. And yeah, I think it's those moments that get you kind of amped up and excited to do the next part of whatever you want to do. For me, it was to go to Hawaii, and I went and spent 2 months in Hawaii, starting in January until the event in March.
Wait a second, let's backtrack. What did you do those 3 weeks?
Oh, I did, went, hung out with mates, had a couple beers, relaxed. As you see João Paulo taking off on this one. Just going for another flip there, but getting unstuck. Maybe the lip just hit him a little bit, and he's going to head back out with 6 minutes remaining.
So you just hanging out and just taking it all in?
Just taking it all in,
Okay.
Eating bad food, not training as much, just taking it easy and really just take my mind off it completely and focus on other things. So
but then you start missing it again.
Exactly. So you get that amp back, and I think that's what it's all about. I don't really bodyboard to make huge money out of it. This is really a lifestyle and something that I love to do. So why get all anxious and revved up when you can kind of just take it easy and enjoy it again and really get the amp back.
Yeah. No, that's good. I like that method. So time winding down. Diego Cabrera again not having the heat he was hoping for. No, I mean a 1.45 and a 1.5. Not that. I mean he's got to come back right now. Press the reset button and come back with 2 solid scores if he even wants to have a chance to advance out of this heat. Because right now João Paulo is stomping on the competition.
Yeah, I mean, Manny, this is when that mental game really comes into play. I mean, Diego's got to be thinking, I can still do this. I can still get these 2 rides. It's not that long a paddle to get back out there, but, I mean, we've seen the waves that kind of, some heats they'll be up and you'll get like 10 really good waves in the heat where the guys can exchange, but this heat just seems to have not given that many, but I'm sure Diego, he's a really strong-minded guy. He's going to be keeping real solid and positive and be hoping that he can still get those 2 scores. So I'm sure this is definitely not the last we're going to see of him this heat. He's going to look to come back here for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of the waves, if they're going to come in. And he has priority. So it's just a matter of him being in the right spot and that wave lining up for him. And those 7 points and 6 points that João Paulo got, those are the waves that were lined up perfectly, and he took it just like we saw David Hubbard in the previous heat all the way to the end. So it's just a matter of, I hate to say it, a little bit of luck.
Yeah, that's it exactly. I mean, in these conditions, that's what it comes down to, a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, and you mix those 2 together and you can
and presto.
Make heats. Yeah.
João Paulo, he is going to be super stoked if he can get out of this heat, because he knows Diego is he's been very focused. And do you think they're talking right now? And if they are, what do you think they're saying?
I really don't think they're talking, Manny. After seeing Diego in the last couple of weeks, he's not the kind of guy that's gonna be talking to anyone in the water. He's super focused, and I mean, just after that Brazil event, it was absolutely unbelievable to see someone with that much focus and intent on winning an event, and it was like he couldn't even be stopped, I had him in my semi-final heat, and he was just, it was unbelievable to just see the amount of focus and drive that he had in that competition, and he kept it through to Arica, and just unfortunately having some tough heats in Arica. You know, the conditions were really good, but the other guys just were surfing like out of their flippers, so to speak.
A little bit of paddling action out the back. So I finally was able to have some ceviche last night. It was wrapped around some avocado, and it was just out of this world. Here we go, up and running. Diego Cabrera again finding a bigger wave, taking off behind the section, and again he just cuts out, and oh my, this could be the end of the road for Diego Cabrera. An early knockout in this event is going to be a true test to his mental game going into the next events on the European leg.
Yeah, Manny, for sure. I mean, it's definitely not the last we're going to see of Diego, but João Paulo just taking off. You see another one just closing out. They might have been, you know, Diego might have pushed him a little bit deep there, and now they're sitting kind of behind the peak, so they'll head back out there and wait and surf this last minute 20. But I'm sure, you know, these trips that we come on for 6 weeks to keep focused for that long, and, you know, after that big start in Brazil, I'm sure Diego, you know, he's a little bit drained after that, and, you know, running another 2 events.
Back to back.
Exactly, back to back really gets you a little bit down, and Diego will just go home, I'm sure, and cool off for a bit and take it easy, and then, you know, refocus that energy into training and getting super focused for the Europe leg. So it's definitely not the end of Diego Cabrera.
Oh
for
no,
sure.
not by a long shot. And again, Diego Cabrera, he's in that group of competitors where he's all about the big stuff. If the waves are big, totally right on the top of the list of you know, taking a win out, but also can perform in the medium-sized stuff. But he excels in the bigger, medium to bigger size waves, that, along with the top 10 on the tour right now. They all want the big stuff. So to be able to lose in these conditions, it's must be pretty tough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think those big conditions is really where we showcase bodyboarding, but it's also about the smaller stuff, you know.
Yeah, but man, sometimes you got to pay the piper in these conditions. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more action from round number 2 of the men's division right after this. everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard back in the hot seat, and congratulations for making it out of your heat. And yes, this is it. Elimination round. Round number 2 into the men's division out on the water. Let's get into it. Heat number 8. Another stacked head-to-head battle out in the water is about to go down.
It's going to be Nicholas Chiara and Paul Blaz.
Oh,
These
this is going to be pretty
guys
fun.
Have their own unique riding styles. They're very talented, especially when it comes to solid stuff. I'm really interested to see their approach here at La Cupola in the conditions that we have today, which are a bit on the smaller side, a bit tricky, but it does look like Chiara opening up with a 4.5. Paul Blaz having a look here. No go. So this should be cool. The Argentinian versus the Australian Paul Blaz. Maybe having a look at this one.
All right, looks like Paul Blaz taking a look in and out, not even going for that way, but the wind has kicked up just a little bit more as the sun is peeking out. Paul Blaz on the South American leg here on the APP World Tour. Performed very well and placed very high, I believe in 4th place in Tahiti to start off the year. And here he is making his run on the South American leg. Can he make it out of round number 2 is the question. He's got to battle it out with the Argentinian Nicholas Chiara. So Nicholas already has 1 wave under his belt in this first 4 minutes of this heat. Again, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and only 1 rider advances on into round number 3. Second place in this round, that is the end of the road.
Yeah, unfortunately, second place in round number 2 will be last position, equal 25th overall. And I believe that's the exact result Paul Blaz had in Arica last week. So he is definitely hoping to step that up.
All right, looks like we do. Paul Blaz up and riding. Little check turn back into the power zone. And drop it in right here. Finds a section, goes for a roll. And he will ride this out into the shallow. So that is a solid wave for Paul Blaz for what he had to deal with. So he will clock in possibly a higher score than Nicholas Chiara's first wave. Paul Blaz heading back out. 25-minute heats. Wind is starting to come up just a little bit. Paul Blaz coming in under the radar right now. Can he make it out of round number 2? Nicholas Chiara, he's also on the hunt for that round number 3 berth, if he can get out of here against Paul Blaz. So, Dub, how are the conditions? You were just out there. I shook PJ Tartak's hand, and the water seems cold as his hands were freezing.
Yeah, you know, the wind is not helping the wave quality or the temperature, whether it's in the water or on land. It's actually a bit brisk, even here on the shore, on the beach. But, you know, in the water, the wind is kind of causing some of the lips to crumble a little bit. Fortunately for my heat, the wind hadn't picked up as strong as it is right now. It was still kind of smooth, but since I came in heat 7 and now in heat 8, we're seeing the wind really rip up and shred the conditions up out there. Unfortunately, we still have yet to see the approaching swell, which is due any moment now. So we will wait and see if potentially in some of these later heats, even though the wind will likely be as it is now, there is a potential of some bigger waves for our riders to contend with.
as it is, out in the water, I'd say it's about head high. Couple slightly overhead waves on the sets. But what's good about cupola is there's several different sections on the wave, and it offers you quite a bit of speed. So even if it doesn't give you a perfect section to assault, you'll have plenty of speed to go at it. So you can get a little creative, maybe go through the lip and find a little bit of projection there. Or, we're seeing a lot of riders having to force maneuvers because the lip backs off sometimes too. So it's tricky out there.
Those
sure.
force maneuvers obviously don't look as good or stylish as the ones that are using the full force of the wave, but in these conditions, it's going to be very tricky to find those few sections that offer that type of projection out and power to pull off the moves cleaner and smoother. Paul Blas, look at that score. 5.25. Oh, you know what? He didn't do a maneuver on the outside. I think he just went around the section, did a check turn with a couple smaller maneuvers on the inside, and that's why that came in at a 5.2. But here we go. Taking a look. Nope, not. Drop it in.
So you got to speak with a few of the squad members in the last heat, including the Emperor himself, Manny. Tell me, did he have some cool stuff to say and some cool insights? I mean, he always does.
Yeah, all of the guys who were in here recently. Very interesting to see. Wait, live action. I'll get back to that. Nicholas Chiara coming around this section after dropping in. Nice roll right there. Lands it with speed. Comes around. He may be able to pull off another maneuver. Punches through the lip. Can he get out in front of it? And he does. But wow, he's skimming over dry reef right there. Oh, oh my goodness. It was inches deep. And he was able to keep his knees up and avoid the reef. It is going to suck dry right there. He actually rode up and over that dry part. But he got two solid maneuvers on that one wave. So Nicholas Chiara definitely going to probably get the highest score of the heat after that wave.
Wow, and where is he? Is he going to come in? Or, I mean, hard to see from this angle, but I wonder what his plan is with reassessing the lineup. Most of the riders would go with the current, and the current can kind of take you out of the channel. There's the nice clean roll on the outside, and as he comes around, the lip forms up again enough for him to punch a roll through the lip there. And now we see he's starting to set his direction at least towards the horizon and go with that current. No real use in fighting that current. Yes, there we see he's going to be able to get out into the channel. And we are waiting for scores. It does look like a 6-point ride coming in for Nicholas Chiara. And Paul Blas out the side with priority. So we are waiting to see if we have an interview set up, Manny.
I think we are ready. Bego is with the winner from Brazil, from the team Rapadura Storm in Brazil, Joao Paulo. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yes, we're here with Joao Paulo. First time doing the tour this year, and looking forward to keep doing it. Joao, how do you feel after taking Diego Cabrera out there? What happened in that heat?
O mar tá muito difícil, né? As ondas estão um pouco complicadas de achar, né? Mas eu dei sorte e competi com o Diego. Realmente ele foi o campeão lá de Itacoatiara, né? Então é uma honra para mim. E estou muito feliz. Eu acho que Deus ele abençoou com boas ondas e é isso aí. Vamos para cima.
Well, he's saying he's very happy to be competing with Diego most because he's just coming from Itacoatiara and he was a champion there. And yeah, he said he feels lucky for the waves he got. So, well, you did very well. So you're planning to follow the whole tour? Você vai fazer todo o tour este ano?
Na verdade, é a minha primeira vez fora do Brasil, né, competindo no Tour do ABP, e eu quero muito correr todo o Tour, né? Eu estou correndo atrás, vai depender dos patrocinadores, né? Da família também, né? Mas eu vou fazer de tudo para correr o circuito todo.
Boy said actually it's his first time out of Brazil, and yes, he would like to do the whole tour this year, but of course it depends on the sponsor, so he's looking for sponsors, guys. So congratulations. Você quer mandar alô para alguém agora?
Muito obrigado a todos, né? Um abraço para Luna, para o Kaique, para minha família, para minha mãe, para minha irmã, né? E para todos do Rapadura Storm. É nóis, estamos juntos, valeu!
Parabéns para você, and back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to the young Brazilian. He will advance on into round number 3. Now the battle is still ensuing out in the water. Wow, Nicholas Chiara 6.0 for that long ride or solid ride that he just got, and now sitting in that first place position. 12 minutes ago, we're at that halfway mark. These are 25-minute heats, head-to-head battles going on in round number 2. We do have 12 heats of round number 2. And Dub, I don't know if you got word, but will round number 3 start at the end of round number 2?
I heard that it was officially called off for the day.
Round 3 will not start after round number 2. So what we are going to see are these last 4 heats, including this one, the last 5 heats of round number 2, as these riders battle it out in these 2 to 3 foot waves with a little bit of a wind chop coming to us from the south and up and riding Paul Blas.
He's finding a roll there, and he's going to turn it around and get in front of this wave. So up and over for Paul Blas. That'll definitely improve on his 1. Will it be a 5.26? Because if it is, we could see a situation change. I would lean towards it not quite being of that caliber, but a good effort from Paul Blas, and you know, it probably will be for the best to wait for the swell to come and take advantage of tomorrow's conditions. Hopefully they're better. There's a replay. Stuck in the wash for quite a bit. Maybe not quite a drowning man, as Jared Houston calls it, when you stay in the white water for ages until landing a maneuver, but definitely not a clean execution of that roll, so kind of tricky.
10 minutes remaining in this round number 2, heat number 8. Heat number 9 is going to be a fun one to watch as well. We have coming up Antonio Cardoso and Claudio Alquinta, the young Chilean. They're going to battle it out. Antonio Cardoso loves the big stuff. Interesting how he's going to fare in these conditions where it's a little bit smaller and a little bit wind blown. The door's wide open for anybody coming into round number 2.
Certainly is, but it does look like we did get the situation changed. 5-5 for Paul Blas. It's enough. Nicholas Chiara now needing 4.76. And with priority, he's got 9.5 minutes to hunt that down, Manny.
Ooh.
So, well, we may have live action. Let's take a look. Nicholas Chiara has a look. It was a paddle. He will change priority with Paul Blas. But you've mentioned a few times now that team dinner that we had. All the staff of the event, at least the production and the judging staff and the film crew who are putting the highlights together, as well as a couple other staff members actually as well, all went out to a nice little team dinner to rally and not only not necessarily celebrate, but you know, give credit to the job well done for the couple of days that we had worked. I think it was three good days of hard work. So they wanted to take that opportunity to say thanks and give a little bit of more team building time. And it was a terrific opportunity for those who stayed at the dinner to have a nice team building moment with everybody. But you continued to mention that chat with Glenn, and I got a chance to chat with Arturo, and he
pulled out some deep thoughts that I want to share with our viewers at home. He was talking to Alex. You know, Alex hasn't known Arturo for as long as Chico and myself have known Arturo, so giving Alex a little bit of background. I first met Arturo, I believe it was at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris a number of years ago. I think both of us traveling to Portugal, maybe on our way to or from. We've got another paddle. Let's take a look at our new heat leader. Paul Blas flying down the wave. Nice carving reverse 360.
Oh.
And then he has a bit of a miscue, as Action would call it, before getting out of that. Nick Chiara back into first priority, needing that 4.76. So, you know, when I first met Arturo, he was traveling, I believe, to his first World Tour event, and that dream of his was starting to form. At least 7 or 8 years ago this was, maybe even 10. And he was explaining not only a bit of a back history, but the course that he's taken. And he used this analogy, and he teaches his students with this. If there's no ride, I'll get into it, Manny, but let me ask you this, Manny. When you get into a barrel, what's the first thing that leaves that barrel? And this was so deep, none of us could answer it. None of us could answer this question. What's the first thing that leaves the barrel once someone gets inside of it?
Your soul.
Vision. You see out of the barrel. You look out of the barrel. So, that's where it started with Arturo. He was, well, let's check this out before I explain this further. Looks like Nicholas Chiara, set wave, gets a nice roller coaster takeoff into this. If he can find a section, ooh, and he doesn't. He dives out.
Vision.
Vision. So, get in the barrel. The first thing that leaves is your vision. You see the exit. You see out of the barrel. And what you're seeing helps you to get closer to that. So, you're receiving information of how to get out of the barrel. And that's going to help your next maneuvers, your next maybe adjustments, how fast you're going to go, and etc. That's how he describes this Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival coming to fruition. So he first had the dream, had the vision, and continued to run into massive obstacles, but the information of the vision would relay how to get past each obstacle and get through each problem with solutions. And it was I didn't get chicken skin, but metaphorically, I think mentally I was pretty entrenched in what he was saying, and it was quite a bit to think about. It was very deep, and it was really amazing to think about somebody coming from, a kind of a poor section of this beautiful city, getting a dream of having a pro bodyboard event here. I'll get back to that after Nicholas Chiara, quick in and out. But getting the vision and then pulling off one of the big spectacles in our sport of bodyboarding, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, Manny.
And you know what? Not only in bodyboarding, but in Antofagasta and Chile itself. In fact, I was talking to his partner in crime, Glenn, who brought up the fact that this event has become more than just a bodyboarding contest. It has become a gateway to preserve some of the natural resources here on the northern coast of Chile, in and around Antofagasta. And both of those two things and both of those brains combined are actually doing some incredible things here in this area. And I'm proud to be a part of that.
Likewise, Manny. I think everybody who's made the trip here to Antofagasta is feeling very, very similar sentiment. Just seeing the passion that's going into this event, but also seeing the impact it has on the community, bringing the community
together, sharing in the education and the entertainment and just everything that is offered here at the festival.
I can't wait until the weekend begins. We're going to see the last heats of the men's, juniors, and women's division. Oh, right-hander. Paul Blas using his priority. Nice big roll. That right there will probably help solidify. Wow, cutting out in that area right there is just crazy. Very shallow.
Made me cringe.
But Paul Blas trying to better at 5.50, knowing that Nicholas Chiara only needs a sub-5 score to get into that first place spot and advance up. But no, you're right. It's been an incredible event so far, and we're not even into the main event, like the big part of it, the weekend. Nice clean roll right there for Paul Blas.
That was a nice clean roll. I'm pretty impressed. I think it's going to be pretty substantial. 5.65 increases his distance. Now Nicholas Chiara needing a 5.16. Under 2 minutes remaining. Nick Chiara with priority. Now it's just a matter of connecting a wave and a maneuver, and we could see either one of these riders advancing on victoriously into round 3, but at this point it is looking like Paul Blas has the momentum on his side. Nick Chiara, of course, got a solid score, the biggest score of this heat thus far, pretty early on, but has not been able to back it up significantly enough to regain that first place position. And you said that you're super excited for the weekend to start, and I got news for you. Typically, weekends start on Friday afternoon, Manny, and it's Friday here in Antofagasta.
Oh boy, well, I got to take care of some business with the U riding tournament. A spin, and he's rode that a little bit too far into the inside. I would not be ducking out head first, especially in this wave. But I think that may have been Nicholas Chiara's last effort. He has the highest score of the heat, but could not back it up. And unfortunately, that does happen. Nicholas Chiara will end up in second place unless he can get out there. Oh my. So Paul Blas looking very solid to advance on into this heat, or out of this heat. Nicholas Chiara, unfortunately, will not advance on. So it is Paul Blas who will go on into round number 3. We got more action coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Dave Hubbard joined by Tristan Roberts again. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me in here, and congrats on your heat. Really ripped it up.
Likewise. Say the same for you.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
So let's get right out into the action in the water. This is heat number 9 of men's round 2. And we're going to see Claudio Alquinta and Antonio Cardoso. Of course, Claudio getting the wild card, unable to compete in round 1 for some personal issues, but some of those have been resolved enough to the point where he is going to be able to compete here in round number 2.
Yeah, that's crazy, Dave. I had no idea about that, but he's going to have a tough challenge facing Antonio Cardoso, as he's been on the shred lately, and surfed with him at Flopos the other day, and he was absolutely killing it. Saw him do a nice big invert air reverse, which was rather impressive on a left-hander. So he's pulling out the big moves, but I don't know if you're going to be able to do that today in these conditions, but he's definitely got them.
Tell me more about it. Was it a right or a left?
It was a left. It was a real good left as well, and he sort of, it almost looked like he wanted to just invert. He went that high and like split legs and started going sideways, so he just tucked himself into reverse.
Did he pull this maneuver?
He did not, but it was great to watch. Really nice to watch, and one of the biggest moves I've seen out there, I reckon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad that you brought it up. I hadn't heard of this, and potentially if there's photographic evidence.
Yeah, it was rather early in the morning. It was as I was paddling out. He had already been out there for like half an hour, the madman, but don't know if anyone captured it. But here you see him kicking onto this one, paddling over that little double up section. Starts off with a nice clean roll. Will he come out of that one?
Ooh, he will.
He will.
Took a little time, but he did. And talk to us a little bit about the double up section, as you mentioned, and we've talked about it the last time you're in here, but out on the outside peak, there's almost this kind of wedge, kind of a roll in.
Yeah.
But there's also a bit of separation, so it's not an easy roll in.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of energy actually to get onto the wave. You feel like maybe you're going to miss the wave, but you start getting that push from the swell behind, but you still got to then get over that hump.
Yeah. Yeah, today is also super tricky, I reckon, because it almost seems like a wind swell we've got here. It's real messy and just all over the place. So there's a lot of bumps where there shouldn't be bumps. And yeah, as you're saying, that double up section is definitely what you want to be looking for to maximize points with the ride you're given. But it is tough. It sort of does turn away from you, but if you're able to make it over that section, you can be gifted with one of the better ramps of the heat.
And so that's exactly what these riders are hoping for. They're hoping for an opportunity for a nice clean roll, maybe even a flip or something. Yeah. Does look like that roll was enough for Antonio Cardoso to move into first spot with a 6.25, and it does look like we've got an interview with Paul Blas and Bego. So take it away, Bego.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Yes, we're here with Paul. Paul, congratulations on that performance out there. We all know the conditions are not the best, but what can you tell us about the heat?
It was definitely hard. Wasn't like there was any rolls done through the heat, but I was struggling just because I've been sick like the last 3 days, so I'm lucky to get out of bed.
So how does this wave compare to your home break?
Oh, it's a lot different, like more like heavy reef slabs at home and stuff. This is more like a point break, but I really haven't had the good conditions yet, so I'm looking to get into the next round to get it better, really.
So are you planning to follow the whole tour?
Maybe just Nazare and like Canary Islands, see how it goes, and yeah.
That's pretty fun. So someone want to say hi or thanks at this point?
Just thanks, and anyone who's watching back in Newcastle, like thanks for the support, yeah.
Well, congratulations, Paul, and we hope to see you back here real soon.
Okay.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Bego. Always very professional. And Paul Blas, wow, that was fun to get a little bit of more insight and pick his brain a little bit more because he's kind of a loose cannon.
Yeah, Paul, it's the first time I've met him, and he's an interesting guy and great fun to speak to.
He's both of those things I would agree with, Tristan, yes. So Antonio Cardoso holding on to the lead, but the wild card, Claudio Alquinta, I'm super interested to see him start attacking these waves and him riding. We were unable to see him in round one, but luckily non-elimination heat, and with that very valid excuse for being unable to be present at the event, we see him here in round two. Looking for a right now. Ooh, but just has to dive out.
I'm pretty sure those rights are going onto some shallow reef on the inside there. I had a look at one or two of them in my heat, but opted not to go on them as the risk to reward just doesn't seem worth it.
It just didn't pan out. Here we see Antonio. There he's muscling to get over that bump that we were talking about and into this wave. Beautiful bottom turn, then a sweet reverse, finds a roll. This is a complete ride, even burns off a little bit of speed with that little cutback and gets double hands for the cutout. This is a nice ride. I think it could be maybe even the best wave of the heat.
Yeah.
It's going to give Claudio definitely more pressure and put him in a situation where he's going to need one really high score or two pretty good scores to attack the lead held by the Portuguese Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, Antonio, when he took off on that wave, I thought it looked really flat too, so he did really well with that nice tech reverse and somehow found a section to do a nice clean roll, so be interesting. I think that came in at a 7-point ride.
Oh, and it did, yeah. So the biggest wave of the heat, score-wise, puts Antonio Cardoso into that first place spot. And it does look like a perfect 10 now needed for Claudio Alquinta, which seems outrageously difficult, but I think it could be possible because the judges don't judge each heat based off of the conditions of a previous day or a dream wave scenario like Pipeline or Teohupo'o. They judge it based on the conditions in the water. So a perfect ride in these conditions is still possible. A perfect ride should be possible on any given day of competition.
Yeah.
So, you know, imagine a massive backflip followed up by another huge backflip. Like, I would give a 10 to that on a day like today, right?
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think it's easier said than done, though.
Yes.
But
it's fun to think about.
It is definitely possible, especially with his local knowledge that he has around here. So let's see what he's got for us as you see him taking off on this one. Gets a little section, real soft.
Ooh,
Tries
yeah,
to force a roll out of that.
He shouldered the section before even going into the lip maneuver, which actually wasn't performed with any lip in that occasion. So, yeah, pretty tough run. But, yes, you know, talking about the perfect 10, realistically, Claudio's looking at 2 new scores.
Yeah. And I think Antonio should be real comfortable at this point, and he's going to be looking to better that 6.25. Without taking too much of a risk of throwing priority away, he'll go on the waves that look like has the potential to better that.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, within the first half of this heat, putting your competitor in pretty much virtually a combination situation, you know, I wonder how important now priority, like you said, he's sitting comfortable because he's been surfing this heat really well.
Yeah.
He's been able to get higher scores than we've seen in a couple heats.
Yeah, and real early in the heat too.
And early, right. So how do you think he should play priority?
I think at this point in time, he should not use it unless he really sees a wave that's got the scoring potential to score more than a 6.25. I mean...
So just use it to better his situation.
Yeah. Other than that, I mean, he can sit there and enjoy his time out there without stressing too much. If it was me, I'd sit out there and only look for waves that have the potential to better 6.25.
Cool. Beautiful. Well,
Loved the insight that you're able to give the viewers on that, because that is definitely a solid strategy. And in this point in the heat, you know, it would be better for Antonio to continue his smart surfing and good surfing with a little bit of strategy, you know, kind of accompany his strong riding and good scores with a little bit of strategy. So sitting and waiting and being in that power seat, in the driver's seat of this heat, is definitely gonna help him out and gonna make it more difficult for Claudio to overcome the deficit in which he is right now. As far as positioning, would you position yourself so that if that 6.25 or a 6.5 that came in, that you could attack it, or would your positioning depend on your opponent?
It would definitely depend on my opponent. I mean, at the end of the day, he's in the lead, so why not go and sit next to your opponent and use the potential that's coming through in that area? I mean, if you're going to get a better scoring ride further down the peak, you are leaving a lot of risk at leaving your opponent alone. That's pretty much then he has priority on his own peak, you know. So if it was me, I'd go sit next to the opponent and just sit there comfortably and wait and make sure he doesn't get a better wave than I got.
Yeah, fair call. You know, in my heat with David Barbosa, you know, a lot of the waves that came through, because I did hold first priority for quite some time in that heat, I would see if the wave was accessible to Barbosa.
Yeah.
Before even considering going. So if he was paddling out, returning to the peak, if he wasn't far enough out to really make use of that wave, even if the wave looked okay, I let it go.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, we don't really care what our heat total is. We care about our position, you know. So if we're winning on a pair of 5s or winning on a pair of 8s, you're still winning. So
right, of course, it's going to be more comfortable to have those pair of 8s or higher, because the wave required for the opponent is going to be much higher, if not maybe a combination of them. But yeah, I definitely agree. You know, a heat is definitely surfed autonomously. Just that heat is what you're surfing at, because the format we use, each heat carries one person advancing. In these one-on-one matchups, one person advances and one doesn't. So as long as your heat total is higher than the opponent in your heat, that will put you in an advancing position, and ultimately that's the ask. That's what's being required of you, is to produce the higher heat total than your opponent in any given heat. So what would you do, just playing just
Scenario
hypothetically, if you were in a heat with Alan Munoz, and let's just put you in the actual heat that he surfed a perfect 20.
Okay.
How would your strategy be affected by him maxing out the possible heat total and getting 20 points? And you can't get any higher. So at that point, are you trying to tie him, or are you trying to just spectate? I mean, what?
Man, I think,
because I'm curious too. I haven't really thought this through myself.
Yeah, I think if you were in that situation, you'd be very unlucky, because I'm pretty sure that's the first time that's ever happened in bodyboarding history. So if that was me, I'd clearly just look for the best peak and go and sit there and try go as big as possible. I mean, what else can you do?
So basically, you would start working on your first 10.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd start doing, and at least being able to give him a run for his money, or, you know, see Antonio trying a flip there, but just real soft section, and it went straight into a double up, so he kind of got stuck on the top.
But I don't think he necessarily violated the going on a wave that could produce a 6.25 or better, because you know, that run in that he had, if that linked up with a good section,
sure,
could have been as good as his 7, maybe even a little better if he lined up a nice clean flip.
I think what he needs to focus on as well is that his 2 scoring rides were offset waves, and he should maybe just look at only riding set waves, because I mean, said waves are going to give you the most points, although their shapes aren't always the best, but if you're able to do something with them, you do get rewarded for that.
Right. As we did see Claudio Alquinta attack a wave and go for a nice jam, but again, just kind of shouldered the section. Incomplete ride for Claudio. So, yeah, this is definitely fun picking your brain because this is kind of a slow heat. Antonio is definitely dominating at this point. So, yeah, I think that's a good call as far as if you're in the case, and it would be unfortunate for the opponent to battle someone with a perfect 20, but we'll get back to that with Antonio up and riding here. Up and out easy. But yeah, if your opponent has a perfect 20, your starting point at that stage is to get 110. Of course, you can only get 110 per wave, so you're already looking to get big scores, but big scores at that point aren't going to be enough. You need a perfect score. You need a perfect 10. So, boy, that would be tricky. And so,
and what would happen if both riders got perfect 10s? Would they go to third scoring ride?
so if there's two perfect 20s,
Yeah.
I think they would have to go to the third score.
Okay.
The third scoring wave. In Alan's case, yesterday it was an 8. Or 2 days ago, sorry.
Yeah, so he kind of backed himself up there.
Pretty well, yeah.
he-
But what's interesting, Simon Thornton had brought this up, just talking about possibilities of like a trump card or trumping the system that we use where one rider advances. Sometimes it's 50%, so in a 4-man heat, 2 people advance. But let's say the person who is in a deficit, who is not in an advancing position, got a perfect 10, they would just immediately get a free pass to the next round. So it's an interesting concept, but you know, in the hypothetical where you just played it out, 2 riders get a perfect 20. Sure would be a shame to eliminate one of them because they're obviously surfing amazing and they're getting historically awesome rides. So, you know, even just getting one 10-point ride, of course, you'd like to back it up with something. You wouldn't want riders going out and just trying to get a 10 and not surfing the waves, really.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're in that situation where you're in a combo situation like for Claudio, you know, if you got a 10, would that be enough for, you know, in this case, I think he would tie Antonio and that would be enough.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the situation Simon Thornton was talking about, you know, hey, maybe that's enough for you to survive the round. It's just kind of interesting to think about how your point totals, how your individual wave scores match up overall instead of just against the opponent that you're battling, which is the concept that we were talking about earlier. Your strategy is based entirely off of beating the other guy in the water, which is what is required of you.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's the rules we play with now, and just is there a different way to do competitive bodyboarding? It's just, it's a fascinating
It's crazy
idea.
because often you'd see, I've seen it in my lifetime where guys get 10-point rides, well, one 10-point ride, and struggle to back that up and end up not making the heat. I mean, if a guy's got a 10 and a 5, you know, I mean, the next rider only needs 2 8s, and he's going to be not even to be.
Right.
So, I mean, at times it's tough, especially because guys get a 10-point ride and they start relaxing, thinking they've done all the work they need to. But actually, they still need to back that up. Because if there's a 10-point ride available, there's definitely 2 9s somewhere in that heat too, you know?
Yeah. Okay, Claudio Alquinta going for a very soft roll on this section and a reverse spin. It's probably going to be better than his 3.25 narrowly.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that still he's not going to be out of combination situation after that ride, but
okay.
Yeah. He's at least getting to work. I mean, there's not much time left, 2 minutes 41 seconds, so it's gonna be a tough one for him to do now.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming more and more unlikely for
the local wild card, Claudio Quinta, to be able to overcome the deficit that Antonio Cardoso has been able to place on him. And, you know, just picking your brain, now as the heat really winds down, I asked you the question earlier when there is plenty of time left. But oh goodness, who is this guy wearing an action sports camera on his back during a heat? That's silly.
I think his name's maybe Dave Hubbard.
Well, whoever it is, he's getting a barrel, he's rolling out, he's putting a series of spin maneuvers on the open face.
And that is with the GoPro camera.
It is. It says it on the screen even. All right, so thanks to GoPro for providing us with a couple of these little devices to go play around, have fun, and do our competitive bodyboarding thing. And bring you viewers at home the perspective that we have while we're out in the heat. Antonio Cardoso up and riding.
Antonio Cardoso drawing a line down the bottom. Does a nice tick car reverse. Gets back into the pocket, backs it up with a forward spin. See if you can link anything on the inside on this risky shallow inside section. There's a little hop roll over there. Some backwash and ooh.
Oh no, oh gosh. Please be safe, Antonio. Is probably what his mother's saying at this point.
So Dave, how does it work with the local wildcards? How do they select who gets a wild card? Do you know what the process is, or explain how wildcards are actually given out?
So, for my currently somewhat limited knowledge of it, my impression and perspective is that each event is awarded a certain number of wild cards.
Yeah.
And I think it's 2. So the event has 2 wild cards. It's up to the event if they want to just hand it out to someone that they deem is worthy, or do a selection for it. Some events will use the current national ranking. Some events will use the current local ranking. Some events will have a separate event just for the people interested in getting that wild card,
I
and
think that's
a selection event.
One of the fairest ways of doing it, especially amongst the locals. I think competing for that wild card is definitely an important thing for them.
At the same time, the conditions for that selection event could be
different to the main
pretty
event.
Different. But anyways, heat's over. Antonio Cardoso moving on. We're going to take a short commercial break and be back right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Tristan Roberts, and we're coming down to the wire to the end of today's action. The elimination round, round number 2 in the men's division. This is pretty tight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tiring day for all competitors. I think the nerves are tiring them out more than the surf, because it's really anyone's game out there today, Manny, and whoever gets the best scoring rides is going to progress through the heat.
That's right. So let's get back in. Let's get out into the action right now. Out in the water, we do have heat number. Oh wait, we got somebody up and running right now.
That would be Maxime Castillo forcing a roll out of that section. Probably going to try link it into the inside. Oh, opts to pull out of that. See, Maxime started his heat with an 8.5, so it'd be interesting to see what he did for that wave.
We do have 3 more heats underway. Maxime Castillo, wow, an 8.5 during the commercial break. Sebastian Kraft, oh my gosh, he is going to have an uphill battle from the start in this 25-minute heat. Only one rider will advance on to round number 3, and second place will call it the end of the road.
Yeah, I mean, Maxime will be more than happy to start his heat with an 8.5. Wonder if we can get a replay on that and just see what he threw down there. But knowing Maxime, I'd imagine him doing a flip. Be some sort of flip that surprised the judges. But Sebastian's really going to have a tough time. But still 20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, so plenty of time to get on the scoring board for him. And you can see Maxime slowly paddling back. He'll be a lot more comfortable after starting with an 8.5.
It looks like we do have the winner of the last heat with Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. We're here with Antonio Cardoso from Nazaré, Portugal. Antonio, very nice to see you here. It looks like in Arica it wasn't your best contest there, but how was it compared to to here, and how do you feel now?
This year I had a couple good results. I have a 9th in Brazil and now 7 in Arica. I needed to come here to catch more points to the final ranking. So yeah, I'm glad to pass this seat because I lost 2 days ago on the first round, and now I'm happy to continue in my competition. That was the second round. I didn't know how this local served, so I did my best with these conditions. It's a little bit it's too much onshore, but I made my best, so here I am.
So showing the world the good rider can surf any type of waves, and he's coming from Nazaré. How is it like coming from surfing those waves? Big surfing, I mean big waves, and now surfing here, small conditions, choppy.
Yeah.
How is it?
I think surfing reef breaks with onshore is it's more difficult than surf an onshore wave on a beach break. So it's hard for me in these conditions. And yeah, I have a really good wave at home. I'm glad I'm local from Nazaré, right the north, and I'm glad that that beach is still in the tour. So we're heading to Portugal after this event in South America. So I'm really glad to have 3 events in Portugal. It's really good for the Portuguese, and I want the young guns from Portugal to start competing on those competitions, because we're really lucky to have 3 comps in Portugal.
That's a pretty good message there. So anyone you want to say hi or thanks at this point? Pode falar português se quer.
Yeah. Quero agradecer muito pelo apoio de todos os portugueses e quero também dar um grande beijinho à minha família, um grande beijinho à minha namorada, a Zoila. Estou muito feliz por ela estar a assistir e mandar muita força. E obrigado também ao meu pai, que está a trabalhar longe e está sempre atento às minhas baterias, ao meu percurso aqui nas competições. Por isso, muito obrigado, Portugal, e acompanhem o espetáculo.
Well, there you have it then. Congratulations, parabéns para você, and we hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Toe for making it into round number 3. Now out in the water. Wow, Maxime Castillo with that 8.5 ride is definitely going to look and hold very strong to that first place spot. Sebastian Kreft Woo, he's got a tough battle on his hands. He's one of the bigger set bodyboarders. You know, tall, just big and broad, and to be able to pull off the big maneuvers in these conditions is going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, especially if you're not used to surfing these conditions, it can be tough. But you see Maxime doing a quick spin, tucking out of that one. He'll paddle back as quick as possible to gain priority again. But like you said, I reckon being big built in these conditions are going to be pretty tough out there, Manny. But guys like Ed Luciano, he does it really well. So it's definitely doable.
Well, I mean, we have Sebastian Kraft, tall, big, and strong. We got Maxime Casillo. He's shorter, but still strong.
Yeah.
But as we're just seeing two sides of the spectrums as far as bodyboarders build in these conditions. So it's going to be pretty fun to see Maxime Castillo being very nimble in these conditions as Sebastian Kraft up and riding, in fact, Maxime Castillo.
Maxime doing a forward spin there. He'll be looking to bet his 2.75. I don't know if that's going to be it, but he saw the risky opportunity in the inside, but he really doesn't need it after having that 8.5. So he'll just kick back out there and try better that 2.75.
Totally, tons of times coming down right now with a ton of time, 15 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So far, so good. I'm pretty amped on the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and we haven't even hit the weekend yet.
Yeah, it's been crazy vibes down here, Manny. People are just so festive down here. The setup is incredible, and I mean, what a wonderful destination for a bodyboarding event.
Nah, it's been so far so good. The only issue that I have is they added another giant speaker right behind us.
Yeah.
I don't know why they did that.
It is a little tough to hear yourself speak at times. But
yeah, I think we may change that for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But all good. Right now we are still plugging away in round number 2. We got a few more heats, and I believe it is confirmed we will not be going into round number 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the call for today, and be back bright and early tomorrow and just go straight into round 3 of men's, I'm guessing, but have to see how that unfolds. But the event organizers have been really good to the athletes here. I see them often walking around asking if they could do anything for them, if they're comfortable. So it's been a great pleasure for us to be here, and I'm pretty sure just with the treatment we're getting here, a lot of the athletes would want to be back here next year.
It's kind of cool. I was taking a break. Sorry. I was taking a break up by the beach marshal, and here we go. I'll get back to that in a second. Coming into this inside section, looking really good. Maxime Castillo, ARS, pulls it off cleanly and rides out into a spin. He's trying to maybe add a little bit more to that, but the wave absolutely just disappears, but not a bad wave. That right there, along with his 8.5, is going to leave Sebastian Kraft in a very, very tough predicament.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it puts him into combination situation, but have to see what the judges thought of that.
Maxime Castillo making it look very easy out there. 8.5, and I'm going to call that into like 6-point range, which is going to, it's going to be very, very tough for Sebastian to come back firing. But here he is taking a look at this one. But again, there are still waves rolling through. There are sections still to be had, and you never know. We may even see an in-and-out barrel.
Yeah, I mean, there's 8.5s being thrown down. There's definitely still waves out there. It's just to find the right one, which can be tough. See Sebastian trying to roll through that one, but struggling to come out of that.
That's Maxime Castillo's last wave right there. So big, clean maneuver on the outside, followed up with a quick spin into the inside. So a solid score, solid wave. Look at that, 6.75 and an 8.5. Oh my gosh, Sebastian, sorry brother, but that is going to be a tough one to get to.
Yeah, combination situation needs a 15.26. So, man, if I was him, I'd use the next 12.5 minutes to sit out there and wait for a wave which would need to be one of the best of the heat, I reckon. And it's tough out there. It's onshore, but there are ramps, and he's going to have to use every single one he can find.
Oh, my goodness. Looks like the boys are feasting right now.
It's around lunchtime. Guys are hungry, and
yeah,
I think everyone's ready to wrap up the day. And
these are long days.
Yeah.
I mean, we have, I think, 6 full days, 8 to 9 hours of production and about 6, 7 hours of competition. Full days, back to back to back. But everybody's holding their ground.
Yeah, and tomorrow's going to be probably one of the longest days, as we've still got quite a few heats to get through in the men's, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting day of competition and definitely one to watch. So tune in tomorrow to see what happens in the later men's rounds.
A little bit of paddling going on the outside. 11 minutes. Sebastian Kraft taking a look. Sebastian with priority. He has the opportunity to catch any wave that rolls through.
You see Maxim just going to be waiting patiently now. He is in second priority, so Sebastian has at least one advantage over him at this point in time. But we see how he uses that priority to see if he can throw down a big score.
A lot of the riders have been away from home for almost over a month now.
Yeah.
But you've had the fortune and pleasure to have your lady here during the Brazil leg, which definitely, I'm sure, helped as far as feeling that home.
Yeah, 100%. And just having someone there to support you is really good. And kind of made my trip seem so much shorter.
Yeah.
Because to me, the tough run only started once going to Arica, so...
Oh, yeah.
But I'm definitely looking forward to getting back to family and good times and good waves, as it's winter now back home. So should be some proper winter swells coming soon. So really excited for that.
Yeah, I think everybody's feeling that little bit of itch, but the riders still in competition still have a contest to finish up here. But yeah, being away from home for a month, 10 days, does play a game, play head games sometimes with
for sure.
Some of the riders that have friends and family that they miss back home. It's very tough.
I think the Europe League is the toughest part about that, because that's a long one. It's almost 2 months.
Oh my goodness!
So it's tough to be away from your loved ones for so long, but it's part of our career.
Yeah. And well, some of the sacrifices that have to be made.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, sacrifices to travel are
not a bad choice.
No, not a bad choice when you're still going home to your loved ones. So
yes. All right,
Maxim keeping busy with a nice Aries into forward spin. So.
And he did that without priority. So Sebastian Kraft has priority, but I really don't think Sebastian could have done the same thing Maxime did on that wave, only because Sebastian's like 2 times his weight.
Yeah, and also there wasn't much of a section there. Maxime, being the freak he is, just somehow found one, but I don't think that would be even better than his 6.75, so it's not a bad call of Sebastian to not go on that, as he's going to be looking for a score in the excellent range to just give him that positive energy to keep going.
Tough conditions out here, but at least Antofagasta, very organized event. Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. That's all I've heard from everybody.
Yeah, super organized, and yeah, it's one of the events on tour that's just been such a pleasure to be at. But yeah, you see the Aries of Maxim. Didn't even have much of a bottom turn, kind of just flicked off the top, but he did really well with what he was given.
Coming down to the wire in today's action. 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in this heat, and then we got 2 more heats lined up. We're going to see the next couple heats with Miguel Rodriguez, Santiago Sanchez coming up next, and then Roberto Bruno versus Cristobal Fernandez. Again, elimination round. Only one rider will advance on into the next round, and the rider in second will end up in will end up in we'll end up going home. I mean, that's the end of the road. If they cannot get into that first place spot in round number 3, or sorry, this round number 2, then that is the end of the road. This is the elimination round number 2 in the men's division.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting day. When I got here this morning, I was a little rattled by the conditions, but
yeah,
it has been giving us some scoring potential. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be happy to make these rounds, as we know the conditions are only getting better from here.
Sebastian Kraft taking a look down and up and over the set, and it looks like Maxime is sitting very, very deep in first place with second priority. You know what? He's probably going to go as deep and as far out as possible and just wait for a giant set to roll through, knowing that it's okay. It's okay. Oh, my gosh. Sorry about that.
No problem. But, yeah, I mean, Sebastian's, it's coming down to the wire, and he's still in combination situation, and that's definitely not where you want to be, but yeah, he's definitely got the ability to pull big scores out, so we'll see if he does at least get one opportunity. As you see him up and riding here, Wave not giving him much to deal with, does a roll through the roof, clean roll, but definitely better his second scoring ride at least, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to bring him out of combination situation.
Well, that's going to save face a little bit for Sebastian Kraft, having at least a score of higher than a 4 or a 5. But, I mean, there are sets rolling in, and it looks like Maxime Castile going way deep and not able to, I mean, in these conditions, there are 1 or 2 waves that have been rolling through from where he's taken off from, but
yeah,
there's not many. But because he's so far ahead, he's not worried too much about sitting in that position and waiting, knowing that Sebastian Kraft can be on the inside catching waves left and right, but he knows that he's got these 2 solid scores, and it's okay for him to sit and wait for those bigger sets.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Maxime would be so comfortable right now, and he's just sitting out there kind of watching the horizon, waiting for sets to come through. He's going to be looking at throwing away that 6.75 to better his situation, but at this point in time, doesn't look like it's really needed, but he'll definitely be looking at it to rather be safe than sorry, eh? I mean, you're never really completely relaxed until that end buzzer goes to finally show you or that the heat's over and that you're progressing, but he is definitely in a comfortable situation.
So the South American leg, your favorite memory so far?
Favorite memory so far, I reckon would have had to have been the squad trip we had up early sunrise hike in Brazil.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, it was really epic and just such good times. We ended up hiking up before sunrise and rather pitch dark. And it was pretty scary. We had Jerry the snake wrangler in front though, so he was out on watch with all of us having our phone torches on, and managed to make our way to the top before sunrise and have a coffee and watch the sun come up. So
nice.
That was definitely one of the most adventurous things we've done on our South American trip. And yeah, those are the memories that will stick with you.
And that's what I mean, yes, you're competing on international lands, but yeah, it's all about the experiences when it all comes down to it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, those are the stories you're going to be telling when going home. And besides from the competition, I mean, that's not what you always want to be speaking about. And it's nice to have our minds somewhere else for a moment when on tours. The days we are here is mostly focused on competing, so opportunities like that, it's often good for competitors to jump at and just put us back at ease and help us relax. But you see Maxime having a look here. He does have priority, so he'll push Sebastian off this one. Does another RS.
Wow.
Man, he's been tearing it apart in these average conditions he's been given, but doing really well.
Wow, he's making those ARSs look like nothing. I mean, he's making them look like anybody can do them in those conditions, but
yeah,
I think it's just sheer practice on some of the waves that he has back home on the smaller days, but he's making it look very, very easy.
Yeah. And I mean, if you want to compete with the best guys in the world, you're going to have to make sure you are prepared for all conditions. Although we really don't like competing in this, we sometimes have to just do it. And Maxim's definitely making the most of the average opportunity he's been given. As here he does a nice clean ARS. Looks for something in the inside, does a nice tech reverse, but nothing much there for him.
He makes it look so easy. I can't get over seeing the replay in slow-mo, just like how is he doing that? His timing is perfect, and I think his flexibility and the strength to help make that rotation up and over definitely helps, especially in these conditions. So Maxime Castillo, if the conditions stay like this, I wouldn't put it past him for him to take this whole thing.
Yeah, he's going to definitely be one to watch if the conditions stay like this, but I really hope it doesn't stay like this. Because, yeah, I mean, it's a lot got to do with, it's a big gamble out there. If you end up not getting the good ones in the heat, you can just be left sitting and watching. But we have heard rumors of swell coming over the next 2 days, so let's hope those rumors are true. And
well, I know a bunch of the guys have been looking at the forecast, but along with the swell, we are going to see some winds too. But I think with an increase of height, the winds won't affect it too much, as sections will still barrel over on the shallow reefs here at
for sure.
Cupula, the name of the wave. Sebastian Kreff paddling into this one.
See Sebastian flying down the line. Does an ARS. So he's definitely using Maxim's technique, but I don't think that's going to be enough. And see Maxim doing a victory lap into the inside here.
Oh my God, Sebastian not having the heat he wanted, but Maxime putting it down, looking very solid. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Tristan. We'll be back right after this. Thanks, dude. Yeah, you. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here and David Hubbard holding it down for the last two heats of round number 2 The elimination round out in the water, heat number 11. Let's get out there. Out in the water, this is what we have going on. Miguel Rodriguez in the red jersey and Santiago Sanchez in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, this should be awesome to see because these are two of the favorites from South America, one representing Peru, one representing Argentina, meeting here in Chile to do battle at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
And this is it. 25-minute heats, one rider advancing on into round number 3. Second place, unfortunately, that's it. Check, please.
Check, please. But they're going to be able to really soak in the entirety of the festival if they are out of the competition because they will be attending all the concerts and all the festive activities surrounding this event. So instead of a check, please, it's kind of like a bonus round almost.
Well, I'm sure some of the riders wish they could still continue on and put in their bid for a 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival Championship trophy. Paddling hard, it is Santiago Sanchez, the Argentinian, dropping in, taking a look, coming around that section, holding a pretty high line, as high as possible. And that is it for Santi.
Santiago Sanchez making a massive name for himself over the last several years, charging huge waves, not only here in Chile, but also in Puerto Escondido. Of course, he's got tons of supporters, not only in Argentina, but all the expats from Argentina who migrate annually, and some who have permanently moved to Puerto Escondido, like Andres Petroni.
Yes, the whole Petroni family holding it down with all board sports in the heavy conditions. Miguel Rodriguez clocking in a nice 6-point ride at a 2.25, but that 6-point ride definitely is going to help him in the very end here. So Maxime Castillo looking solid, standing by, waiting for Begonia to do the interview. But we do have 2 more 25-minute heats.
Yeah, we got this heat, and heat number 12 will be the last heat of round number 2, as well as the last heat of the day.
Yes, it's been a long day, and the competitors, they held in there and battled it out in these conditions, and knowing that this is the end of the road for many. We've seen the semifinals of the women, and now we have our podium final completed as well, standing by the women's grand final, which we're going to see either tomorrow or Sunday, along with our already set Pro Junior final as well.
So that'll be unreal, and we'll continue to march through these men's heats and eventually wind up at the podium and grand final for the men's division. But we've got quite a ways to go before we get there. Let's take a look at this. Santiago Sanchez up and riding. Muscles his way for a roll there. And now he's going to throw a 360. And he kind of completes it. We could say he did. He continues momentum on the wave. So it does look like in the lead of this heat, Miguel Rodriguez, Santiago Sanchez, chasing a 376, sorry. But yes, tomorrow, likely, almost 100% we're going into round 3 of the men's. Probably round 4 of the men's as well. A round that we like to call the catapult round.
The catapult round will launch riders straight out of round number 4 into the quarterfinals.
If they win.
If they win.
Second and third will go into round 5.
Miguel Rodriguez tucking under that one. Successful exit, and he gets out the back.
All right, we do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yes, we're here with Maxime Castillo from Arcachon, France. Well, Maxime, what can you tell us about your heat? I'm not going to ask you the same that I've been asking. We know the conditions are hard, but you still managed to beat Sebastian Kreff, which is a local guy. So what happened out there?
Yeah, it was a little bit stressful to be with Sebastian because he's the local of here, and it's a really good tube rider. And this morning when I saw the win, I was like, yeah, it's my chance, I can do it. So yeah, the wave was really hard, and I just tried to catch some good ones, some IRSs to roll, maneuver. You know, in France the wave it's like already like that, not already, but it's like a lot of time like that in summer. So I train a lot in this kind of wave, and yeah, we have a lot of competition in France. When I was younger, it was always like that, the condition. So I know surf this condition, and yeah, I like this wave. You know, the same for yesterday with the hit with Brahim and Tristan. This wave is pretty good, and I like it. So yeah, I'm happy, and I stay focused for the end of the comp because yeah, I really want to make good here. I love the wave, and I want to make a good result.
Well, you did great. What can you tell us about the quad concave? Is it comfortable to surf with it?
Yeah, I like it. It's really good for the speed. You know, when you put the maneuver. I don't know the name in English, but l'amplitude, you know?
The projection.
Yeah, the projection, yeah, like that. And yeah, I like this board. Thanks a lot NMD for the board, and yeah. Woo.
Well, congratulations. Tu viens parler français alors, la famille, les personnes là-bas?
J'adore, elle parle hyper bien français. Bisous à Anne d'ailleurs si elle nous regarde. Et ouais, un bisou à tout le monde en France, à tous les potes, les copains, Arcachon, mon frère qui m'appelle tout le temps, Mimi qui doit regarder le live, c'est sûr. Et voilà, la Sally représente et let's go for the 1-3.
Félicitations, and we hope to see you back here real soon.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Bego, and congratulations to Maxime. Surfing amazing, and I love that interview. So much excitement, laughter, smiles, and Bego, of course, doing an awesome job as well. So wonderful, wonderful job to both of those beautiful people. And now back into the water. We're 10 minutes in to this South American battle between Miguel Rodriguez and Santiago Sanchez. Let's see what can really go down, because right now Miguel Rodriguez 6 point and a 5.25. Now we're seeing Santiago Sanchez requiring a 6.36 to move ahead of him and into the lead. Manny and I were just talking before the interview about the stadium format.
Yes, and it is locked and ready to go. We're going to be moving on through the heats in the men's division in the next few days here, starting with tomorrow, next couple days, in fact. We do have our women's and pro junior grand finals ready to rock. Now we just need to get to the finals here in the men's division. Look at this. Nice clean bottom turn, nice section. Pushes through to roll over, and Santiago Sanchez try to make something happen out here. Looking right. Yeah, it is Miguel Rodriguez driving. Nice clean roll. And he will pull that off. Look how dry and
oh goodness. It's sketch Velocia down in there. And really intimidating. But I like the way that right-hander shaped up, you know. You notice that Miguel got a lot of speed. The curl stayed real even and smooth. And he was able to find a nice roll. I'm wondering if that's going to improve on his 5.25 and make the situation even that much more demanding for Santi.
Sanchez, the Argentinian. And then we talked about it earlier in a previous heat. Your build, your body may have a factor as well. Sebastian Kraft is a tall, bigger, a little bit more heavier than Maxime Castillo. And Maxime Castillo looking very nimble out there in these conditions.
Quick and nimble.
Yes, and Sebastian Kraft, he was had a little bit of a struggle out there trying to pull over those big flip maneuvers as he saw. He did pull one ARS off at the very last minute, but in these conditions, Maxime Castillo looked solid. Can Santiago Sanchez, with almost a similar build, do the same?
Fascinating proposition, as I would agree with you. Sanchez on the more petite side of the body type scale and uses it to his advantage quite a bit. Here he's muscling into this one, gets a roll off, and then he's going to swim out of that one. We did see Miguel Rodriguez improving on his 5.25, getting a 5.9
yes.
on his last ride. That's putting him into a further leadership position in this heat. Now, Santiago Sanchez needing a 7.01 at this stage in the game. That's quite a tall ask, even though we did see scores like that being dropped in some of the previous heats. We are into the second half of this 25-minute heat, and Santi will have a couple more opportunities to get that 7.01, but Miguel, he's going to try to be improving on his scores, maybe making the requirement for Santi even that much greater.
There's enough time for Santiago to actually get 2 new solid scores. And if he does that, he's only really looking at 2 scores hovering in the 6 range to get back into that first place spot. But Miguel Rodriguez looking very comfortable in these conditions. And, I mean, lucky for us, this is a reef break where the wave will still come from the deep to the shallow and actually dump and barrel over, and some of the riders have been in tune with where exactly to hit the lip and pull off these lip maneuvers.
Boy, that's really been the key, Manny, today, is timing and accessing a nice lip to get that projection that Maxime was talking about during his interview. So important to get clean projection off of these lips, because that's when you're going to see the higher quality aerial maneuvers being done. When the lip is crumbling down, kind of wind-tossed, wind-swept little whitewaters coming in, it's really hard to perform high-quality maneuvers off of those sections. But if you're able to find one of the more crispy lips, then you may be able to maximize.
Santiago Sanchez up and riding on this left-hander. Bottom turning. Oh, going for an ARS and cannot bounce his way around as he lands in a pretty peculiar part on the wave and just stops in his tracks. And you can see him paddling back out as quickly as possible to get into the lineup to have another opportunity. He still has 9 minutes and 30 seconds to pull off 2 more new scores if he needs to. Up and riding. Miguel Rodriguez, ton of speed, comes through that section, comes through the lip, goes for a roll and cannot pull out in front of the whitewash. That is an incomplete maneuver. Priority now in the hands of Santiago Sanchez. Santiago Sanchez from Argentina. Every time I see him, he's always smiling.
He is always giddy and jovial and just super pumped. I love it. He brings an awesome vibe to the zone. Here we're just working through a replay showing the start of it. Here it's Santi. And I like where his head's at going for that move, because had he completed that, would have been in the 6 range, would have been a score that would help. So I like the intent there. Execution just lacking slightly. But difficult conditions out there, but everybody's got to deal with them.
Santiago Sanchez behind the 8 ball right now with a 7.01 is what he needs for first place on his next wave. But I think he has enough time to go out and get 2 new scores to get closer to Miguel Rodriguez. Miguel Rodriguez, he's looking very comfortable right now. The lone Peruvian, I believe in this round, the Chileans have been on a rampage.
Yeah, they certainly have. And at this stage in the event, in the main event, I believe these are the sole riders from each of these countries. Peru being represented by Miguel Rodriguez. Of course, Yoni Aguirre going for it in the trials, unable to advance into the main event in both Itacoatiara and here at Antofagasta.
Which is a shame because we all know who Yoni Aguirre is and knows that he has the ability to be right up here competing in the main event as well. It's just luck was not in his hands. Here we go, up and riding.
Heat leader Miguel Rodriguez starting with the spin. Now he's going to get onto the lower section to find a roll there. And this wave is starting to just converge on that really shallow reef shelf there. But he gets out safely.
And he heads back out. So another solid run right there for Miguel Rodriguez. So looking solid to hold the Peruvian flag one step closer to the final here at the main event, as he looks like he's going to be looking really solid to advance on into round number 3. Santiago Sanchez not over yet as he turns around and takes a look, but pulls back on that one.
Yeah, lets that wave go by, but with 6 minutes remaining, 7:01 required with 1 wave to move into the lead, Manny. So if he gets a cracker of a wave, he could do it with 1 wave, or as you mentioned before, if he gets a couple of 6s, it would be enough for him to move into the lead. And
That's right. He's getting closer and closer. But he does have 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, which still is enough time for him to get 2 new scores. It's just a matter of if those waves come in. We've been saying it all day long, and it's just a matter of being in the right spot at the right time. Here he goes.
Ooh, but he quickly dives out.
Looks like the music has mellowed out a little bit. Lucky for us. But we need to talk to somebody to find out what is on tap for tomorrow's entertainment. I wonder if we're going to be able to have some live feeds from the bands and all that good stuff. That'll be fun to have. But of course, everybody just wants to see the competition right now and see who will become the champion here. Here we go, Santiago Sanchez.
He's kind of back to the drawing board. Looks like he's got that determination still in him, and he's really muscling to get back out there as these sets just roll through, catching him out of position. But if he's able to muster his way out in time, maybe he could access one of these to go for that 7:01 that he needs.
4 minutes. 4 minutes are ticking away.
Miguel Rodriguez not staying still in this heat. He's up on this set wave. Nice, big, clean roll. And he pulls it off.
Solid wave right there. One step closer.
Yeah,
that's what he needed to do to get closer to that first place spot. And here's a quick look one more time from that GoPro shot that we had earlier in the competition.
Somebody's getting sassy. Doing all sorts of spins on the open face. I love how you can see the sun in that shot.
We got the GoPro session on the back of David Hubbard earlier this event, and we're able to pull off Well, he was able to pull off the goods and return them here, so we got a nice GoPro clip. I wonder if we can get that on any other the other riders if the conditions improve as far as wave height.
It would be cool, and I think it's something some of the other riders are starting to catch on to.
Miguel Rodriguez, now 7 minutes, 7 and a 6. 2 solid scores. And Santiago Sanchez, unfortunately, time is just ticking away. That may be the end of the road for Santiago Sanchez.
He needs an 8.11. We have seen a couple big scores come in, even in these tough conditions. Santi sitting with first priority, so there is still a lot possible in this heat, but it does look more and more difficult as these moments progress for Santiago Sanchez to progress himself into round number 3.
2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining. Think about it. What can you do in 2 minutes? Can you come up with 2 new scores?
You can. Yeah.
Can you whip up 1 minute?
Okay.
Nice
Santi
roll
with
right
a
there,
nice roll.
Santiago.
Then a spin. He's going to kick. He needs a little bit more off of this. Maybe he's going to get another roll here. Oh, a spin. Ooh. Brutally frustrating. 90 seconds now for him to get out the back, and you see some defeat in his body language. I'm not sure how fast he can make it all the way back out, because I tell you something, man, he rode that wave for ages. The paddle back out is at least a minute from where he was right there. Could be a little longer, and once he gets back out, Miguel Rodriguez is going to be holding on to that priority. So, tough stuff for Santi Sanchez with 1 minute remaining in this one.
His score dropped in at a 5.0, and that is not going to be enough to even come close. So this last minute pretty much is just going to tick away. No hope for Santiago Sanchez to get into that first place spot, which means the Peruvian Miguel Rodriguez will advance on into the next round, round number 3, where he will face off with one of the winners from round number 1. And right here, it looks like it could be his victory lap. 20 seconds remaining. So not a bad run. 2 solid scores right there for Miguel Rodriguez. Coming up next, we're going to see the last heat of the day.
Roberto Bruno and Cristobal Fernandez. It's definitely going to be one to watch. You won't want to miss it. But as this heat ticks down, we are going to take the opportunity to go to commercials, and we'll be right back after this.
Yeah, he's stoked.
Lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
intervened on behalf of...
Lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares del desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares del desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here and David Hubbard. This is the last heat of round number 2, elimination round in the men's division. Dub, who do we got?
Cristobal Fernandez from Easter Island, who's now in the Pro Junior Final, taking on Roberto Bruno, runner-up at the Arica Chilean Challenge just last week. So let's get right out into the water to see the action that will be bestowed upon us.
That's right. So the young gun, Cristobal Fernandez, holding it down for the Chilean flag. And he is going against somebody who's pretty much on a contest high right now with 2 pretty nice results so far in the South American leg. We have Roberto Bruno, the Brazilian.
Yeah, and everybody's been stoked for Roberto. He's been competing for ages. I think he's something like 7 or 8-time national Brazilian champion. He's regionally a champion 7 times over, 5 or 6, 7 times over. But the Easter Islanders starting off quick, making speedy work of the opening exchange, 6.75 in the first few minutes. So Cristobal Fernandez putting on a show throughout this Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival and throughout today even. And of course, Cristobal Sharafia putting on the show with Noria Films highlights. We're going to get to the highlights again after this heat before we wait for the interview, so you definitely don't want to miss the great work of Cristobal Sharafia. But it is Cristobal Fernandez in the water, trying to make it on into round number 3. It would be quite an upset, and it would be a historic celebration for the Easter Island contingent. And they are here in full effect. Cristobal's father is here, and so is his uncle of sorts, brother man who flight a drone.
Cristobal Fernandez is looking very strong. Roberto Bruno, he is very strong in these conditions as well. And here he is taking a look at this one deeper than Cristobal Fernandez. Here he is, Roberto Bruno. Ooh. Quick in and out.
Roberto Bruno is in second priority, so not a bad option to check these waves out. and see where the opportunity lies. Roberto Bruno does have a 4-point ride, so he's got something. At this point, he doesn't need much, but both riders are really without a significant secondary score.
Top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those 2 waves will give the riders a total points, and the one with the highest score will advance on into round number 3. Again, elimination round. It's been pretty hectic pretty much all day. We've seen a lot of riders, good riders, get knocked out of the event today, which means we may have new faces heading into round number 3. And the Chileans, they've had a pretty strong contingent here at this event. We have an all-Chilean Pro Junior final. We have a Brazilian in the final, going against a Japanese in the women's division, but...
Third place went to a Chilean,
yes.
Anais Vélez, performing terrifically, beating Alexandra Rinder, former world champion, in the podium final earlier this morning.
Yes, and now we're moving closer to the final here in the men's division, 1 round at a time. And it's going to be interesting if we're going to be able to see another Chilean moving forward towards the final. And yes.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Easter Island would be requesting a new country designation and flag for their rider from Easter Island. It is domestically part of Chile, but let's take a look at Roberto Bruno.
Looks like we do have our rider, Roberto Bruno, in the red jersey. Nice clean through the lip. He has another section, and can he pull it off in this tricky section? And he does. 2 rolls right there on that wave. That's what he needed to get back in the hunt. That may be possibly the highest score of the heat.
That was solid. It puts the Rapa Nui local Cristobal Fernandez in first priority. We'll wait for scores, but Roberto Bruno will move into the lead on the strength of a 4-point ride and his last score. But I was thinking, you know, a lot of the islanders like Puerto Ricans, Hawaiians, Channel Islanders as well, they like to be known from their island archipelago and not necessarily the country that quote-unquote owns them, even though they would cringe. So I would not be surprised if Rapa Nui, Easter Island, would be producing a flag and a country designation for the graphic so we could update the rider from Rapa Nui, Cristobal Fernandez's profile.
All right, it looks like we do have the interview ready with Bego and the winner of the last heat, Miguel Rodriguez. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. We're here with Miguel from Peru, the sole representative from Peru. That's got to be hard. Miguel, obviously the conditions are not the best, and that's why I think we have been seeing only rolls and spins. I mean, it's because it's hard to make different maneuvers, right?
Sí, en verdad las condiciones están muy difíciles ahora. Solamente pude hacer combinaciones de maniobras, que eso me ayudaron un montón a sumar un montón de puntos y una ola grande donde le pude meter un rolo fuerte, que esa fue la que me alzó más.
Oh yeah, he says actually that's what's happening out there. Yeah, very tough conditions, and he's just happy he just made a big roll in one, and that gave him a very good score that keep him in the first position. So we know that the Peruvians are very used to surf big conditions, big waves. That's you're known for that. So how does it feel to be here surfing smaller and choppy compared to what you're used to surf?
Bueno, en Perú, en verdad, casi la mayoría estamos acostumbrados a correr olas grandes, porque tenemos ahí Chilca, San Pedro, que son olas bien fuertes que nos ayudan un montón a mejorar. Y también nos acostumbramos a correr cualquier tipo de ola, cualquier tipo de condición, porque allá en el Perú como que las olas a veces no aguantan mucho tiempo el viento, el glass, y entonces tenemos que correr como esté el mar.
Well, he said yes, they're pretty used to ride big waves, but they still practice in all kinds of conditions because it doesn't stay glassy too long, so they're very used to choppy. So anyone you want to say hi or thanks at this point?
Sí, bueno, saludar a mi familia, a mi enamorada y a toda la gente que me está mirando de Perú. ¡Y arriba Perú!
Well, congratulations, Miguel, and we hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Wow, another excellent interview right there, going down and holding the Peruvian flag high, Miguel Rodriguez. So Miguel moves on into round number 3.
So looks like as we are into the final heat of the day, we're going to have the rest of the afternoon off to enjoy the festival-like atmosphere here, Manny. What kind of activities are you going to get up to without inviting me to?
Well, I think we got something really incredible planned, but I'll let you know tomorrow once we get back from all the fun.
Yeah, that's pretty pretty typical. But hey, it's good for colleagues and roommates here in the South America leg, especially here in Chile, to spend some time apart. So I do not feel bad about that, even though you're trying to make me feel guilty. Actually, you're right. It was me trying to make you feel guilty, but don't worry about it. It's all good. We're buddies.
One wave for Cristobal Fernandez. And that wave is 6.75. So looking still pretty solid. These big scores dropping in these conditions is what we're expecting of this round number 2 from all these riders, especially in these conditions. So they're doing their hard work right now.
That was such rad salesmanship from Bruno. Do you see how he was outside of Cristobal and paddled intently right past Cristobal, like an inch away, as if he was going to take the wave? Just baiting the hook, hoping Cristobal would bite. But no, the Rapa Nui local has surfed enough heats to know these kind of tricks. He's just going to stay put and wait for the next best wave to come in. He's got first priority. He's got a good score. It's only a quarter point beneath the high score of Roberto Bruno. So at this stage in the game, now that we are into the second half of this heat, Cristobal Fernandez playing a smart game and just working on wave selection. He doesn't need to catch a ton of waves. It's only going to be 2 waves that will take him into the next round if he's able to get a solid score and overtake current heat leader Roberto Bruno from Brazil. So we've got about 10.5 minutes remaining, and we are just loving it down here in Antofagasta at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Manny is just having a blast running up mountains, swimming in the ocean. Are you going to be able to get onto a bicycle and go biking around? I know you love your biathlons and triathlons.
Quadrathlons.
What is a quadrathlon? Because I've heard of a kintathlon.
I'm joking. Here we go. Looking up. We got Cristobal Fernandez. There we go. It needs a backup score, and that right there is going to do it. 6.75 is the only score he has, so that right there will come in between a 4 and a 5, which would be perfect as a backup score. With 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go, he has enough time to build on that, but still will be probably right up there, maybe even tied up with Roberto Bruno after that score.
Let's wait and see. Really excited because he waited a good while and deemed that that was a good opportunity, and he went for it. Executed a nice roll. So we are anxiously awaiting scores. Something about this Cristobal Fernandez, even though he's a pro junior, Man, when you see him walking up the scaffolding, looks like a man. He is tall, and I don't know if anyone checked his passport to make sure he's under 18 or not.
Well,
but he looks solid. He's almost like he's over 6 feet tall.
They do grow them big in Easter Island. There's a few islands out here. Christmas Island, the Galapagos Islands. I think the Galapagos is under the Ecuador flag. And Easter Island.
Isla de Pascua, as they call it here, but Rapa Nui is what they call it down there.
So, very exciting to get the international contention, especially from the islanders that are in and around this area. So, situation out in the water, still waiting for that score to drop for
5-2-5. Still waiting for it to appear on your screen, but it was enough for a situation change. There it is, just popping up now.
5-2-5. You're psychic.
No, I heard the ever obtrusively loud beach announcer deliver that information while you were ranting about the Galapagos Islands or some baloney. Another little bit of salesmanship. That was cool.
So it looks like, wow, I'm sorry, we just lost track. There's a bunch of padded mats rolling by us
and when
right
they
now.
walk by the equipment that we have set up, I get a little nervous. We've got a leaning tower of
TVs.
TVs.
No, we do have pretty cool lineup set up for after this competition. Coming around the section.
Going for a cockroach smash or a 7-up flip,
Yes.
as some people call it, but incomplete. So a one-handed daredevil approach to the 7-up flip off the back. I do not think this is going to better his 5-2-5. I'm not sure if it'll even get up in the 2-point range, but I'll be shocked if it's only a 1.
Well, out the back, Roberto Bruno up and riding.
Throws a spin, does not find a Rolo section, gives up priority, and this guy out the back, Cristobal Fernandez from Rapa Nui, makes an ARS happen, but does not complete it. We're going to see now Manny's favorite thing in the sport of bodyboarding, a paddle battle. Looks very one-sided from this angle as Roberto Bruno sails past the Rapa Nui.
It's one of my favorite things in competition bodyboarding. One. I think the top thing is what we saw in the finals in Arica with massive waves, big air maneuvers, big barrels. So, yeah, paddle battles are in a close second. So we do have a nice treat for you waiting after this last heat. We're going to show the highlight reels. We're going to have the interview, and we're actually going to go live and direct with one of the promoters of the event, Arturo. We're going to have the roving camera out in the festival area. He's going to give us an insight of what is going on out in the area here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
That should be awesome. I'm excited to get a little glimpse. I've been here in the booth and surfing my heat, so besides those two things, haven't really got time to check out the festival happening around and amongst us. Yes. So that'll be a great opportunity, not only for us, but for you viewers at home to see what we've been jabbering on about. The festival here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Yes, this weekend is going to be very exciting, as well as the competition that is about to come to a completion with the Pro Junior Finals all ready to go. The women's grand final is ready to rock, as well as the men's final. But we are still a long ways away from that. Round number 2 just finishing up. Round number 3, 4, and 5 before we get into the quarters semis, podium final, and grand final in the men's division. So a ton of action still on tap. But right here, coming down to the wire, the last elimination heat in round number 2. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Cristobal Fernandez looking solid. He's going to be super stoked if he can beat out the fierce competition machine of Roberto Bruno. Here we go. It is Roberto Bruno. Ooh.
Cristobal Fernandez not falling for the tricks, holding on to that priority, letting Roberto Bruno go on that wave. It did not offer anything. Cristobal Fernandez, I'm thoroughly impressed. He is still surfing with a bit of an injury. Whacked both of his knees on this shallow rock bottom the other day. See, he's up and riding now. He's looking at this wave. Little reverse. Pretty soft wave. He throws another one of those floppos. We weren't so stoked on the first one. At least that time he used a little backwash. But Roberto Bruno looking for a 501, and I don't think that's going to be it. So let's take a look at this replay. Cristobal hoping that a section was going to pop up. It didn't, so he chucks a little reverse spin there. And then, shoot, I hope the replay ends before this. We definitely don't need to see that twice. That is something that has been almost eradicated in the sport of bodyboarding, but something that dominated it back in the 90s. Floppos.
I think right now he may be having fun. I don't think he'd be doing that in a competition and hoping for points. So he's just having fun, I believe, on the inside there. Coming down to the last minute and 50 seconds. Cristobal Fernandez holding steady. Roberto Bruno, 5.01. It's not over yet. He's still capable of pulling out at least a 5-point ride. Taking a look at this one. This could be one of his 2 chances, possibly. Through the lip rolo. Oh, whoa. Kind of tweaked it a little bit. 5.01. That could be kind of close.
That wave was solid, Manny. That was a set wave. And at this stage in the day and in this heat, that's going to be enough to turn the heat. We'll wait for the official score to drop. But Cristobal Fernandez is going to need to get back out into the lineup for another chance at this. Nice, solid roll. So, you know, to me, that was just enough. And we're...
All right, wait patiently on the scores, and there they are. 5.5 for Roberto Bruno on that roll.
So now, the Rapa Nui local, Cristobal Fernandez needs a 5.76. Less than a minute remaining, Manny.
Oh my gosh.
What's going to happen? Is this going to be the end of the road for Cristobal, or is he going to pull out last minute heroics and make
20 seconds
history twice today, because he made some insane last minute heroics happen in the junior semi, if you remember. He went from 4th to 1st in the last minute on the last wave ridden.
Wow, I think he just put his head down in defeat right there. He should have went on that first wave and just tried to do something. Wow. Roberto Bruno on the last wave of the heat. Oh, the Brazilian sticks it out in the very last couple minutes of the heat, and he pulls it off. Roberto Bruno knocking out Cristobal Fernandez in the last few minutes of that heat, and will advance on into round number 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to check out some highlights. Come back with the interview. Go back to commercials and see what the festival is all about.
So stay with us.
lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we did finish off that last heat, round number 2, elimination round, and the last minute of the heat, it was the Brazilian Roberto Bruno who pulled off the unbelievable. You know what? We have the interview ready with Bego. Let's get down to it right now. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. And yes, that was a tricky situation out there. We saw you switching the first position. You guys were like taking the first position and all that, but at the very end, you managed to get the first position. So how was it?
Foi uma bateria super difícil, o mar não estava tão bom, né, como todo mundo pode ver, mas estava difícil para os dois. O Cristóvão começou na frente, começou com uma boa onda e na minha primeira onda eu não consegui uma nota boa, e a segunda eu já consegui pegar a liderança. Depois ele virou novamente e nos últimos 2 minutos eu acho que eu consegui virar. Graças a Deus veio aquela onda para mim e eu consegui fazer.
Well, he's saying that, yeah, it was actually, like you all can notice, I mean, it was very hard out there, and yes, but he found the way to get that last wave and get that score he needed to stay in the first position. So that was really good, and you've been doing great these 2 contests, so congratulations for that. You want to mandar un alô para alguém agora?
Obrigado a todo mundo aí do Brasil que está acompanhando. Continue torcendo pelos brasileiros. Um beijo na minha família e um beijo para meus sobrinhos que andam reclamando que eu não lembro deles.
Well, parabéns para você, and congratulations, and I think this is it for today. Back to you guys.
exciting last heat and great interview as well. And we got a special treat after these upcoming commercials, Manny.
Yes, don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
But we're going to the party after, so stay with us.
Oh, yes, that's right. You know what? Stand corrected. One more time.
So after these commercials, we're going to go to the festival.
With Arturo.
We're going to cruise around with Arturo. So, please, just stay put if you want to see what this Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival is all about.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Lo que representa el antepasado. Los mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
intervened on behalf.
Lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Intervened on behalf of.
Completamente en vivo desde aquí de la playa Yacolén en la ola Cúpula de Cristal, cuando tuvimos una jornada deportiva increíble en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival 2017, quinta fecha del Tour Mundial de Bodyboard. Pero aquí nos acaba todo, ya que nos queda la feria del mar que vemos atrás de mi espalda y las diferentes actividades deportivas en torno al borde costero. Vamos a mostrar un poco lo que está pasando alrededor de este campeonato mundial de bodyboard. Como pueden ver atrás mío, mañana podremos mostrarles con más detalle. Esta es la feria del mar. Como pueden ver, hay embarcaciones que nos da el club deportivo del club de yates, que trae sus embarcaciones de vela para que las personas puedan conocer un poco más sobre estos deportes costeros. ¿Cuál es la idea? Que esto está dentro del marco de los Juegos de Mar. La idea es poder potenciar a otras organizaciones sociales que trabajan en torno al borde costero y poder potenciarla. Por eso que tenemos diferentes actividades que se las llevamos hasta sus casas, también dejándolos invitados para que mañana vengan a disfrutar de este gran evento. Como podrán ver, atrás tenemos diferentes actividades para los niños chicos, actividades de reciclaje, también tenemos foros de ecología y vamos a seguir por aquí para mostrarles donde están aquí todas las chicas del dancing. ¿Cómo están, muchachas? ¿Todo bien? ¿Cómo están, chicas? Vengan todas aquí, vengan acá, acérquense. Estamos totalmente en vivo con las chicas aquí. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo se encuentra? ¿Todo bien?
Bien.
¿Cómo se llama el club deportivo que usted representa?
Firewings.
Firewings, ¿sí? ¿Me puede explicar de qué se trata un poco esta actividad que ustedes practican? Vengan, acérquense, no tengan miedo, vengan todos acá, vamos a sentarnos todos alrededor. Vamos a tener una grata conversación. Estamos totalmente en vivo, no solamente para Antofagasta, sino que para todo el mundo. Y lo que buscamos es mostrar su deporte para que sea más conocido. ¿Ya? Entonces, cuéntame de qué se trata lo que ustedes están practicando aquí en el Campeonato Mundial Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Que nosotros vamos a la academia de Firewings para bailar en la categoría de... Hacemos jazz, hip hop, la más grande es en pom pom y eso.
¿Y les gusta mucho practicar esto? ¿Se sienten felices?
Sí, es como nuestra pasión.
Es su pasión, es su sueño. ¿Te gustaría vivir de esto?
Sí.
¿Y se puede?
Sí se puede.
Por supuesto que se puede, porque ustedes ya lo están haciendo, están disfrutando de lo que les gusta y eso es súper positivo. ¿A ti te gusta lo que practicas? ¿Cuál es tu pasión?
Bailar, porque uno puede mostrar lo que uno logra practicando, haciéndolo duro y todo eso.
¿Y cómo son sus jornadas de práctica? ¿Se levantan temprano? ¿Desayunan? ¿Se van a...? Cuéntame un poquito sobre eso.
Tenemos dance 2 horas y bueno, en hip hop tenemos 2 veces a la semana y jazz 2 veces a la semana en la tarde.
Increíble, jazz, hip hop. Estas chiquillas son el futuro del baile chileno, ¿no? ¿Les gustaría salir a representar a su país en diferentes lugares del mundo desde lo que ustedes hacen?
Sí, sí me gustaría, nos gustaría todo.
¿Se preparan para eso, no?
Sí.
¿Quiere mandar un saludo a alguien que la esté viendo o que conozcan? Ahí, directamente a la cámara.
Hola, papá. A las otras niñas de Firewings que no pudieron venir, no sé por qué, pero a ellas y a mi familia. Yo quiero mandar a mis amigas que están de viaje y a las otras niñas que están enfermas. Y eso. Yo le quiero mandar un saludo a mi mejor amiga que está en Santiago.
Así, aquí está todo pasando increíble. Vamos a saludar a toda chica ahí a la cámara. ¡Y! Aquí los dejamos a todos invitados mañana porque esto va a estar increíble. El Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, la fiesta internacional. Así que vamos a seguir caminando por esta increíble feria. Espectacular lo que está pasando y vamos a dar ritmo de la música. ¡Y! Mira acá las chicas como aplauden. Vamos, chicas, ¿cómo está todo? ¿Todo bien? Pura felicidad acá, pura felicidad, ¿no?
Saluden aquí.
¿A qué hora bailamos? ¿A qué hora bailamos? ¿A qué hora bailamos? Seguimos por acá, por la fiesta, y acá tenemos nada menos que los jóvenes de karate. Vamos a ver realmente de qué se trata. Camarita amiga, vamos por acá. Podemos ver que están practicando acá. ¿Cómo se llama la disciplina que están practicando en este momento?
Jiu-Jitsu.
Jiu-Jitsu. Esto es una técnica. ¿Puedes explicarme de qué se trata para que la gente que nos está viendo pueda sepa?
Sí, es básicamente defensa personal. Es como puedo someter a un oponente sin tener que golpearlo. O sea, son llaves, son estrangulaciones, luxaciones.
¿Ustedes son de alguna organización, de algún club deportivo?
Club Deportivo 8 Esquinas, representamos Gigo Jiu-Jitsu.
Perfecto. ¿Ustedes se preparan para competencias nacionales, internacionales? ¿Cómo es eso? Cuéntame.
Sí, nos preparamos para distintas competencias. Por ejemplo, mañana hay un Open Antofagasta que se va a realizar en la UCN, en las canchas de ahí. Otras son nacionales, Open Chile, nacionales.
¿Usted nos podría, tenemos tiempo para una demostración? ¿Sí? ¿Podría hacer una demostración aquí para las cámaras? Ahí tenemos... A ver, veamos. Aquí vamos a hacer una demostración de esta disciplina. Vamos a ver cómo es la práctica de este deporte. Increíble lo que pasa en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. ¡Ay, ay, ay! Ahí la dejó totalmente paralizada. Vamos con otra técnica. ¡Wow! Realmente yo no quiero tener esa espalda. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Increíble, los felicito y lo esperamos mañana. Aquí está todo pasando en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Esto está increíble y seguimos caminando por aquí. Sigamos por aquí. Vamos al punto de reciclaje. Increíble, les quiero contar que este año el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival cuenta con un sello verde. Claro, toda la basura que se genera aquí, tenemos una empresa que se encarga de lo que los residuos se reciclen. Por favor, venga al lado mío. Punto Limpio Móvil. Es un colaborador de lo que nosotros estamos haciendo acá en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Cuéntanos de qué se trata el Punto Limpio y cómo es su participación aquí en el Campeonato Mundial.
Bueno, el Punto Limpio Móvil es servicio de reciclaje a domicilio. Nosotros aseguramos que el material que recibimos va a ir a plantas de reciclaje y va a cumplir el ciclo del reciclaje. Estamos súper agradecidos de estar colaborando con el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival de este año y agradecer a la gente que se ha motivado y ha venido a reciclar, que está aprendiendo junto a nosotros. Estamos entregando información de la ley de reciclaje, así que gracias, es una linda instancia y todos invitados a venir a vernos a Punto Limpio Móvil, Mr. Barber Móvil y ahora en Deportes Emergentes a Club Deportivo Luchas Formativas 8 Esquina, que está con los talleres de Jiu-Jitsu.
Wow, seca para la información, nos quedó bastante claro. Muchas gracias por estar en este evento. Y nos puede mostrar un poco cómo funciona el punto de reciclaje.
Bueno, tenemos actualmente 6 receptáculos donde estamos reciclando botellas plásticas, plástico en general, aluminio, Tetra Pak, papel blanco, cartones y otro tipo de papeles como diarios, revistas, folletos, boletas. Y también estamos con nuestro colaborador Liplas, que nos está apoyando en el centro del evento con un punto limpio portátil que está con 3 receptáculos, uno de papel y cartón, botellas plásticas y de residuos domésticos.
Como ven, muchas gracias querida amiga. Como ven, este campeonato mundial cuenta con un sello verde porque este campeonato tiene mucho sentido de invitar a diferentes organizaciones sociales, porque todos hacemos este campeonato mundial, no solamente Club Budeo, sino que con muchas personas que están colaborando para que suceda todo lo que está sucediendo. ¿Qué te pareció la organización del evento?
La verdad es que excelente, muy buena, los felicito a ti representando a todo tu equipo. Nosotros igual tratamos de, como club deportivo, incentivar al deporte con una mirada integral, considerando el medio ambiente, la acción social. Así que estamos en esto, compartimos también sus ideales, así que súper contento de participar junto a ustedes y agradecido.
Muchas gracias, se viene un gran día mañana. Y seguimos
a la barbería.
A la barbería, como nos dijo la señorita, y esto es una innovación social. Esto es muy innovador. Los chicos de la primera barbería móvil de Chile, Mr. Barber. Y acá tenemos a un personaje de Antofagasta, Mr. Barber, que es la primera barbería móvil del país. Por favor, hacemos por aquí, despacio. Estamos en el móvil de Mr. Barber. Por favor, amigo, ¿cómo está usted? Gusto saludarlo. Cuéntanos un poco de este emprendimiento único en Chile.
Sí, bueno, la idea igual parte por un trabajo social que nosotros hacemos con nuestro club deportivo y quisimos también hacer que Mr. Barber fuera una barbería un poco más apegada a la gente, porque nosotros poder ir a la gente y no que la gente tuviera que acercarse a la barbería. Por eso lo hicimos como un emprendimiento sobre ruedas.
Cuéntame, ¿cómo ha sido la recepción de las personas sobre este emprendimiento?
No, la recepción ha sido súper buena. Hemos estado ya 4 días acá, desde temprano han venido acá atletas, los chiquillos igual me han cortado harto el pelo, ¿no? Ha sido igual bueno.
¿Y cuáles son las proyecciones de este proyecto que es tan innovador y que rápidamente ha ido en escalada? Porque así se ha visto en las redes sociales, en los medios de comunicación. Cuéntanos un poco corto, ¿cuáles son tus proyecciones con tu emprendimiento?
Bueno, las proyecciones estar en los eventos más importantes con la barbería móvil y a futuro tener igual un local ya más grande. Pero con la barbería estar en los eventos, llevar nuestro punto limpio móvil, la barbería y eso es como en la proyección a más adelante.
Muchas gracias. Nosotros tenemos a nuestro amigo Pancho que también va a pasar por acá a cortarse el pelo, a hacerse la patilla. Así que mira, seco. Hay harto barbón ahí en el container, así que vamos a traer a todos para acá en filita para que los deje tiki-taka. Increíble lugar, muy bonito realmente, dan ganas de cortarse el pelo acá. Aunque algunos no tienen mucho, pero qué bonito, realmente felicitaciones amigos, algo súper innovador. Así que lo estamos viendo, mañana se viene un día increíble, así que va a haber muchas personas y esperemos que a todos nos vaya bien y siga pasando lo que ha sucedido hasta el momento. Seguimos aquí en vivo en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, mostrando que esto no solo es un campeonato mundial de bodyboarding, sino que es una feria multicultural. Seguimos por aquí. Ahí tenemos a las chicas que van a comenzar a bailar. Mira qué bonito todo lo que está sucediendo. No sé si la camarita amiga me acompaña aquí, mira. Acá tenemos atrás mío a los chicos practicando danza. Mucha gente joven viene aquí a este campeonato mundial. Eso se trata, de dar un bienestar a los jóvenes de nuestra región, de nuestra ciudad.
Ya, buenas tardes a todos. Estamos nuevamente con las actividades en vivo.
Mira, todas las personas, todos los jóvenes que están disfrutando de este campeonato mundial. Tremendo festival.
Quienes nos han estado representando en varias oportunidades en el extranjero. Y hoy día nos van a hacer algunas actividades físicas para ustedes, así que vamos con la música pronto para que se motiven con ella. Mañana van a estar también ya haciendo un show más completo a eso de las 17 horas, así que todos invitados aquí mismo en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Aquí seguimos, vamos a entrevistar a uno de los productores de esta feria multicultural, Mauricio Cobos. Mauricio Cobos, cuéntanos cómo se está llevando el itinerario de esta Feria del Mar y en este acontecimiento.
Bueno, hoy día tenemos muchas actividades funcionando simultáneamente aquí en la Feria del Mar. Hemos tenido muchos exponentes relacionados a los deportes náuticos, a agentes del borde costero, los cuales están mostrando sus actividades, sus disciplinas, sus embarcaciones. Y paralelamente estamos haciendo todos los días charlas de foro panel con expertos en distintos temas, en los cuales interactúan con la comunidad, los informan. Y así, hay actividades también más lúdicas como las que tenemos en este momento acá, gracias a la amiga Firewings. Y eso es más o menos la dinámica de la Feria del Mar.
¿Quieres dejar a la gente invitada para mañana?
Mañana están cordialmente invitados todos. Tenemos talleres para niños, huertos verticales, tenemos actividades también de trekking con Antilhue Tours, tenemos música, degustaciones, así que bienvenidos todos. Esta es una actividad para todo público, para la familia especialmente, así que vengan a la Feria del Mar.
Así la Feria del Mar, mira qué belleza, mira cómo la gente disfruta el bienestar de aquí, de estar en la playa, mira cómo la gente, estamos viviendo un momento de felicidad en un lugar en conexión con el medio, con la naturaleza, y vemos toda aquí la gente reunida. Esto está realmente muy bonito lo que está sucediendo. Qué felicidad de ver que hay un espacio para los jóvenes aquí en el borde costero. Sigamos camarita amiga, a ver vamos a ver qué hay más allá. ¿Todo bien? Amigo, ahorita no, vamos a buscar a alguien para hacer una pequeña entrevista. La gente saludando. Vamos a ir a dar una vuelta a los food trucks. Por aquí, mira, acá hay gente, vamos a ver cómo la está pasando aquí las personas. ¿Cómo están, muchachos? ¿Cómo va todo? Cuéntenos, ¿cómo la están pasando en este campeonato?
Muy bien. Excelente iniciativa para pasar vacaciones en familia. Yo aquí con mis hijos, mi esposo. Así que súper buena idea para que pasen un rato agradable.
¿Qué le ha parecido la competencia? Yo sé que lo ha visto usted en todos los años que ha venido. ¿Cómo le ha parecido la evolución de este gran festival?
Bien, este año la organización mucho mejor que los años anteriores. Nosotros somos fans de Alan, representante de Chile, así que ahí estamos esperando que le vaya bien en la final.
Muchas gracias. Acá ya las personas tienen a sus favoritos en las competencias. Están apostando. Alan Muñoz es muy querido en Antofagasta, ya que en el 2012 se quedó con el segundo lugar y fue su trampolín para su carrera profesional. Ahora vamos a seguir. Camarita amiga, ¿vamos o no? ¿Sí? ¿Seguimos? ¿Está entretenido? Si están aburridos me dicen nomás y cortamos. Jaja, no. Vamos, seguimos por aquí. Hola, ¿cómo la está pasando?
Bien, acá tengo un tío acá que acá está practicando.
¿Está practicando? ¿Y tú practicas también?
¿No?
¿Te,
Me gusta verlo.
te gusta mirarlo? ¿La has pasado bien acá en la playa? Pero se puede pasar mejor.
Sí.
Ya, seguimos. Chao, dile chao a la cabrita. Seguimos por aquí. Vamos aquí a los carritos. Seguimos caminando. Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo están? ¿Cómo la están pasando? Bien. ¿Le ha gustado el festival?
Sí, está bueno.
Un buen momento para compartir en torno al mar.
Sí, está bonito porque hay hartas cosas, la barbería, los stands de comida, está todo...
Y aquí, ¿cómo está usted? ¿Cómo le ha ido? ¿Todo bien?
Sí, bien, gracias. Hemos tenido la atención de todas las personas que están participando, brasileños, de todos lados, de Arica, aquí, que estamos contentos. Muy bonito el evento y ojalá que se repita.
¿Le ha gustado lo que está sucediendo?
Sí, me encanta. Nunca lo había visto porque yo soy del norte, soy de Vallenar, entonces nunca había visto esto. Y me parece muy atractivo y ojalá que se vuelva a repetir.
Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Seguimos por aquí. Chao, chao, chao. Y aquí todo pasando. Mira cómo bailan allá hasta. Llegamos despacito. Aquí no queremos interrumpir a las personas que están disfrutando de un rico pancito. Hola, ¿cómo están?
Muy bien, gracias.
¿Cómo la ha estado pasando en este evento internacional de bodyboarding?
Bien, muy bien. Primera vez que vengo, bueno, con Polola también. Muy entretenido.
¿Es de Antofagasta?
Soy de Antofagasta y ella de Copiapó. Claro.
¿Había estado antes en el Campeonato Mundial de Bodyboard?
Lo he escuchado solamente por televisión, radio, pero no. Ella me dijo que viniera, así que muy bueno. Muy recomendable para los niños, adultos, para las mascotas, buena comida, todo. Muy rico.
Muchas gracias por compartir con nosotros este gran evento.
Bien, gracias.
Ya estamos aquí. Vamos al carrito de comida. La señora se arrancó, sí. Vamos a buscarla, perseguimos, vamos a seguir por acá. Y miren, estas embarcaciones que están atrás mío, estos barquitos que los traímos aquí para que la gente conozca también sobre el deporte de la vela. Realmente yo no tengo mucho conocimiento, ¿sí? Pero la idea es que esto sea más asequible para todos, ¿sí? A veces las personas creen que solamente los que tienen dinero pueden practicar esto. No es así. En el Club de Yate hay cursos gratis. Don Teo se preocupa de enseñarle a jóvenes de diferentes lugares sobre el funcionamiento de este deporte de la vela. Como puede ver la camarita amiga, muy bonito lo que está sucediendo en este lugar. Vamos a seguir avanzando. Acá tenemos a los representantes de la Asociación de Turismo. Vamos a... Por aquí, alcanzamos. Ya. Estamos aquí con Pancho Galvez, representante de la Asociación de Turismo y un amigo, muy buen amigo acá de Antofagasta. Pancho, cuéntanos primero qué te ha parecido este acontecimiento.
Pucha, muy maravilloso todo. Lo bonito que se ve que allá está, aparte del surfing y del bodyboard, que es un nivel ya espectacular, está toda esta gente, todos los niños haciendo distintas actividades, estamos nosotros también fomentando el turismo en la ciudad. No, sensacional, está todo muy bonito, se ve un ambiente familiar, un ambiente sano, perfecto, muy bien.
Cuéntanos un poco sobre, porque tú estás aquí, tú estabas representando la Asociación de Turismo, en muy cortas palabras, cuéntanos de qué se trata esta asociación que nace hace poco en la ciudad y el turismo que están haciendo en Antofagasta y tú eres uno de los responsables.
Así es, bueno, nosotros aquí en esta Feria del Mar estamos representando a la Asociación de Turismo de Antofagasta y donde tenemos varias opciones para lograr que Antofagasta no solamente sea productivo, sino que también turístico.
Y así ya nos comenzamos a despedir. Quiero dejar a todos invitados para el día de mañana. Esto se viene increíble. Esperamos olas de 3 a 4 metros y va a estar un festival impresionante. Los mejores atletas del mundo estarán con nosotros este sábado y domingo. Y no solamente el deporte, sino que la feria, los diferentes tipos de actividades deportivas. Y también tendremos música en vivo. Mañana tendremos importantes grupos locales. Y el día domingo nos espera el grupo Elemento Dual y también Movimiento Original, con charlas también, charlas de innovación social, donde estará Dylan Bernales, un campeón de Arica con una increíble historia, y que más que Arturo Soto aquí presente, le dará una charla sobre innovación social. Así que los dejo a todos invitados para mañana, aquí en la Cúpula de Cristal, desde las 8 de la mañana estará todo pasando. Un saludo y me despido. ¡Yiu!
No intervened on behalf of...
lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
El viento sopla de manera favorable, las montañas en el agua te invitan a mostrarte un mundo visto desde otra perspectiva, enrollándote la vida con salidas elegidas. Pues no permitas que te roben tus deseos, tus visiones, tus anhelos, que los has cumplido y bueno. Indaga un poco de su modo respetuoso en lo hermoso que te brinda este mar tan afectuoso.
Amado Point, para empezar con energía, esas ondas matutinas te darán inicio a un buen día. Recibe con sabiduría lo que AM te ofrenda, mantén su transparencia, eso sí te hará leyenda. Rema con fuerza más allá de lo que piensas, identifica contra Ocho representa. Tú conectas con el mar y el mar conecta con la tierra, y la tierra es protegida por seres originarios.
Continentes reunidos, siente fuerte, crecen los latidos. El mar te está invitando a que sueltes tu estilo. Siete continentes reunidos, siente fuerte, crecen los latidos. El mar te está invitando a que sueltes tu estilo.
Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Club Budeo,
Elemento Dual,
Ari Krishna,
Norclas.